Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fucked, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock. Oh yeah. All this doesn't lock in.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's better. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the first day of August. It's August 1st, 2024, 11:23 a.m. And I am right on time, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. That's right, folks. We're here, we're live, we're alive.
Holy shit.
And we have a lot to cover today. That was Teresa Sweetheart's Hasan is Streaming. The most underrated banger in the HasanAbi intro series, I think. That is Teresa Sweetheart's Hasan is Streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video. But before we get to the news, here's the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And by God, has a lot happened. Just kidding. Not really much has happened, as a matter of fact. But this is the Parasocialist Update. For those of you who are just tuning in, maybe you're not familiar. Maybe this is the first time you actually checked out the broadcast this early. And you're thinking, whoa, get to the news, newsman. Well, this is the news. This is the news from my daily life. I ended the broadcast last night after another short 9-hour stream. You already know that's basically a half day. Is this guy quiet quitting? Why does he not care about us? Why does he not care about his job? He has the easiest job on the planet. But after an absolute banger where we covered a variety of different stories, I ended it. I ended the broadcast and I made myself a classic breakfast Sammy. You already know, a tamago sando, if you will. A little breakfast sandwich. A little brekkie boy. They let you do it when you're 33 and they let you have that for dinner. You know what I mean? That's one of the best parts of being an adult. Taxes are bad. Taxes are one of the worst parts of being an adult. But you know what's one of the best parts of being an adult? Being able to eat breakfast for dinner. Doesn't even matter, you know? Having an ice cream sandwich after to wash it all down. I can do that. I can do that. Who's going to stop me? Get a new bit. You've already done that before. Okay, well, how about you get a new bit? Anyway, got him. Another fire fit today. What? I'm making you infographics for your One Piece card game openings tomorrow so you can have the info you need without having to check/ask the whole time. Love that. What was I going to say? Where do you get most of your clothes? Do you have a favorite place? I have a lot of clothes sent to me. I get a lot of clothes that are gifted. And I also purchase some of the clothes as well every now and then. You got to clean up your mop. I agree. My mop is out of control. It's true. Starting off strong, banning a dumbass shatter. No, I'm not banning that. It's Megaphonics. He deserves to be banned, but I'm not going to do it. Day 2 of asking what the One Piece figure is next to the veteran hat. It's Roronoa Zoro. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, what else did I do? I ended the broadcast. I finished My Hero Academia. I'm finally caught up. Emotional last episode. Can't believe it. Won't spoil it for those who are interested in watching. But why do all socialists with glasses have circular frames? I don't know. My Hero Academia officially ended today. Wait, what do you mean? Like the manga? Wait, my Wired magazine interview photo shoot came out? Wait, really? It did? Bro, I literally just asked my manager yesterday, like, when the fuck is my... No, it hasn't come out. You claim to be Muslim but never mention the prayer in your updates? Bro, I stream 9 hours a day. If I was streaming at 9 hours a day, and you would see me praying in between the stream. You know what I mean? If I prayed 5 times a day, you would have to see it. Some of those prayers would be inside of the stream. Are you caught up on the Chainsaw Man manga? Is getting nuts? No, I don't read mangas. But yeah. Who's your favorite My Hero Academia character? It's the fucking bunny, dude. Yo, no, I'm sorry. Like, I gotta be actually so honest with you. Like, this is a moment of radical honesty for me. And I hope we will just like, I'm not even kidding, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, I think for me personally, like, I used to always say Nico Robin is my GOAT, but I think my real GOAT is Rumi Usagiyama. I think she does something to me. Bro, that's like, she is my GOAT. Like, not just you, bro. Honestly, anyone that doesn't appreciate her and doesn't understand, like you're just a Philistine, you're uncultured. Like, bro, come on. Dude, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Even on the last episode that I watched, there's like a crazy shot in between. She also got that dog, bunny in her. I think attitude wise, vibe wise, gooner take, bro. I'm Lola Bunny and now this. Guys, I'm sorry. This is like fucking ridiculous that you're acting like this is not. I mean, yeah, this is another. You have proven once again why they're both the GOAT. Bro, honestly, if you think this makes you a furry, you're just saying that like 99% of the planet is furries. Like, no, this is a muscle mommy contingency, not a furry contingency. This is a I mean, I don't know what her background is in the canon, but it's like, if you look at what my favorite characters are, it's pre-time skip Nico Robin. Like, my favorite female characters are pre-time skip Nico Robin and her. It's all like Latina. She's like, yeah, her quirk is twerking. I think your interview came out. Here's some photos that came out. Wait, really? Where are you guys getting the photos? Where are you getting the photos? Where are you getting the photos? Oh my God, bro, my with the hair and makeup, I'm not gonna lie, with the hair. Oh, it's just, you're ripping it straight from the magazine. Oh, they didn't post it online. Oh my God, I'm excited as fuck for these photos, dude. I think like this was one of my favorite photo shoots I've ever done, if not my favorite photo shoot that I've ever done. I'll show you the photos. Hold up, let me just blast off. The magazine is out. Okay, got it. People are being weird fuck about Olympic athletes being trans. They're just brolic. Trump gets owned by black journalists and runs away. Tensions high in the Middle East and more. Get in now. She's intersex, not trans though. Who cares, bro? She's a cis woman. What are we talking about? Like she's not a trans woman. You know what I mean? She has a fucking uterus. Like, what the fuck? She breaks the minds. Is she even intersex? I don't even know if she's intersex. She just has like naturally producing she's naturally high testosterone producing. Bro, it's so funny. People are just like, they're like, people literally were like, what is a woman? Oh, if you have a pussy and a uterus, then you're only a woman then. And it's like, bro, she has a pussy and a uterus, and people still are like, no, she's still not a woman. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Being a woman doesn't mean like whoever you want to fuck. Okay, that's not how this works. Especially because half of those motherfuckers are pedophiles. Okay, so then what? Like, it's you're only a woman in between the ages of 12 and 18, and then you're not a woman after that either. Half of these pedophilic Republicans are like, what is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? She has a different chromosome set than other women. I don't even think she does. Like, and also, as always, like, she wasn't popping. She wasn't popping beforehand. She's like competed before. But the moment that she pops off and right wingers decide like that's a trans woman, they just go crazy over it. You know? I hate this shit. We do this shit so much. It's so stupid. It's making me so mad. I haven't even been able to look at my Wired magazine fucking cover because I'm so mad about this shit. And immediately I dove into the conversation. I'm gonna get into it. Don't worry. I got a lot of smoke. I briefly covered this stuff yesterday, but now it's like becoming an even more controversial point because people are just stupid as fuck. Good luck covering this. Nobody will be happy no matter what. What do you mean nobody will be happy no matter what? There's one correct way to cover it, which is shut the fuck up and enjoy the goddamn Olympics. Why the fuck are you so goddamn weird? What is wrong with your fucking brain that you have this global event that like a third of the whole world watches, and your immediate reaction is like, how do I make this like political and annoying? Like, people look at that and go, oh my God, I can't believe the French did like some gay shit in their opening ceremony. Bro, they're French. What do you mean? Have you never seen a French person? All they do is gay shit. They're both homophobic and gay as fuck at the same time, okay? Then they're like, oh, the American team is playing well, but whoa, wait a minute. One of the fucking rugby players is kind of brolic. Yo, that's a trans woman. It's like, bro, what is wrong with you? Why can't you just like fucking shut the fuck up and enjoy shit? Like, I'm not over here being like, America is an imperialist, bloodthirsty nation that has 800 military bases around the planet. I'm like, LeBron is dunking. I'm standing and saluting the motherfucking flag. Okay. If I can do it, you as a right winger should be able to do it too. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you? People are like, oh my God, Christians are under attack. It's like, no, bro, Serbians are under attack. By who? LeBron. Okay. God damn. Captain Lamerica is yamming on motherfuckers, and you guys are out here talking about, oh, my feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt because I suspect someone of being a trans. Oh, I am so scared. It's like, shut your fucking bitch ass up. Okay. My goat is playing. Shut your bitch ass up. Enjoy the fucking show. God damn, people are so fucking weird and annoying. This is like identical to what happened during the Super Bowl. It's like all the girlies were watching because Taylor Swift's boyfriend is playing, and all the fucking right-wing Republicans were like negatively polarizing themselves against the fucking Super Bowl. And it's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What, like, how did this happen? You guys used to be the normal ones, I thought. Like, you were never normal, but like, god damn, y'all are so unimaginably brain broken. This shit is so lame. You're so fucking lame, dude. You're lame. You're weird as fuck. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're fucking weird. Okay? Bro, people just see someone that's like kind of brolic. People see a brolic woman and they go, oh, that's a trans person. They got a dick. It's like, you're gross. You're a gross piece of shit. Okay? Some of y'all's grandparents start growing mustaches after menopause. You know that, right? Like your grandmother and shit. Like, how would you feel if people were constantly being like, that's a man. That's a man. Gross, dude. Have a little bit of fucking decency. Okay? The fuck? These people think like genuinely, constantly fucking bullying people and like suspecting people of being like secretly men or some shit is like a normal way to operate. It's not, dude. You're a genuinely gross loser, okay? Jesus Christ, dude.
Number one option, let's go. King Booker, please, anybody. Captain America, it has to be you.
Bro, how can you have a single bone in your body not ride for the United motherfucking States of America when you see this man do poetry? Okay? When you see this man do poetry on the fucking court. I'm sorry, this is not even glaze, okay? I know I'm a LeBron dick writer. Everybody knows this. Everybody fucking makes fun of me for it. Blah, blah, blah. Who gives a shit? It's not even glaze.
Carry these fucking buttons. Holy shit, bro. Where would we be without a fucking 40-year-old right now, bro? Where would we be?
Bro, he's 40. He's 40 years old. Like, my love for him has grown more as I've gotten older. Because, like, he's not only doing it for America, he's doing it for old heads, okay? He's doing it for the UNC voters, okay? He's doing it for me out there. He's 40. He's fucking 40 years old, balling his goddamn face off. How is that even a real thing? How is that even a real thing? How are his bones not just putty at this point? How are his bones not shattered? It doesn't make sense. He is not from this planet, dude. He is literally Superman. He was born. First of all, definitely Superman, because why else would he be in fucking Akron, Ohio? Okay? That's Superman shit. That's an alien. Alien fucking drops on the planet, random ass place, Akron, Ohio. Literally, that's it. It's like, bro, he's 40, not 65. Dog, he has been playing professional basketball at the highest level and dominating a fucking league for 21 years straight. Do you understand what that's supposed to do to your body? He is 6'8", 250 pounds, brother. Like, he is flying. He should not have knees at this point. He should be kneeless, okay? He should have lost so much cartilage that, like, he's actually 6'4" by the end of the 21-year process. Think about that. 250 pounds, dude. That shit is so much. And he's still flying, okay? He's flying up and down the motherfucking court at the age of 40. Oh, 20 plus seasons is way more impressive than being 40. No, it is literally both of those things. Just suck his dick already? Bro, yes. Like, what are we talking about? I would, okay? I would. I love him. I love this man. I'm not hiding it. I don't care. I glaze him anyway. But also, I'm making a good point as well. Anthony Edwards is a new GOAT. No, I love Anthony Edwards as well. Bro, no one cares. Shut up.
Wide open. Are you dead ass? Oh my, yo, we can't get a rebound? The old man can do everything? What are you doing? Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Hold on. Slow that shit down. Clear the fuck out, bro. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. You got me rooting for LeBron James like I'm a diehard LeBron James fan. Oh, this is barbecue chicken. Clear the fuck out. Come on, Captain America, the Old Testament.
Bro, look at that.
Please.
Bro, he just posts up 3 of the teammates at the same time. He literally busts it down from the 3-point line. He just goes, "Oh, you have 3 people on me? That's okay. I can post all 3 of you motherfuckers. I'm 40 years old." That is insane, okay? That is insane.
Yeah, fucking go.
Yeah, for me, I see that and I go, God damn, I love America. Holy shit, dude. I'm singing the national anthem, okay? I'm singing the motherfucking national anthem. I'm doing a standing ovation. I've never felt more fucking proud of this nation. You know what I mean? I'm out here doing like patriot prayer cries and shit. And it's like right-wingers somehow are just sitting around being like, is LeBron James actually trans? Why is LeBron James a black man who's waving the flag? How is he the flag bearer? It's like, bitch, have you seen him? What do you mean? Like, who should be the flag bearer? You? You're fucking bitch ass, fat ass, Oklahoma sitting on a couch going to Walmart eating chicken nuggets all goddamn day ass? You think you deserve to be the flag bearer? Shut your bitch ass up. It's the GOAT. Shut your bitch ass up. You are not even a fair weather fan. You are a phony. You do not love the United States of America like I do when LeBron is playing. Every other moment is fine. Think about that, dude. Motherfuckers are like, I can't believe LeBron James, who was a BLM activist, who kneeled for the national anthem, gets to be the flag bearer. It's like, shut up. Put your fucking Klan's robe and shut your bitch ass up, okay? We already know. We know what you're doing. We know what you're saying, okay? You're dick riding your way into supporting the Iraq war. If LeBron was yamming, I would be in support, okay? Anyway, but like my point is, this is supposed to be this global event, right? Everybody's watching and the American team is playing so goddamn well. Like just enjoy the show. Why the fuck do you have to like lose your mind over who you suspect is trans or whatnot? You know what I mean? Like there's so much fun shit happening in the Olympics. Obviously you got the 51-year-old guy who just like kind of walked off, who just walked up from the stage and was like, yeah, this is my shit. Who apparently fucking said, and he got a silver medal. He said, yeah, I don't need any of that stuff. I don't need no ear protection. I don't need no fucking, you know, like goggles or whatever. I can't see without my glasses. But he just came in, blasted, boom, 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 silver. Where are the Americans? Where are the Americans? We should be the number one in shooting. That's our thing, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. The target doesn't look like a fucking school child. It doesn't look like a kindergartner. So I guess we're not going to be popping off at this competition. And it's just like, what are we doing? We're going to lose to the Chinese? We're going to lose to South Korea? Bro, they don't let people have guns over there. What the fuck are you talking about? We got more guns than people in this motherfucking nation, and we can't even shoot good? They're farting on us, dude. Yeah, that's cope, by the way. Those are tiny little air rifle BB guns. We don't fuck with that pussy shit. Yeah, bro. Oh, I'm sorry that we're not shooting a fucking 50 cal. It's like, it's so embarrassing. This part was embarrassing as fuck, dude. I swear to God, this part was so goddamn embarrassing. I felt shame. Thank God LeBron is just carrying the fucking torch. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. I'm shocked. I'm in awe of the fact that we do not have, I'm in awe of the fact that we do not fucking have enough, we are not good enough on the shooting side of things, okay? One hand in the pocket is normal. Apparently that's just a thing that people say. Is that your dad? No. 0 medals in shooting for America. We have so much goddamn, we have so many fucking guns. Oh, this is cool too. I saw this. Yeah. Free user Ojisan is trending in Japan as netizens react to 51-year-old Turkish shooter Yusuf Dikic winning a silver medal without a fancy eye gear. They're describing him like a gamer who wins without spending any money on freemium games. He's known as the Turkish uncle and the non-charging charging uncle has a shooting style similar to Ryo Saiba from City Hunter. American basketball is more physical compared to international ball being more skill-based. You are literally wrong. You are so wrong. You're unimaginably wrong, as a matter of fact. FIBA rules are way more fucking heavy on contact. FIBA rules literally allow people to play basketball like it's the 90s in the United States of America. Like, you know how old heads will talk about how, like, back in the Jordan days, like, people used to actually play, not this pansy flop shit, okay? American basketball players are flop machines. Especially our centers are fucking flop machines in comparison to, like, Euro centers. So, no, it is actually a much more physical game. It's also a smaller court on top of that, too, which makes it tighter, which makes the gameplay faster. So you're actually wrong about that. Our players are just insanely good. Euro kids 7 feet tall come in shooting like Curry. Yeah, because you know, that's just they're nowhere near as physically equipped. That's why they just like that's what they're good at. But if you're talking about like basketball, like what refs call in FIBA, they are way more aggro about carries, whereas the NBA is not, okay? And FIBA rules, smaller court, so the game is fucking faster paced, it's tighter, and not only that, but like you actually have no 3 second rule, so you can like literally sit there, and on top of that, you can be way more physical. Also, having a consistent role is helping in the national team with American superstars come in and all of a sudden they're role players. Yeah. Yeah, Unk's thinking the only international player is Dirk, and like Dirk couldn't bang. What the fuck is this sports lingo? We don't know any of that stuff here. Well, I'm explaining it to you, so now you know. Anyway, I did not need special equipment. I am a natural shooter. Yusuf Dikic. That's what he said. He's so sick. It's funny when people flex not knowing about sports. I mean, it's normal. Yabancılar adam tetikçi, film karakteri gibi dersen Türkler soruyu 3 saniyede çözen mat hocası gibi havalı diyor. Aradaki farka bak. Yeah. Turks are looking at this guy and going like, this is the classic fucking like, this is the classic like chemical engineer build, okay? Turks are looking at this and they're like, this is Unk. This is every normal Unk. Apparently he's a former military police, he's gendarme. Gendarme. He was like a chief of military police. But regardless, like he's obviously very good at shooting, right? He's just like naturally very gifted at shooting. He's a very good shot. But dude would win every duel in the Wild West, no effort. We playing with plumbers, dog. What? Dude, another like thing that I thought was awesome is the 5'4" guard for Japan. That guy is incredible too. The 5'4" guard for Japan. He's amazing. I mean, they got robbed like against the French team because obviously it's the home team, so they got to give it to him. Shouts out to the Japanese team though, right? Yeah, I saw him and Wemby in the same pick. You mean when he dropped a 3-pointer from like NBA 3-point line and over Wemby? He's 5'8", not 5'4". Oh, I thought he was 5'4". Do we have a photo of that? The Japanese guy and Wemby? Yeah, look at this. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. I mean, this is crazy. When he gets in a defensive position, he is literally dick suck. He is literally in dick suck territory. Like, it's not even like he needs to reach up to suck Wemby's dick. That's how fucking short he is in comparison to Wemby. And he was on fire. Okay? He was splashing over Wemby like it was nobody's business. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like that should never happen, I think. Anyway, that was sick too. See, now you know why all us soccer fans in the world lose our minds every international tournament, lol. Is the only patriotism that matters. Yeah, no, I get it. I just don't like soccer like that because it is a very American. It is very American of me. It is very American of me to just like not care about a sport that we're just not very good at, unless like we are good at that sport. You know what I mean? Unless we like somehow magically become good at that sport, and then we just start caring. And it's like it is very American to just be like, I don't even give a fuck about soccer, the most popular sport on the planet that we don't even call by the correct the correct name. And for those asking, I'm Turkish. Like I grew up around football. Okay. The true proletariat sport is dressage. Oh God, I hate dressage. And I was a horseback rider. Do people in Turkey care more about soccer or basketball? Soccer. I will die on the hill that basketball is the United States' greatest contribution to the world. Is so young relatively, but has gotten so huge and international. Yes. Playlist updated with a boxing HOGWATCH. Oh, let's go. Thank you. Thank you for the playlist. The Macius. Dude, J.K. Rowling got 276 likes on that fucking tweet is genuine mental illness. Yeah, I hate this shit so much. I hate this shit so much. Like, even if you're not the #1 ally of trans people, it's got to still piss you off to a certain degree, right? Like, it's got to piss you off. Because it's like, people are so fucking annoying. People are so lame. People are so wrong. And they're just so mentally ill. People are so mentally ill about this shit. The XY chromosomes thing is from the IBA, an organization that the IOC no longer recognizes because their president is a Putin dog. Yeah. It could have been like a political posture. Delete Twitter. I don't want to fucking hear about it. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm not going to delete it. Kai Cenat was featured in the Marc Jacobs fall collection. You know what's crazy about this? I'm tapped in with Marky Mark as well. Like they send me care packages like these glasses. These are the Marc Jacobs glasses they sent me. And also that shirt that I wear, the sleeveless shirt that I wear. I'm on their influencer package. Obviously not good enough to, be a part of their actual campaign, but still.
Marc Jacobs is.
Okay. Marc
Jacobs is fun.
Marc Jacobs is legendary.
Fearless. Marc Jacobs is love.
For the bad. Marc Jacobs is marvelous. Marc Jacobs is sexy.
Mark Jacobs is powerful.
Absolutely.
What would you say? Dude, I don't fucking know. I probably would have gotten canceled if I was actually a part of this though, but regardless. That's sick though. That's sick. I mean, this is not new for Kai. I mean, this is what he does. This is literally what he does. I hate these cheap phone video ads. I think it's a good aesthetic. I don't care. I like the direction that they're going with. I'm not saying that because I'm on their list now. I'm actually kind of shocked you aren't in their campaigns considering into fashion. They tried to show Kai's an ad, but you started talking about yourself. Yeah, bro, I'm a Twitch streamer. This is my stream. What do you want me to do? Like, this is what I do. Is this shocking to you? Like, why is this shocking? Like, it's called, talking about my own personal experiences. Mark Jacobs is an unrelatable billionaire alien aesthetic. Probably. Is there anyone MJ is Hamas? Is there anyone in his Twitch that is more into gas than you? What do you mean? Fashion? I think like the AMP boys, Kai, FaZe, like they are really into fashion as well. There's a lot of people that are super into fashion and way more tapped in than I am in general. I'm on the sidelines. I'm serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. I'm doing every now and then. I'm doing a fucking Wired magazine. I'm doing a Wired magazine photo shoot for Wired magazine Middle East. I was on their Instagram reel. Apparently, we're gonna be looking at that as well. But yeah, we'll do Logan Paul and everybody else like chiming in on the fucking transphobia train. Choo choo, the transphobia train is here. Let's go. We'll talk about it in a second. The reason why I was like bringing up all this NBA or not NBA, the Olympic stuff was specifically because I was going to get into the transphobia aspect of the Olympics because people are just like really unhinged about it. Oh yeah, I forgot to run the ad break. Anyway, you can avoid seeing those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. I'll put the ad break in the bag real quick. And you can put the subscription in the bag if you no longer want to see those ads. But here's the 3-minute ad break now. So there's more than one person too, of course. Yeah, of course. They're transvestigating Katie Ledecky. Dude, I know. Because they're fucking brain broken, dude. They're brain broken. They're fucking brain broken. They just hate. Like, they hate. That's it. And it's not even just like that they hate women. It's great you think it's okay for a man to box the head of a woman. Bro, you need to fucking maybe box yourself a little bit, okay? Just slam your head into a fucking wall until your brain is reoriented into being normal. You have fantasized that this person is a fucking man. She's not. And now you are like operating on this planet, on this completely different reality. We are currently talking about just all cis women. Okay, is this a man or a woman? How do you respond? Will determine the strength of your character. They cannot be fucking normal. They cannot be fucking normal at all. None of these people are trans women, bro. And it's fine even if they were. Like I've already talked about this. Like I don't give a shit. It's crazy. It's crazy that these motherfuckers are like, nope, don't care. That's a man. Don't care. That's a man. Don't care. The End Wokeness account has 350,000 likes, bro. An absolute travesty at the Olympics. Angela Carini is forced to box against a biological male. She quits after just 45 seconds and cries hysterically as her opponents declare the winner. Don't look away. This is wokeness. And then you got fucking Michaela saying this shit. Like, Michaela, go take care of your kid. You are literally getting fucking brain broken by this shit online. I promise you. This is not real. You're literally fucking getting duped, Michaela. Goddamn, Michaela. The fuck? These arguments are so fucking stupid. She can vote for Trump in Missouri. Who cares? No, I care because this is a person I know. And it's like sad to see people get so fucking lasered in the mind. It's like the amount of time that they spend on Twitter directly contributes to like their brain getting fucking ironed into like a perfectly smooth shape. Okay. The more time you spend on Twitter, the more you believe what you see on this dumbass fucking platform, the smoother your brain becomes. And of course, I'm like, are you triggered? I'm upset, dude. Of course I'm upset. I'm upset that people are becoming dumber as a consequence of what they see online. That is just falsehoods. Why the fuck? Who wouldn't be upset at that? Especially people that you know. Bruh, it's just not fair. Stop it. Dude, you're talking about a cis woman. What do you mean? You're literally like, what are we supposed to do? It's not a man. What are we supposed to do, dog? What are we supposed to do? You're just wrong. At this point, it feels like 50% of the population is just genuinely schizophrenic. And it's like, it's our problem. It's all of our problem now. Because it's like, no, I'm hallucinating this thing. Okay? I'm hallucinating this fucking thing. And like, you have to deal with it. Like, you have to deal with my hallucinations. It's like, what are we doing? What the fuck is going on, dude? Oh, this is the purest form of evil unfolding right before our eyes. Of course, that got 79,000 likes and is still gaining likes. The correction is sitting at 3,000 likes because nobody fucking cares about the truth. Oh my God, dude. And at this point, it's literally just like you're imagining cock, okay? You are imagining cock. You're fantasizing about a person that you're seeing on screen, and instead of like watching them do their goddamn thing, be an excellent fucking athlete, you know, sometimes losing, sometimes winning, instead of looking at that and going, I am fascinated by what human beings can do to their fucking bodies to become these machines that are competitive at the global level. Instead of looking at that and thinking, wow, look at how far we have gotten in terms of like medical science, in terms of exercise science, in terms of like where we are with how we consistently push our fucking flesh and blood to max out, to do unimaginable things at the competitive level. Instead of looking at that and appreciating that, you go, I'm fantasizing about a potential cock. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You look at this and you go, ooh, I wonder if she has a girthy one. I wonder if it's veiny. It's weird, bro. You're fucking weird. And your brain is breaking and you think it's normal to feel this way. And this is one of the purest forms of mania that I always talk about. It's like, it starts off by being like, trans people are odd. I don't really understand it. 2 genders only. And then you can either sidestep into this like world where you know, live and let live. And you're like, yeah, whatever. I don't get it. Who cares? Don't be weird. Don't be mean. Don't be ruthless. Don't be a bully. Or, and many people are in that pocket, or you just go, no, this is a satanic thing that's happening, that everyone is trying to become trans. And you just become this hysterical trans panic demon that routinely breaks your fucking mind further and further as you go down this rabbit hole. And I try to warn motherfuckers all the time, but before you know it, you become this person that is constantly, especially with Twitter, especially because like Twitter literally gives you all the clout you want. And some people cynically lean into that to be like, yeah, that's a man. And other people legitimately believe that. Okay. But before you know it, you've become this brain broken person where you're literally fantasizing about whether someone that you're watching on screen has a cock or not. I have been warning about this for years and years and years. I'm telling you right now, you might not understand trans shit. I certainly didn't. Okay. It was confusing to me as well, especially because the gender binary is how we are taught, how we are educated from an early age. So when everything that we know, gender is something that we closely associate with our identity, when everything we know about this particular field is like almost ripped apart, it feels like reality is falling apart, where you're like, what the fuck? And you have 2 options in that situation. Either you read into the literature, you read into the fucking available evidence, and you look further beyond your own internal biases in the matter, or you just seek out someone who will just spit out all of the shit that you feel in your heart of hearts is right. Okay? And a lot of people become obsessed. They become pathologically obsessed weirdos with this trans shit. They can't leave it alone. They just can't be like, yeah, some people are trans. I don't really understand it, but who gives a fuck? It's like, you know, in the 90s, people didn't understand people being gay, you know, and time moves on and we become more sensitive to these matters. We become more understanding and more empathetic, and we just move on. And it's odd because people literally would be like, back in the day, people were like, what is a woman? Does she have a pussy? Does she have a uterus? Okay, here's a woman with a pussy and a uterus. And you're like, nope, that's not a woman. She's too brolic. Yeah, her prior banning comes from political reasons, okay? There are no trans women in the Olympics. There's like, I think 2 non-binary people, but beyond that, but they're still like, I think they're assigned female at birth, non-binary, and that's it. There's also a literal child rapist competing. Yeah, that's the other thing. There's a dude who fucking flew internationally to go rape a child, and that dude is competing. I don't hear these motherfuckers chirping about that at all. What is going on? Yeah, he raped a 12-year-old or some shit. He was 19 and she was 12. The Dutch guy, yeah. We'll cover that as well. Oh, there's one trans man. There's one trans boxer at the Olympics, but it's not a trans woman. There are none good enough to have qualified. It's a trans man called HOGWATCH. That doesn't fit the biggest narrative, so they'll ignore it and lie instead. I thought there was no trans people at all. I thought there was like 1 or 2 NBs, but I guess there's one trans man as well. Kicked out of the village. Did Elon partake in this particularly demented display of delusion as well? I just don't get it. I don't like. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Maybe I'm the abnormal person, right? Maybe I'm the weird one. But for me, it's just like, I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. Like, I just want to watch people do unimaginable feats of strength. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, it's really fucked up. I'm just going to fucking sit around and suspect people of being trans. Like, that's not where my mind goes. And if you spend a lot of time on a right-wing website like Twitter, you're gonna develop this false narrative, this false sense that like everyone is just as invested in the weirdo shit as like all the right-wingers are. But that's not the truth. That's not how it works. Also, do we have a way to look at the Wired magazine? Because like I didn't even realize it's out today. I just wanted to basically look at this. I wanted to look at the Wired magazine that just released. There's a couple of my fits on there, which I fucking, small ass feet. I'm size 13, brother. You can focus on the other 9,999 participants that competed in the Olympics. Yeah, it's so gross because at the end of the day, like a lot of this is just basically being like, I have in my mind a specific way that women should look, right? I have in my mind a specific way that women should look. If this woman doesn't look the way that I want women to look, then she's not a real woman. That's all you're doing. It's like hyper misogynistic in many respects. And it's very odd that people don't understand that because like women that participate in this kind of transphobia are also so fucking weird because like TERFs are the clockiest women I've ever seen. Like, what are we doing here? How are you going to be the clockiest woman on the fucking planet and chirp about like how brolic some athletes are, dude? What the fuck? What are we doing? Like, it just blows my mind. And for those who don't know, TERFs are trans exclusionary radical feminists. They're not really feminists at all, but like they're just transphobes, right? It's shorthand for transphobe. Clocky means like clocking someone means like clocking someone for being trans. Transvestigation, the earlier version of that was when you do not fit the gender expression. It's something that, trans people worry about. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it too much, but basically it turned into this like weird thing where people go, we can always tell. Transphobes love saying, we can always tell. No, the fuck you can't. No, the fuck you can't. That's a garbage take, brother. That Italian woman dedicated her whole life into becoming the best athlete, and now you come in and say amazing feats of strength when that person is competing has a testosterone anomaly. Brother, what are you talking about? Ain't nobody out here chirping about Michael Phelps having a fucking unimaginably long wingspan. What the fuck? Now you're so mad about transphobia that you suspected existed that even when it doesn't exist there, now you're fucking chirping about natural advantages. Suck my fucking dick. It's like complaining that LeBron James is 6'9", 250 pounds, and has the grace of a ballerina. How is that allowed? We need to do a 6 foot and under NBA league now. Why is Wemby playing in the Olympics? Where? That's what you sound like, bitch ass. Shut the fuck up. How can someone be 20 years old, be fucking 7'11", and play basketball like that? That's not allowed. That's what you sound like, you fucking bitch. You stupid ass pussy. Shut the fuck up. How can you yourself an athlete like that? He got so triggered, dude. He got so mad. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You got people who are maxing out all their fucking skills for their entire goddamn lives, competing against one another, dumb fuck. And yes, some of them have natural advantages as well. Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. You want to put fucking shackles on these athletes specifically because you suspect them of being trans. That's it. We haven't even gotten to the other part of the conversation that, like, I don't even care if she was a trans woman. She's not, because she's not. And these people are still fucking running on this this narrative. Okay? Trans people compete all the time and they get their shit pushed in all the fucking time. And in the one moment that they actually fucking do win, all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. But now when there's no fucking trans women competing, people still lose their minds because now they're like, well, I still suspect that there's a trans person there. You're hallucinating, brother. You are hallucinating. Okay? You are a little schizo. I'm sorry. No disrespect to the schizophrenics in the chat. Okay? I love you all. I know many of you are wonderful contributors to this community, but these guys are undiagnosed at this point and don't know. And they're literally doing this by going online. Like, they've done this to themselves by just going online and just like breaking their fucking brains, dude. Oh, why the fuck would they, what the fuck would they do if a trans man had to fight against cis women because they were born female? They're so stupid. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They just don't want trans people to exist. That's the whole point. There's no actual solution to that. They're just like, oh, yeah, if you're trans, you just don't compete. That's it. That's what their fucking ultimate goal is. So, like, this part of the conversation is so nutty because it's so fucking obvious that these guys are, like, stretched. They've stretched so far. And here, by the way, look, Sneako Update, same reason you do a podcast with one. This is Bradley Martin's co-host, okay? And obviously, these fucking freaks are now saying she's a man too. She's a trans woman as well. Why? Because she's jacked. Because she doesn't abide by what the standards that this person has decided women should look like. That's it. That's all this is. Also, this person lost 9 fucking times, bro. This person, one, comes from a country where I think it's not legal to be trans, if I'm not mistaken, okay? Not exactly a very pro-trans country, Algeria. Okay, so that's number one. So that's one. That's number one. Okay, that's number one. Number two, she has 9 losses. She was in the last Olympics and didn't win anything. Only 11% of her victories are knockouts. She's from a country where you're not even allowed to transition if you wanted to. To the hateful and ignorant, this doesn't matter, and they don't know that because they found out who this was recently. And Khalif just is someone that was used in the culture war. Yeah, bro. This is what sports is about. Okay, this is what sports is about, motherfucker. This is what it's about. You have people that overcome great odds. Okay, you have incredible fucking stories. You have people who are like literally 5'4" or 5'8". Apparently, I don't know. I that's what I heard. I thought he was 5'4", taking 3-point shots off of a guy like Wemby and scoring. Okay, this dude was cooking, dude. They got robbed because they were playing against the home team. So, like, obviously, you know, they went all the way up till the last. They balled their fucking hearts out till the very last moment. Anyway, this stuff is super. This stuff is just like the most salient point that you can make against trans people. That's why people did it for so long, because it captures the attention of a lot of people who are otherwise so incredibly tapped out of that conversation. But this is the one thing that they look at and go, nope, that's wrong. Man beating on a woman, that's wrong. And yeah, they're really going all in on this. Just pretend this woman is trans, the harvest outrage. None of them will stand being corrected. They don't care what's true. They don't care about the potential consequences of transvestigating a woman from a country where being trans is illegal. They don't even give a shit. They don't give a fuck. Men don't belong in women's sports. I stand with Angela Carini. Let's get this trending. Absolutely, says Elon Musk. 999,000 likes. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's like, it doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter to these people. Now let's get to the story. The IOC had to come out and make a fucking statement, okay? The IOC had to come out and make a goddamn statement about this shit. I'm going to tweet about it. Hold on. Imagine looking at people maxing out their skills imaginably impressive feats of athleticism and then complaining that a cis woman. Phelps was confirmed a genetic freak. I don't hear anyone whining about him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like you literally, it's like demanding Wemby doesn't play because of his genetic advantages, or demanding Michael Phelps no longer play. I'm saying, imagine looking at people maxing out their skills, doing unimaginably impressive feats of athleticism, doing incredibly impressive feats of athleticism, and then hallucinating that this woman is trans because she naturally has high T. Is like demanding Wemby or Phelps no longer compete due to their natural advantages. I'm saying no longer compete. The whole WoW discourse talking about how there's men fighting in women's boxing. This is going very widespread quickly. Yeah, the craziest part about this fucking story is that she's literally a cis woman too. So it doesn't even fucking matter. Bad tweet because everyone thinks she's trans, but she's not. What the fuck do you mean? So funny coming from gamers of Twitter posters, at least brolic motherfuckers on the planet. Yeah. This is the worst aspect of misinformation online, is that once people actually make up their minds about a thing that corresponds to their fucking personal biases, it doesn't even fucking matter. Hormone levels have literally been used to discriminate against female athletes, like cisgender female athletes historically. Okay? That's the other part of this. And it's so fucking annoying. And it's something that I say all the goddamn time, dude. This is something I've talked about so much. This is literally a very foreseeable byproduct of having fucking terminal brain rot in terms of like suspecting people of being trans. Okay? You just start harming cis women. You might be just simply transphobic and you want to fucking kill trans people, but you end up harming cis women too. Okay? And that's the thing. Obviously, that's not my only problem here. I think it's fucking insane and gross to be this transphobic in general. But like, there are significantly more cis women than there are trans women. So statistically, you're just hurting more cis women than trans women when you fucking do this shit. And it doesn't really matter to a lot of dudes doing it because they're misogynistic anyway. And they're like, yeah, why do you look like that? It fucking hurts my feelings that you're more brolic than me as a guy. Irony is she lost to 9 females prior, but nobody brings that up. So when she loses to women, that is okay. But she beats a woman, everyone goes crazy. Guys, that is always the case. And they do that with trans athletes as well. This is not a trans athlete. This is a cis athlete. But they do that with trans athletes all the time. This is the nature of the game. Okay? It's not like trans athletes are like automatically dominant. That's not a real thing. That's not how this works. That's not how this happens at all. They never talk about trans athletes when they're losing, or maybe even sometimes. I think the peak of this mania was the last Olympics when there was a trans athlete that was an Olympic weightlifter who literally fucking got owned, right? She went all the way up in the weightlifting competition and she lost. And then they started saying, oh, she lost specifically so that more trans athletes could actually participate. Like, it's crazy, bro. There was an Olympic trans weightlifter, okay, who got last place in Olympic weightlifting. And I remember at the time, people were literally going, oh, well, she probably lost on purpose so that more trans athletes could participate in the future. It's crazy to me that this is still a debate. We're fucking cooked. No, it's not that we're fucking cooked. We're getting progressively worse. That's the problem. This culture war shit is breaking the brains of people. Okay? We are progressively getting worse on this issue. When there's no trans people left, like in this circumstance, now they're just going after cis women and hallucinating that they're trans. And you can't fucking tell these people they're wrong. They will not believe you because they're fucking insane. That's the worst part about it. Like, you cannot reason with a person that is high off of the 354,000 likes they got pumping this fucking narrative out there. And it's so crazy to me because all this transphobia shit, trans people can't compete, trans people can't compete, trans people can't compete. Okay, now they can't compete. And even then, they're like, no, now I suspect these cis women to be trans as well. Look at this Algerian account responding, cry more. Yeah, it's also like, I don't know. I don't know what to like. I don't know what to say in this situation. It's like we celebrate natural advantages that athletes have in every other field until we're talking about women. Okay, Pat McAfee did an entire transphobic segment on this.
Women's boxing, I haven't done enough research. I saw that the
Well, don't shut the fuck up then. Why are you doing this? Like, yo, we really don't give a fuck, dude. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. Nobody gives a fuck. Islamophobia, transphobia, nobody gives a fuck. I didn't do enough research. Like, then do more research, dumb fuck. What do you mean you didn't do enough research? Like, we have no care or consideration in the Western world when we talk about these issues, right? It's just like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean you didn't do enough research? Like, that's your fucking job. Come on, man. Use your fucking mind. Like, use your goddamn brain. It looks like a guy. We are devolving as a society, okay? We are devolving as a society. This issue is one of those things. You might not give a fuck about it because you've never, like, possibly met a trans person. You have no idea, right? You just don't know. There's trans people all around, but there's not that many of them. So you don't really think about it that much. And that's normal. Many people don't think about trans people all the time until they fucking think about it all the time, nonstop. That's all the only thing that they think about. And it breaks their fucking brain. It warps their perception. They're thinking that there is a hidden trans agenda. There's a secret trans in every corner. And it was always obvious. It was always fucking obvious that, like, it was always obvious that this wasn't about, like, women and protecting the integrity of women's sports. It was just a shield. Just like affirmative action is not about, like, getting Asian people to have better placement in college applications. It's just a shield that white supremacists, fascists, and racists use, okay? Because if they were to say, I don't want black people in Ivy League schools, people would look at them and go, that's racist as fuck. You're weird. Why the fuck are you saying that? Okay? And now we are in the midst of them revealing the fucking ball game from the start. Oh, it doesn't make any fucking sense, but unfortunately, it does not matter how fucking nutty people are. It does not matter how insane people are. This literally happened with Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson personally was running around and bastardizing a hate speech bill that would incorporate transphobia into hate speech. Hate speech was already in the Canadian law, right? And he lied about it. He said if you misgender someone, you're going to jail. Not a single person ever went to jail in Canada over misgendering someone. Okay, not one. And it got so bad, it got so fucking bad that the Canadian Bar Association had to release a statement on it. But nobody fucking cared. Bill C-16 was all the talk of the town. Okay? You think you're more experienced or smarter than Jordan Peterson? Yes. After all, I didn't have a crippling benzo addiction and then allow my daughter to almost kill me by making me take a controversial cold turkey rehab center in fucking Russia and then give me COVID because she wanted to fuck Andrew Tate in the middle of Serbia during peak COVID. So yeah, I think on that front, I would say my room is cleaner and I almost didn't fucking die multiple times by drinking apple juice in the midst of my fucking only meat diet that I keep promoting. So yeah, no, I do think that I'm actually smarter than Jordan Peterson. Yeah, automatically. I think if you almost died drinking apple cider, you're just a bad person. You're a stupid person. It gets even worse. Bill C-16 is toothless. We had a politician who won her seat after calling trans kids pieces of shit in a meal that needed to be removed. Yeah, apple cider vinegar. Yeah. Trump is posting about this shit too. Bro, it is crazy. It is crazy. We are now reaching peak brainworm. We are reaching peak brain rot. Okay? Peak brain rot on this issue. We have officially reached terminal velocity. It does not matter what the truth is. What matters is how people feel about it. Okay? Facts over feelings. No thanks. Feelings over facts. Okay? Angela deserves better. I created a fund for her. Bro, she's an Italian boxer. What are you saying? You're an American congressman running a fucking GoFundMe? Oh, bro, it's over. We're so done. Society is collapsing in front of our fucking eyes, dude. Over the dumbest shit. Or that's it. I can't believe it. I cannot fucking believe it. Carini is known for this. We're experiencing the birth of idiocracy. It's been here for a while. We have officially reached terminal velocity brain rot, where someone can simply claim a falsehood, but because it corresponds to people's biases, they don't care. Why even dedicate so much energy into this? You're just being dragged down to end the spiral of culture war rage. Dude, what do you mean? This is a massive fucking issue. And it's not just an issue due to transphobia, which is something I do care about, right? But it's also a massive issue in terms of like how American culture war agendas have permanently warped people's brains into believing falsehoods that they ride for. Even if they get corrected, it doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter. It makes me lose my fucking mind. How can you say that this is not significant? Like, this is something that is objectively untrue, and it doesn't fucking matter when the president, the former president who's running for re-election, can look at something that is objectively untrue and just post about it. And enough people are like, yeah, I don't really even care that it's not true. I'm just going to keep going with it. Yeah, and this is going to be a massively consequential point, okay? It's crazy where everyone can simply keep repeating something objectively untrue. There will be no corrections, no apologies. Their feelings that, holy fuck, Libs of TikTok is the first comment. I can't even see the fucking Libs of TikTok comment because she blocked me. Bro, you've been covering this for 1.5 hours? Dude, you are exactly the type of fucking person who's going to come back in here and chirp about this shit, okay? Tomorrow when your uncle is posting about it on Facebook or brings it up to you, okay? What we are talking about now is tomorrow's news. It's actually today's news, and it's going to get elevated. Shut the fuck up. No, I can't. I don't have access to the Wired magazine feature. I can't show you guys, unfortunately. And it's so, all athletes are trans. All Olympic records championship stats are voided until we can gender confirm. Yeah, dude, they're saying Katie Ledecky is trans. This one creepy looking dude, I'll be glad when we can officially discount every ridiculous bozo's ranking in women's sports around the world. We have dictionaries for a reason. We have biology for a reason. It is what it is. Besides, they didn't sign up to be Oscar Wilde play. It's a circus out there. Like, you understand this, right? Like, you guys get this. You guys understand what's going on, right? None of these women are trans. We've officially moved on. We don't have trans athletes competing. So now we've moved on to cis women that we are suspecting of being trans. Why? Because they don't correspond to my own personal biases of what a woman should look like. That's it. That's what's going on here. It's something that I have talked about time and fucking time again. Oopsies, I might be guilty. Here's what Logan Paul said. This is the purest form of evil unfolding right before our eyes. A man was allowed to beat up a woman on a global stage, crushing her life dream of fighting for her deceased father. This delusion must end. It's now sitting at 88,000. 88,000 likes. Transgender is illegal in Algeria. I'll wait for the facts. Like Taylor Kniff is on the right side of this story. How the fuck are you not on? I don't know what to say. Like, you got fucking former Vine stars correcting you, Logan Paul. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude? And then he goes, oopsies, I might be guilty of spreading misinformation along with the entirety of this app. Although she's been previously disqualified for failing a gender test, has XY chromosomes, some sources say Iman Khalif was born a biological woman. I stand by my sentiment that biological men should not compete against biological women in any sport, and if you disagree, you're a sick fuck. Doesn't delete it, still continues along with the narrative that she's actually secretly a man. Like, what are we doing? And even his correction got fucking 6,000 likes, while his fucking original tweet is still picking up steam. When we first opened it, it had 68,000 likes. Now it's sitting at 88,000 likes. Fuck! What is happening? I'm mad, and it's not just because of the transphobia, okay? I'm mad about the transphobia, of course, obviously. But I'm also mad about the fact that we are bludgeoning ourselves with brain disease, okay? We are bludgeoning ourselves and actively leaning into the brain rot. Is this a man or a woman? How you respond will determine the strength of your character. It's like, Like, what are we doing here? Everyone's trans, bro. That's it. So many people are reaching the final stage of transphobia, which is when you suspect everyone and anyone of being trans. Probably going to get a lot of backlash. What type of delusion is to keep calling this man a she? Probably going to get a lot of backlash, but was she a man before the way she was built? Maybe she just worked really hard at it, but she really looks like she was a man before. And if that's the truth, then I don't understand why they're making such a big deal that they're beating women when they have a physical ability of a man. If I'm wrong, let me know. Great, but who's this guy in the picture? Is he on a swim team too? I feel so bad for the women of the U.S. swim team who were cheated out of their place in their sport by someone born male beating them out. If steroids are illegal in sports for giving an unfair advantage, this should be too. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Look, that's another cis woman. Another cis woman being transvestigated. American rugby star, Olympian Ilona Meyer, being fucking transvestigated for being brolic, dude. What are we doing?
To be very real here for a second, as you can probably tell, I've been crying a little bit. I always get these comments, but like recently it kind of ramped up. I get comments being called a man and being called masculine and asking if I'm on steroids. There will always be negative people out there, and they put women in a box, and they think of women should be fragile and petite and quiet and meek, but that's not the case. Women can be strong, and they can have broad shoulders, and they can take up space, and they can be big. I think I'm getting emotional because I feel very passionate about this. Don't let anybody try to define or dictate how you feel about yourself. You get to decide that. I'm gonna be very real here for a second.
Bro, we've maxed out on the fucking misogyny. We've maxed out on the transphobia. What the fuck is going on this goddamn platform, dude? Holy shit. Like, Mike Malak's thoughts. My final thoughts. Biological men shouldn't participate in women's sports is one of the core claims of the trans community is we aren't bothering you, so leave us alone. Unfairly messing with people's lifetime dreams is in fact bothersome, so let's not do that. Like, this literally is a conversation that I've tried to have with Mike, and like, it is impossible to break through, okay? And they don't realize, okay? Many people do not fucking realize that, like, this conversation, that's the norm, okay? 70% to 80% of the American public, most people just automatically just hit that line. But what they don't realize is when they're hitting that line, they're also so unimaginably susceptible to just getting swept away with this fucking trans panic because they don't understand. They don't understand that they've already been brain broken into believing this shit, okay? Where they have in their minds this notion that fucking trans people are magically, unimaginably gifted athletes when that is not the fucking case. There are a million different reasons as to why someone outcompetes another person, okay? Including just pure luck too. Biological women, higher testosterone, or other outliers are still women, should play women's sports. What happened today seems akin to questioning the Williams sisters' legitimacy in playing tennis. They surely have a superior setup, and that's why they are athletes. Twitter, currently known as X, moves way too fast with way too little research. Blah, 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 blah. I have wide shoulders and ribs too. I'm on, man. Does this make me get a pay raise and better rights too? Fuck. It's just so incredibly mind-melting and so incredibly frustrating. Can you please shout out my friend's stream? He needs views. No, none of these transphobes better find out about Down syndrome. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, here's Amy Broadhurst who beat Iman defending her. Yeah, have a lot of people texting me over Iman Khalif. Personally, I don't think she has done anything to cheat. I think it's the way she was born, and that's out of her control. The fact that she has been beaten by 9 females before says it all. I mean, this is her trying to do her very best, including she beat her. It's just so fucking annoying, dude. Let people do whatever the fuck they want. Jesus Christ. I just don't understand. What would your reaction have been if you were supposed to fight Khalif? Amy, I have great respect for your boxing legacy. Oh yeah, this is funny. Amy, I have great respect for your boxing legacy, but you missed the mark here. Agreed, the way you're born is out of your control, but it's a clear advantage. It shouldn't be allowed. Amy Broadhurst did fight Iman Khalif in the 2022 World Championship final. She won. I have, for a very long time, warned people that mainlining transphobia makes you more insane. Like, it's not, being trans is not a mental illness. Transphobia is a mental illness, okay? Transphobia is a mental illness. And because gender is mostly just a social construct and an expression that changes throughout time. Gender norms have changed throughout time in the United States of America. They are different in other countries and other cultures. But people don't fucking understand that, and they think it's a rigid binary when it's not. That, like, you finally arrive at the conclusion from the other side when you just start believing that anyone and everyone can be trans, because that's the truth. Anyone and everyone can technically be fucking trans, and you might not know it. So then they fucking hallucinate a world in which, like, oh my God, are my parents trans? There are entire Facebook groups dedicated to this shit. We've covered it extensively. People that just, like, go down this transphobia train and don't understand what they are doing. So they become borderline schizophrenic about the reality that, like, maybe the cash register today that I saw was trans potentially. It seemed like she might have had an Adam's apple. And they don't realize that they're, like, not normal. They don't realize that they're, like, literally living in a world where they're consistently paranoid. And the final stage of, like, terminal brain rot in terms of transphobia is when you start suspecting everyone around you of secretly being trans. There are people in these groups, in these Facebook groups, that literally suspect their parents of being trans. Okay? It sounds like a fucking joke, but that is where a lot of people are heading down. Like, these are Olympic athletes, man. Of course they're built different than the average person. They're literally at the top. Like, they're at the tippy top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. We're going to now listen to the IOC, the Olympic Commission, talk about the boxers' gender test controversy. This all matches conspiracy theory levels of delusion. Yeah, bro, a lot of people look at, like, the Alex Jones type motherfuckers and, like, joke about it, right? Like, we joke about, like, Alex Jones fans hallucinating that, like, another white supremacist shooter actually is, like, a government psyop or whatever, or that, like, an actual shooting that took place, like a school shooting that took place, again, was actually secretly fake and it didn't really happen. We all collectively look and laugh at that. But when it comes to trans issues, a lot of people do that exact same thing and think they're in the right. This is no different than imagining that the Sandy Hook school shooting is not real. Except the difference is fucking JD Vance is tweeting about it and fucking Donald Trump is truthing about it. Do you understand? Like, you got presidential candidates running for president and their VP picks saying, like, nah, that's a trans woman. I don't care. That's actually a man. I don't care. La, la, la. I can't hear you. And it's like, bro, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. But it's so commonplace where people like Pat McAfee, who fucking streams their shit to, like, millions of people, can just get away with saying, I haven't done enough research on this matter, but I'm still going to chirp about it. And it's so goddamn depressing to see people be so fucking stupid. Even if you are not, like, the biggest trans ally, you should still get mad at how fucking stupid these people are. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is not just an issue about transphobia, even though that is at the heart of the matter, right? This is also an issue about, like, how information spreads online and how misinformation, especially on a platform owned by a right-wing shithead billionaire who fucking despises trans people, including his own fucking daughter, who is trans, can just immediately change the narrative, immediately change the reality. What are we doing?
The women's boxing, I haven't done enough research. I saw that
Just shut the fuck up. That's it. If you haven't done research, shut the fuck up until you do research.
The International Boxing Association deemed a couple of the boxers that are in the Olympics, still in the Olympics, not eligible to box in women's boxing because they had too much testosterone, or they were deemed a male, I believe, from XY chromosome, from the research that I've done. So now we're watching the Olympics.
No, you haven't done any research. You saw a fucking Twitter post. That's what you saw. Yeah, they're doing it to fucking Simone Biles too. Now they're doing it to Simone Biles because anyone and everyone is trans, bro. Everyone is trans. Everyone is trans. Women of color have consistently gotten this worse in general. Caster Semenya being, like, one of the most prominent examples. It's like, wow, that person. I hope that there is like a pendulum swing in the other direction inevitably. Okay, because this is so out of control. Fuck. What are we doing, bro? What are we fucking doing? Like, what the fuck is going on? I think that there is going to, I hope that there is going to be a pendulum swing in the other direction where people just go, all right, this is like actually crazy. Because the fact that people are just like running with this narrative when it is straight up false, I don't know what to do here. Like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Olympics, and this Italian girl has made it. She's boxing, committed her whole life to boxing. Committed her whole life, this girl. Her dad passed away, I do believe.
Yeah, very recently.
Very recently. I assume her and her dad hit, like, I assume this is a big story.
Like, they're hitting this angle from the auspices of like defending women, right? Defending the integrity of women's sports. Bro, you're literally shitting on another woman, okay? You're just straight up saying like, well, I prefer one woman over the other because one woman looks kind of brolic. Fuck.
And then all of a sudden she finds herself in the Olympics moving forward, and she has to fight somebody from Algeria who has been banned from other competitions because not woman enough to compete. And then 46 seconds into her Olympic fight with this person from...
Are you delusional? Am I? I'm the delusional one, you think? This woman is not a trans woman, bro. Like, I don't even care if she was, but she's not even a trans woman. And I'm the delusional one because enough people are saying that she is trans. So we're just going to run with that? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing?
This woman from Algeria basically taps out broken nose. Then afterwards she cries and she's like, I've never been punched that hard in my life. And it's like, for me, I know this conversation has been happening for a few years. I just don't understand how we got to this point. And I am coming from a very empathetic point of view as well. Because as we all kind of learned about the transgender situation that was happening for people, I think we're all incredibly like bummed that like that would be terrible. If your soul did not match your physical body, that would be quite a conflict every single day. I have no idea how that would test you in the morning. Like every day you wake up, you're just not who you're supposed to be. Like I have a lot of empathy for that. But the soul being of a different sex of your physical body is something that people much smarter than me are gonna, have to talk about. But when it comes to sports, it's like the physical.
I haven't steered you wrong. No, I'm not gonna watch a born with testicles in my stomach intersex awareness video. Like, I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. Time and place, time and place, time and place, time and place. Shut the fuck up. Time and place.
Especially in these physical, is the one competing. So I think there should be some sort of conversation there, especially at very, very high levels, because whenever you're talking about Olympics and dreams and chasing, that girl bawling her eyes out from Italy, it's like, think about her entire life was committed. Then she gets into a fight with somebody who physically is going to be, more capable just throughout history than she even has the possibility of being. Like, if you just look at a simple stat here, let's just do the swimming. Okay, here's the women's swimming gold medals time.
Yeah, that's a great take, man. Yeah, when you look at women's swimming, okay, when you look at women's swimming, Katie Ledecky just won gold, and motherfuckers are saying she's a man too. You understand? The only difference between you and Ian Miles Chong in the situation is that like enough more people are hyper focusing on the boxing one, and you're both wrong. You're both wrong in the exact same fucking way, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, right? Because the truth doesn't matter. What matters is, are there enough people on one social media platform that believe this false narrative, believe this falsehood? Oh my God. You're transvestigated too by him? Is this a man or woman? Bro, there is nothing funnier than this. Like, dude, look at me and then look at you, Ian. You don't even fucking look human. We don't even look like the same species. And you're out here fucking being like, is this a man or a woman? Like, what kind of fucking stupid shit is this? I, for one, think that a major social media platform, never do that again. I, for one, think that a major social media platform like this, actively giving the entirety of its user base brainworms, is probably not good for a healthy, functioning society. We cannot have normal discourse if half of the population, or even larger percentages of the population that are literally on this fucking platform, have actively been brain rotted into hallucinating narratives. Okay? Unfollowed. Wait, what? I always knew you had a thing against Malaysians, but this is crossing the line. Bitch, I love Malaysians. What the fuck are you talking about? You really want to ride or die for Ian Miles Chung? As in being a Malaysian man? Really? That's what you're going to do here? Malaysia is the #1 anti-American country on the planet out of all of the nations that are fucking tested on that. Meanwhile, Ian Miles Chung is fucking running around actively. Ian Miles Chung should not be talking about men pretending to women or whatever the fuck. Men pretending to be women or whatever the fuck. When he is pretending to be a human and pretending to be an American. Okay? He should worry about his own goddamn life. Motherfucker acts like... Motherfucker tweets every day. Never step foot on U.S. soil. Tweets every day like he's in Portland, Oregon. It is so insane. Here, let's listen to this. Actually, wait, let's finish the Pat McAfee coverage.
From this particular Olympics, and then the men's swimming gold medal times from this particular Olympics. And we're talking about the best in the world. There's a couple Olympic records in here. There's a couple world records in here. We're talking about the best of all time. The men's ones are faster. That is just natural. And, you know, there's a women.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Yes, cis men on many sports, many physical sports, cis men will usually at the top of the ticket will outcompete cis women. Okay, that's true. Except people think that like you get to compete in the Olympics as a trans woman by being a fucking cis man your whole life and then one day being like, I'm a trans woman now. Like, that's not how that works. Okay, it's so stupid. That's not how this fucking works. That's why you're pointing to something that is not happening. Okay.
Women's basketball, there's a women's golf tee, women's volleyball, the net is a little bit lower. These are things that have just been happening since, you know, the beginning of sports. And then all of a sudden now the conversation has turned like, no, there is no difference. It's like, there is, especially at a very high level. And I just hope that the people who are much smarter than us can kind of sort through that. Because once again, a lot of empathy. Want you to live your absolute best life. But I have a daughter who is 15 months old. Happy anniversary to my lovely bride. I have a daughter who's 15 months old. And if she works her entire life, okay, to get to a massive platform, to the biggest competition of all time, and then all of a sudden she has to take on, like, that's just, that is unfair. And I know that it's not every woman in every male physical body, we're not talking about souls, we're talking about physical bodies, are gonna be like better, but it's like at those high level of competition.
Oh my God. Okay, I can't listen to this brain rot.
Updates from Paris 2024 site this morning has been.
The entire purpose of sports is that it's unfair, bro. Shut the fuck up. What are we doing? Like, the entire purpose of sports is unfair. People have natural advantages, okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Not only do people have natural advantages, but people also have like significant advantages in terms of like like their development, right? Their material conditions. That's why stories like the South Sudanese team coming together from a country that doesn't have one singular fucking indoor basketball court is a phenomenal story. That's what makes this so amazing, okay? Nutrition differences, like people coming in from other countries, like third world countries that like do not have the same access to nutrition, access to exercise science, access to the latest and greatest in fucking development, outcompeting people that do have access to that. It's about overcoming great odds. That's what's beautiful about sports. It is never supposed to be this blanket, equity field. It's like one of the only places where like there is some semblance of meritocracy. And these guys are literally breaking their brains over this concept and being like, I'm imagining that some people have like, this advantage, this like magical advantage. It's so fucking stupid. And I've talked about this quite a bit. You could say horrible take all you fucking want, but it's the truth. I don't know what you're talking about. But like, I never hear anybody chirping about Messi getting hormone therapy early on. I believe it was Barcelona, right? In their scouting program that took a massive fucking bet with Messi. He had a genetic condition. Which he had to get growth hormone for early on in his life. Okay? Ain't nobody fucking talks about that. Everybody talks about how brilliant and how incredible Messi is. Yeah, he had to get human growth hormone. FC Barcelona made the best deal in the history of football, signing a young Lionel Messi from Argentina at the age of 13. The contract signed on a napkin was predicated on Football Club Barcelona paying for Messi's medical treatment. Messi was diagnosed with a growth hormone disorder, or GHD. It is often called idiopathic short stature, but there are problems that go beyond being shorter than average. The treatments were expensive, $900 monthly expense that his modest family could not afford. River Plate and Newell's Old Boys, storied Argentinian clubs, passed on that expense despite the promise of a very young Messi. The treatments were injections of human growth hormone. For someone with GHD, this is a life changer, allowing them to not only develop greater height, but also help deal with a variety of internal issues such as pituitary function, skin and teeth problems, poor vision, lower immunity. The use of HGH is banned in almost all sports, amateur and professional, but there are two things that need to be made clearer. First, Messi's use was likely discontinued after he reached adulthood. Football Club Barcelona and Messi's representatives did not respond to my request for comment on the issue and have made no public comments in years regarding Messi's medical treatments. While GHD continues, the importance of it to development and function is reduced. If it did continue, a player with a diagnosed medical condition, especially one that is long-standing and well-documented like Messi's, could apply for a therapeutic use exemption. Okay? But ain't nobody's going to ever bring that up, and they shouldn't bring that up. Okay? They should not bring that up because that would be ridiculous. So not only are there examples that we talk about with respect to natural genetic advantages that certain people have over others, like Michael Phelps' incredibly long wingspan that is like insane, right? That allows him to outcompete everybody else that nobody fucking chirps about, or Wemby's fucking height, or LeBron James being 6'9", 250 pounds and having incredible fucking footwork. These are all genetic advantages, but beyond that, there's so much hard work that goes into it. That is what makes sports great. Okay? If people like myself and all these other fucking couch potatoes were out there trying to compete, it would not be fun. It would not be entertaining. The entire field of sports is supposed to be this like multitude of factors coming together. Okay? Social conditioning, material conditions, and also genetic advantages that allow people to thrive in this environment, overcoming great fucking odds. These people that are complaining about a cis woman are saying, I just don't like the way she looks. I don't believe that she is not a trans woman, and I think that she shouldn't be allowed. Okay? It's crazy. If you think unfairness is a part of sports, do you think men and women should compete in the same category? I don't personally care that there are gender differences in, or like there's a male and female category in sports. But I also don't have an issue with trans men and trans women competing either. Okay? But we're not even talking about trans men and trans women at this point. We're talking about cis women being suspected of being trans. Your community makes me not want to accept trans people. And I've been an ally. You take it way too far. You're no different than the MAGA people. Forcing trans women to compete against cis women is sexiest towards women. You no different than the MAGAs. What? Brother, ain't nobody is forcing you to be a certain way. Okay? Have some backbone. Like, what are you? Are you a child? Do you have a fucking child brain? Like, what's happening? Oh, man. I heard you make an argument about, like, people that we actually place the emphasis on in terms of, like, using hormones and people that we don't care when they use hormones. And that actually made me transphobic? What do you mean forcing you to be transphobic? It seems like you just got that dog in you regardless, and you don't want to come to terms with that. So you just want to like point the finger of blame somewhere else. He figured you out? Yeah, he did. He sure did. Anyway.
Look ahead to
the testosterone is not a perfect test. Many women can have testosterone which is in what would be called male levels, and still be women and still compete as women. So this panacea, this idea that suddenly you do one test for testosterone and that sorts everything out, not the case, I'm afraid. But each sport needs to deal with its issues. They know their sports and their disciplines the best, and you need to target and tailor, I should say, the testing and so on with that. But I think we're all agreed, I hope we're all agreed, that we're not calling for people to go back to the bad old days of sex testing. I think
if the Democrats drop the ball on this, they are the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. They should be hammering this talking point over and over again about how fucking unimaginably weird Republicans are being about this, including with American athletes that are gold medal winners, like Katie Ledecky, American athletes like that rugby star, that they're just like they're just so fucking unhinged, and they're like suspecting that there's a trans person in every goddamn corner because they've brain broken themselves into thinking that we have to have penis inspection day, not realizing that that actually ends up overwhelmingly harming cis girls, okay? Because there are significantly more cis girls than there are trans girls, okay? And that's why when they do penis inspection day in the form of legislation, as Republicans have passed in places like Ohio, that's just gonna be weird, creepy motherfuckers being like, I suspect your daughter of being a trans woman, so that's right, come on, drop your trowels, I gotta check your pussy. That's what the Republicans want. That's the future that they're fucking advocating for, and you dumb motherfuckers are letting that happen, okay? Creepy ass motherfuckers, bro. I swear to God.
Which was a terrible, terrible thing to do, and I'm sure we all agree that that is not the way forward in this.
Democrats better not say nothing, bro. 85% of USA's brain rotted when it comes to the subject. Fuck no. That's so stupid, dude. That is not only cowardly, but unimaginably stupid. This is what we mean when we say people are weird, okay? And no, 85% of the country is not like this. 85% of Twitter is like this. So you are looking at Twitter and you think that that is an accurate snapshot of how the rest of the country thinks. 20% in Twitter's peak, 20% of the American public was using this fucking platform, okay? That's a lot of people, but that was at its peak. Now it's all bots, porn accounts, and fucking murder porn, okay? And right-wing Nazis like you've never seen. Clarissa Shields, GOAT woman boxer right now, gave a take for the New York Times defending her. Clarissa Shields, a professional boxer who in 2012 became the first American woman to win an Olympic gold medal, said in an interview that she did not remember undergoing testosterone testing when she competed as an amateur. She said women with naturally high testosterone levels should not be punished and that there should be transparent testing protocols. Twitter said it, so it's biased, KEKW. I mean, yeah, it is. Something that is like blowing up on Twitter does not mean that it is the actual narrative that a lot of people believe. And it doesn't matter what the fucking narrative is on Twitter regardless. You should still advocate for the truth. What are we talking about? The idea that we just have to fucking lean in to these transphobic weirdos who have lost their fucking minds on transphobia so much that they are literally fucking like shitting on cis women and suspecting them of being trans because they're fucking brolic is insane. We can't punish a woman for naturally having something that other women don't have, Shields said. That's like saying, oh, she's too strong to be at this weight. She's knocking everybody out. We're going to put her in the men's division. It has to be some facts that make sense.
Situation.
And your answer, and one of the most vocal, critic.
This involves real people, and we're talking about real people's lives here. They have competed, and they continue to compete in the women's competition. They have lost. And
wait, what? She posted this? Just did an interview with Fox News about this. I'm taking a stand. Women should fight against women. Men fight against men. And transgenders fight against transgenders. This is ridiculous. And I'm heartbroken for the women boxers of the Olympics. Wait, what? Is this the same person? Why the fuck did she give the New York Times an entirely different quote? What changed since this morning? Yeah, Mike Tirico just addresses on the broadcast right now, saying that it's because IOC took over from IBA. IBA is corrupt and the decision was wrong. Balance the unemotional reporting, basically telling people to move the fuck on. Yeah.
And they have won against other women throughout over the years. And by the way, this should make this absolutely clear for everyone. This is not a transgender issue. I know you know that, but I think there has been some misreporting on this. And I think it's very, very important to say that this is not a transgender issue. These women have been competing in competitions for many years. Just the spectacle. We need to have a new boxing federation, and sadly, if we don't have one, we won't have boxing in Los Angeles. We really want it for all sorts of reasons, and not just the spectacle, but because it actually does a great deal of social good. So we are really hoping that there will be a federation that can deal with these issues. As you know, the current eligibility is based on Tokyo, which is only 3 years ago.
The craziest part about it is you see the photo and they're like, surely that's a dude. And that's so funny because what the fuck do you look like, dumb fuck? Well, what do you look like? Okay? It's not. You're just being a rude piece of shit. Like, you're just being a rude piece of shit. That's it. That's all this is. It's just you vice signaling. You're like, oh, well, I don't find her to be fuckable. So she's not a woman? That's what it is?
Well, this was a moment of history. It happened earlier today in France, and a major controversy, too, has now erupted out of Paris. An Algerian boxer shown in the red uniform who failed a gender eligibility test last year has now won an opening fight after only 46 seconds. Her opponent breaking down in tears, calling it, quote, unjust. Greg Palcott picks it up from London with more on what happened in the ring. Greg.
Hey, Bill. Yeah, big controversy indeed at the Olympics. A boxer deemed a biological male beating an Italian female opponent with the...
That's awesome. That's not what this is at all. Every part of this is wrong. Literally every part of this is wrong. And this is being covered as like truthful, accurate news. This isn't just like Jesse Waters. This is the objective reporting arm of Fox News. You need to understand this. Like, this is the morning show. Okay? In the morning show, if you know anything about fucking Fox News, the morning part of the show is supposed to be more objective, like real news coverage. Okay? This speaks truth, and the reason this shit is happening, the damage and wokeness that libs of TikTok have done on this app cannot be overstated 100%. This is why I really don't think both sides are the same, man. This is just awful. They just completely lie about shit. Now with zero care for reality. I never said both sides are the same. Okay, but if the Democratic Party fucking is fearful of the transphobic sentiment that they're hearing from broader subsects of society and don't actually fucking actively fight back against this, then Democratic Party politicians are the same as the Republican Party politicians, because at the end, the ultimate changes in society are still going to be led by the Republican Party. Okay, Icy Vert made it on the broadcast back-to-back days. Damn, yeah. Oh, like, this is a big fucking deal. The reason why I'm talking about this is not because, like, oh, here Hasan goes again defending trans people. Who gives a shit? Like, first of all, I do give a shit. Okay, it's still a form of bigotry that I think is completely unacceptable. That's number one. Number two is that this goes even beyond transphobia in this situation, because it is at the heart of my major problem with the age of disinformation online. Okay, this is not even a trans person, but people are just running with this narrative that she is a trans person, that she is a biological male, born a biological male, which is like inherently transphobic to begin with. Okay, but it's like, you don't understand. I'm not only just defending trans women in this situation, I'm defending cis women too. That is a cis woman that they're just calling a man. How do we get here?
Italian crying out, I couldn't take it anymore, despite failing that gender test by the...
Like, look. Next time we should just start allowing these boxers to bring brass knuckles because they identify as brass knuckle having females. It's like, bro, that's a woman, dog. That's a woman. You think she's not, but that is a woman. Not a trans woman, a cis woman, okay? That is a cis woman, okay? She got a pussy, she got a uterus. That's a cis woman. Do you feel me? Do you understand me on this? You are suspecting her of not being that, and you're just running along with that. And you're hitting this with like the classic transphobia angle, which is like, I personally think I identify as an attack helicopter. Like, that's what you're doing here.
International Boxing Association, and being banned from an international tournament last year.
What the fuck?
Algerian 25-year-old.
Bro, they hit a fucking 9/11 image, dude. That's so funny. That's hilarious. They accidentally slid the 9/11 image in there.
Khalif was okayed by Olympic authorities to compete. And apparently today it was a very one-sided fight with Italian Angela Carini, also 25. After just 46 seconds and several sharp punches to the head, including the nose by Khalif, Carini abandoned the fight, threw her helmet to the floor, stormed off the boxing ring, and in fact went on to say that she had never felt such strong blows in a contest before. Now, Algerian Khalif has competed for several years in other international tournaments, including the Olympics, but was banned last year due to, according to officials, elevated levels of testosterone. Algerian sports officials have called the charges against Khalif baseless, but others have raised concerns.
This isn't even that person. What is happening? This isn't even Khalif. They're just like showing a... Dude, this reporting does not even like... This reporting is basically just straight up like what I suspect from like a psychotic, transphobic, like right-wing YouTube page. Okay? Like, that's crazy. Like, they don't even give a fuck.
Concerns about the health of opposing athletes when, according to one, a man fights a woman. And Khalif is not the only one getting attention. Taiwan boxer Lin Yu-ting is competing in the Olympics, including a fight tomorrow, and has also been deemed a biological male, according to the International Boxing Association. In a statement.
Yeah, there's a reason why this is not IBA standards, okay? Like, and it's not because of woke. It's not because of woke gender. Like, the IOC is not using IBA standards, okay? What the fuck? What is happening?
And the IBA said in part, this test conclusively indicated that both athletes did not meet necessary eligibility criteria and were found to have competitive advantages over other female competitors. One more quote from the defeated Italian: boxing is a sport that teaches you to have respect for the opponent. It cannot and must not become an abuse. Back to you, Bill.
What a story. I think it's quite a moment in this whole campaign, whether it's here or overseas. Greg, thank you for that in London. We got more on this now, Dana.
Want to bring in Clarissa Shields. She's a professional boxer and a two-time Olympic gold medalist. It's great to have you. And her necklace there says "GWOAT" was the greatest woman of all time. It is really good to have you here. You've competed in 2 Olympics. This, you told us in the break, was not an issue when you were in the Olympics. And there's the medals. What do you think about all of this?
Well, my first Olympics, I was 17 years old, so I hadn't even fully developed as a woman, so I couldn't imagine getting inside the ring with the biological man. I mean, even though I spar against the men, but fighting for the Olympics is way bigger than that. It's so much more on the line. So to have to go on there with the opposite gender when, look, women fight against women, men fight against men. So I don't even see how the Olympics done something like this.
You know, I watched this video earlier today, Clarissa. Have you seen it, of the Italian boxer saying, I'm out? Have you seen the video yet?
I've seen it.
I mean, she really looked scared to me. What did you think?
You know, I grew up in a gym sparring against a lot of guys and stuff, but every fighter, woman fighter does not do that. So the power to her did seem like it was much bigger and much stronger. And it did scare her, you know, and I don't know how old she is, but it's still like when you're born a man, you're already born with the bigger muscles and a bigger neck, and you've grown up to be a man. You know, you didn't change genders when you was a kid. So it's, to me, it's just unfair. And I just can't believe that it's being done. And I just couldn't.
That's crazy that she literally gave a fucking, the exact opposite quote to the New York Times. Like, none of what she is saying happened. None of what she is saying happened in this situation. They're just making all this shit up. Will there be any fucking corrections on this? Probably not. There's no other world where like the natural genetic advantages that one person has over the other is considered to be inappropriate. That's what makes sports great. Okay? Look at the ticker. No indication that Khalif or Lin identify as transgender or intersex.
Imagine it happening to me.
There's not that many women who are willing to stand up and say this is wrong.
One of the craziest parts about this is like being a black woman who's a dominant athlete, not realizing that like black women who are dominant athletes are the first to be transvestigated, like historically, including Serena Williams, but like not limited to just Serena Williams either. So, like, they will call you a man soon, too, when your fucking highlight reel comes out, okay? And is, like, recirculating. This is what a lot of women who are engaging in this kind of fucking transphobia don't understand. They don't get it. People don't understand it. They're doing it to Simone Biles right now. They're doing it to Katie Ledecky. Iman Khalif, Duty Chan, Caster Semenya, Anit Nageza. Anyone noticing a common thread among female athletes who have been falsely subjected to transphobic attacks and allegations? Yeah, the Katie Ledecky one is the unique one because she's a white blonde woman. But yeah, usually it's just women of color that get fucking transvestigated aggressively. I mean, this is such a bad take. What is a bad take? It's not a bad take at all. This is very common. People do this shit. People do this shit to female athletes of color so much. Okay? They do this to female athletes of color non-fucking stop. I don't know what you already said, but Karina shouted, it's not fair, it's not fair. Then when all the mess started, her coach said that she had a problem with her teeth. Many people in Italy thought she wanted a spot in the Maloney government, but who knows? Yeah, it's just racism and misogyny. It's fucking lame as hell.
And you know, I admire you for doing so. Do you think the Olympics will have
They're
a change of
starting to get
heart here?
community
I mean, if you
notes.
see her, that young woman from Italy, she worked just as hard as anybody else to get to the Olympics, and her dream was dashed in 46 seconds because of him.
It is very hard to qualify for the Olympics. You have to go through
Yo, this shit is gross, man. You're a fucking freak. You're a fucking disgusting freak piece of shit.
so many different.
You're like deliberately misgendering. Crowder closed. The male stole Angela Carini's Olympic dream and her promise to her late father. I mean, I don't want to watch this fucking washed up loser, dude. Bro, she tapped out in 45 seconds and we're still having this conversation. Once again, I want to point out that they are doing this to everybody. They're doing this to Katie Ledecky. They're doing this to they're doing this transvestigation to the American rugby player. Jake Paul, this is sickening. This is a travesty. It doesn't matter what you believe. This is wrong and dangerous. Yeah, you're right, man. 96,000 likes. This is her a few hours ago. She seems to have done a lot of talking. Yeah, Algerian boxer was born a woman. Iman is a woman. She has hyperandrogenism, a condition characterized by abnormally high androgen levels in the blood, leading to elevated testosterone in the presence of XY chromosomes. This is a natural disorder. I don't even know that we know that, by the way. Like, we don't even know if that's the case. That's what the suspicion is. Do you see the whole fight? I don't mean to be disrespectful to the other Italian lady, but she's just genuinely ass at boxing. She dropped her guard and took on punches that I don't think amateur boxers would even take. Here, I'll watch the 45. Well, Eurosport's unavailable in my region. Imagine being from a rural region of fucking Algeria, okay? And like working your whole goddamn life, getting fucking 9 knockouts. Like you've lost 9 fights. I think that not all 9 of them were KOs. You finally fucking get to this situation where you're like dominant, competing at the fucking global stage, and you beat your opponent in 45 seconds because she can't keep her hands up, breaks her fucking nose, and quits 45 seconds in. And then the entire world's like, sorry, you're too fucking brolic. So I don't think you're a woman. I think you have a penis. I'm going to imagine that you have a penis. And literally everyone's like, hey, here's our united statement, joint Paris 2024 boxing unit IOC statement. This is a woman. This is a cis woman. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a cis woman. While the statement is welcome, it's important to stand in solidarity with Iman, who has been subjected to the worst kinds of attacks. Okay, that's not bad. Never mind. I thought that the response is still, he's a man. This is fucking mental illness, dude. This is just mental illness. There's nothing else here. 13.5 KO percentage. She's had 5 KOs and she's lost 9 fights. Oh, Elon deleted all his tweets about Iman. Yeah, fuck that piece of shit. Cowardly piece of shit. He's probably worried he's going to get sued for defamation, except his entire fucking platform is still running with this narrative, regardless of the fact that, you know, he deleted his own personal fucking tweets. Freak. Bitch ass. Ignore the tweet, but here's the full fight. Yeah, Riley Gaines. Riley Gaines is another perfect representation of this. Riley Gaines herself is brolic as shit. The very same transphobic people think she's a man. And her entire career is constantly pointing at fucking cis women and being like, they're probably men. They're probably trans. It's like, bro, look at your own damn self. You got brolic ass shoulders. Look at your goddamn fucking clavicles, dumb fuck. What are you doing running around calling cis women trans for being brolic? You fucking idiot. J.K. Rowling posted this shit too. I woke up to this like unimaginable cruelty on the fucking timeline. That shit is so annoying, dude. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Well, good afternoon.
Okay, there's a big fucking prisoner swap that happened with Russia. We're going to be talking about that.
Afternoon.
I got to pee. Fuck.
And this is a very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. Today we're bringing home Paul, Evan, Alsu, Vladimir. 3 American citizens and 1 American green card holder. All 4 have been imprisoned unjustly in Russia. Paul for nearly 6 years. Vladimir since 2022. Evan since March of 2023. And Alsu since October of 2023. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever. None. Paul, a former Marine, was in Russia for a wedding. Evan, a journalist with a Russian in Russia, was in Russia, signed by the Wall Street Journal. Alsu, also a journalist, was in Russia to see family. All three falsely accused of being spies. And Vladimir was a Russian citizen by birth and holds an American green card. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was a pallbearer at my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime, and for that he was convicted of treason. And now, their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free. Moments ago, the families and I were able to speak to them on the telephone from the Oval Office. They're out of Russia. Earlier today, they were flown to Turkey, and soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's relief.
Let's go, Turkey mention. Also, Paul Whelan, 100p was a spy, and not even a good one at that. So make no mistake on that. Like Evan Greer, perfectly valid, right? Like Evan Greer, perfectly valid to be released. Like it was ridiculous that he was even fucking arrested to begin with. Classic fucking Russian bullshit, okay? Classic Russian government bullshit. Paul Whelan, on the other hand, straight up a spy. It is so funny that people were just like, oh, you don't understand. That man is a passport enthusiast, okay? That's why he had like 8 passports on him. Like, no, he was a spy. He was not even a good spy, for the record. Like, the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, he was caught red-handed with defense intel and classified documents. He was like, oh, I'm just actually simply going to my friend's wedding, and we're enthusiasts of classified intelligence. Anyway. Yeah, but Evan, ridiculous. Evan was like a Brittany Griner type situation, straight up. Like he got locked away specifically for politics, right? Like they locked his ass up because he was a journalist reporting on the fucking news in Russia. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Classic fucking bullshit. Okay? Didn't he buy a flash drive from an FSB agent? Yes.
Friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally.
The Paul Whelan, dude, honestly, the Paul Whelan story is so funny. Nah, bro, he was just going to a wedding and suddenly someone throw those things onto his lap. That's how things work in Russia. Like how you throw the top of the hour ad break in our face. Bro, I thought we were vibing. I thought you were making a funny joke. Why do you do this to me? Why must you do this to me? Lol, dude at a wholesome moment with Hasan and then just dashed him. It's fucked. It's fucked to do that. It's fucked to do that shit. Okay? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can avoid seeing those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. Bro went into it full chest too, thinking it was a joke. 10-10 get played nerd. Yeah, I mean, it was funny. Not a fan of gender binary. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well. These 16 prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, 5 Germans, 7 Russian citizens who are political prisoners in their own country. One of those Russians runs a human rights organization, Memorial, which won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others work with...
Bro, they should release that Twitch streamer. Holy shit. There was literally a Twitch streamer that's like talking about Bucha that got fucking got. Did they release her? There was a Russian Twitch streamer that literally got fucking arrested and put in prison for talking about what Russia was doing in Bucha. It's crazy shit. Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the million different fucking reasons why I'm not like, I never push Z and regularly shit on Vladimir Putin, and am also genuinely afraid of like going to a country like Russia in general. But like it's not, America's involvement in Ukraine aside, Ukraine is absolutely in the right for wanting to rid its nation state of this invasion. But yeah, here it is. The Moscow Times, Russian truth streamer jailed 55 years for the Bucha testimonies. Like, this is, or not 55, 5.5 years. This is completely unacceptable. Okay? Like, ridiculous. Moscow court on Wednesday sentenced truth streamer Anna Bazutova to 5.5 years in prison for live streaming witness testimony about alleged Russian atrocities in the Ukrainian city of Bucha. It's fucked up. It's disgusting and vile. The 30-year-old Bazutova, speaking for the Glass Defenders Box, said in reaction to the ruling against her. The Ostankino District Court in northern Moscow found the streamer guilty of spreading fake information about the Russian army on her Twitch channel. This is a harsh sentence. We will appeal, Bazutova's lawyer, Andrei Nevrev, said. Kiev accuses the Russian military of carrying out a massacre of civilians in Bucha during its retreat in spring 2022. Moscow rejects these allegations and claims the killings were staged by the West. Yeah, staged. Sure. Okay, anyway. You are 1,000% on Russia's and Israel's list. You know that, right? I mean, I hope not. I love Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu. Please don't kill me. Okay. Kiev accuses the Russian military. I push Z. I am Israel Chai. Okay. I'm Israel Chai. Please. I'm on a lot of lists, to be honest. Like, there's not really much you can do about it if you're a fucking person of integrity and honesty. It is gonna be what it is. Okay. Okay. I'm pro-Israel. Don't kill me. Yeah. Let's get back to the story.
With Alexei Navalny, political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year. Now they can live safely abroad and continue their work of advocating for democracy if they so choose. This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. They stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions. Released prisoners being held in their countries who are justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions...
Masadayız. Masa biziz amına koyayım. Masa biziz. You see that? He said Turkey, bro. The world trembles at the mention, the mere mention of the word Slovenia. No. The word trembles at the mere thought of how much Turkey participated in this. Do you understand? He said it multiple times now. He said it multiple fucking times, bro. He said, Turkey, we couldn't have done it without you. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's right. That's the motherfucking leader of the free world, bro. Put some respect on it. Meanwhile, Israel's like, get Turkey out of NATO. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't hear your word. I don't hear your name being mentioned in this process. All I hear is Turkey, Turkey, Turkey. Put us back on the F-35 program. Fuck it, dude.
Allies matter. They do. They matter. And today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world. Friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon.
That's right, baby. That's right. Çağlardan çağlara yürü 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 yolumuz uzun. This is an unimaginably racist, ultra-nationalist song, but it kind of goes hard. Oh, the greatest of wolves, baby. Turkish ultra-nationalism is so fucking funny to me because it's like, bro, it's basically borderline furry adjacent, and you're talking about how the pan-Turkic race is like, the pan-Turkic race is so supreme that 40 Turks are worth the entirety of China. And it's just like, it's silly. You know what I mean? It's like watching the fucking Indian fascists like do workouts where they do like jump rope and shit. It has that same energy, even though they're, you know, aggressive, violent, awful in general, but yürü 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 yolumuz uzun. Düşmanlarım kahrolsun. Okay. All right. There's a specific niche that understands what you're saying right now. Put it in terms of American hawk, so I may enjoy it as well. Ultra nationalism, especially in a country like Turkey, is not something that I can explain to Americans because there's no like Like, Americans are too invested in eating jalapeno poppers to have like a sense of hyper nationalistic sentiment. The average Turkish person will beat the shit out of you if you like desecrate the flag. It is illegal to do so. Like, the average Turkish person, the most liberal fucking Turkish person. That's why I kind of understand where, you know, the leftist Israelis are coming from whenever they fucking talk. America is too global of a force, too dominant worldwide, and too invested in capitalism to have like a sense of nationalistic, like a sense of national identity. After all, look at this shit. Bro, you want to know a great example of this? Fucking Americans saying that like Simone Biles is trans. There is no world in which, in Turkey, there is no world in which, or in any other country, where they would ever let you do that shit. If you came out and were like, oh, I'm going to do my own weird culture war thing, when your country is fucking medal winning, there is no world. They would beat the fuck out of you. They would literally, they'd be like, shut the fuck up. That's why you see the Algerian, like, look at the Algerian football club account. Like, that is a perfect demonstration of like America's lack of like real nationalistic sentiment. Like, it's just not even like, there's no world. Yeah, this is what many countries don't have things, right? Many countries don't have things. They don't have the nice things that Americans have and take for granted on a daily basis. So this is the one thing that they have, right? So the Olympics is pretty fucking important for them. So they would never allow in a million fucking years to let you disparage their gold medal winning athlete. Americans, on the other hand, are so invested in their own like minutia, their weird culture war issues, shit like that, that they literally will rip into their own fucking athletes. They'll talk about like how, oh, I can't believe fucking LeBron is the flag bearer. Like, that is a completely unacceptable take.
Especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this. Our alliances make our people safer, and we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well. That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom, for liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today. I want to thank everyone in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did not start just on day one. It started before day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration. I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad, many since before I took office. Additionally, I issued an executive order in 2022 authorizing penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government. Deals like this one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad. And so we'll continue to work for the release of all wrongfully detained Americans around the world. Let me end where I began, with Paul, Evan, and also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. We can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while. All kidding aside, can't imagine their joy.
I mean, fuck it, even if they're Israeli, actually. Like, bro, there's like a shit ton of American Israeli dual citizens that are still fucking apprehended. And this dumb fuck can't even put together a goddamn ceasefire and hostage release program because our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East has decided that they're going to be dog walking us in broad daylight publicly.
Right now, they're home. Tomorrow's a big day, the 13th birthday of Miriam. Miriam, where are you? Come here. You all know we have a tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. You ready? All of you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam. Happy birthday to you. Remember, no serious guys till you're 30. God love you. She's Alsu's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate with her mom. That's what this is all about. Families able to be together again, like they should have been all along. So I want to thank you again to everyone who did their part. In just a few hours, we'll welcome home our fellow Americans. We're looking forward to that. God willing, we're going to be out at Andrews and get that done. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is a good day.
What did you say to them on the phone, sir? What did you say when they answered the phone on the other side?
I said, welcome almost home.
How do you countries, these so-called abductor states, from simply taking more Americans in order to get more of their prisoners home? How do you end these perverse incentives, sir?
Or advising people not to go certain places.
Bro, the American media is so insane. Come on, man. This is like, this is a good thing, man. I said this with Brittany Griner. Like how fucking freak-like are you? You're literally staring at the hostage families and being like, hey, the president, you're just giving a perverse incentive for these countries to capture more American citizens because you will inevitably release, you know, Russian prisoners at their behest. It's like, bro, their fucking families are right there, bro. Have some decency, dude. What the fuck? That's insane. Like, that's insane. It's a good thing. It is always objectively a good thing to release hostages, okay? What the fuck? You are one boring streamer, you. Good one.
Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
Negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with 6 countries to secure these releases?
Well, look,
Turkey made it
I'm not
easy.
going to take
Say
the time now, but I'll do this later in the
Say
week.
it. Turkey made that shit easy as hell.
I particularly own a great sense of gratitude to the Chancellor. The demands they're making of me required me to get some significant concessions from Germany, which they originally concluded they could not do because of the person in question. But everybody stepped up. Poland stepped up. Slovenia stepped up. Turkey stepped up.
Yep.
And it matters to have relationships. It really does.
Turkey
These things matter. Pardon me?
Could this improve relations with Russia? Is there any avenue for that after this prisoner exchange deal?
Good question. Not a bad question, a good question. Why is that a good question? Because up until this moment, the posturing from our State Department has been no talks with Russia whatsoever. That's unacceptable. We can't even talk to them. You have to. That's it. You have to get together China, Russia, Ukraine, and all of Ukraine's allies at the table in order to put together a ceasefire that will be acceptable by every party in an effort to avoid further death. That's it. And the American government has kept saying like, nah, we can't talk to them. 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 And it's actually been genuinely bad. They have to do that. So I think that's a good question.
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
Did you ever speak with Vladimir Putin about this? Or would you be willing to speak with Putin now directly?
I don't need to speak with Putin.
Anyway. How did you weigh that decision?
Bro, you are the leader of the free world, dog. What are we talking about? Like, dude, Nixon's administration normalized relations with China. Like, every American president has at some point communicated with the USSR. What are we doing? Like, are you a fucking child? What is this? I hate this narrative, man. No, it's not Chad to be like, oh, I don't need to speak with him. No, it's lame as fuck, dude. You have to do diplomacy. You have to do diplomacy.
I got home innocent people. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Are you speaking with Erdogan or any of the leaders about this?
Say that again?
Are you speaking with President Erdogan or other leaders about this?
Yes, I've spoken to all the leaders about this.
What did you say about
And by the way, as a father, look, you heard me say this before. I mean it. My dad had a simple proposition. Family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. I can think of nothing more consequential. I mean it sincerely. And having lost family, not a different way, and not knowing what's happening, the circumstance with their accident, with health, it matters.
Mr. President, what did Germany ask for in response for their cooperation?
Nothing.
President
What did Chancellor Scholz say?
President Trump has said repeatedly that he could have gotten the hostages out without giving anything in exchange. What do you say to that? What do you say to President Trump now, former president?
Why didn't he do it as president?
Sir, what did Chancellor Scholz say?
Good line. Actually, Russia would just make a ridiculous offer to show off how much the U.S. doesn't want peace is useless. Bro, what are you talking about, Chad McFart? Like, even if that's the case, the idea that we're not letting that happen is so insane. Like, oh man, okay, Chad McFart. I guess we should be getting fucking diplomacy lessons from Chad McFart. Like, what the fuck are you saying, brother? Anyway, objectively a good thing, genuinely a good thing. To do a release of political prisoners being held hostage, and even some fucking spies like Paul Whelan. You know, that's good shit. Trump, as expected, won't take a moment to praise the return of the hostages. Instead, he suggests Biden got fleeced. Of course, he's going to say that. So when are they going to release the details of the prisoner swap with Russia? How many people do we get versus them? Are we also paying them cash? Are they giving us cash? Please withdraw that question, because I'm sure the answer is no. Are we releasing murderers, killers, or thugs? Just curious. Oh, ew. He said just curious. Oh, God. Oh, God. Just curious, because we never make good deals at anything, but especially hostage swaps. Our negotiators are always an embarrassment to us. I got back many hostages and gave the opposing country nothing and never any cash. To do so is a bad precedent for the future. That's the way it should be, or the situation will get worse and worse. They're extorting the United States of America, and they're calling the trade complex. That's so nobody can figure out how bad it is.
This is an ABC News special report.
I'm Whit Johnson in New York.
Spies and one assassin. Krasikov was convicted by a German court in 2019, killing of Zelim Khan Tornike Kongoshvili, an ethnic Chechen of Georgian nationality, in a Berlin park. Oh, they did. They got Germany to fucking release actual straight up murderers, huh? What a historic prisoner swap means for Vladimir Putin's Russia. Damn. Okay, no. Damn. No way. I'm gonna. Damn.
Coming back on the air with breaking news, a multinational prisoner exchange involving the U.S. and Russia, one of the largest prisoner swaps since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about decades here. ABC News has learned former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich are being released. Just 2 weeks ago, Gershkovich was sentenced to 16 years in prison for espionage during what the U.S. called a sham trial. You'll remember Whelan was also convicted of spying, which he has strongly denied. He was arrested in December of 2018.
Yeah, that motherfucker was a spy. Like, that motherfucker was a spy, 100%. And not even a good one, too. He was just not even a good-ass spy. He was a bad spy, bro. The conditions of his release, or the conditions of his capture, straight up bad spy. Like, that's a bad trade in general. Obviously, a lot of people are going to say, like, no, you know, Brittany Griner can dunk. Like, she's actually a fucking pretty solid player overall in the WNBA. Whereas, like, obviously, in exchange for Brittany Griner, America had to release the Lord of War. But, like, technically in that situation, the Lord of War was just a dude who we captured for competing with us in terms of arms sales, like the Merchant of Death. Like, Victor Boot wasn't kidnapped for, like, doing shit that we deemed illegal. He was kidnapped for doing the same shit that we're doing, but, like, out-competing us, right? So that was ultimately a good trade in general, I think. But in this situation, like, we're not even getting a good spy back. You know what I mean? We're getting, like, a bad spy. Evan, totally valid, totally just. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous that he was fucking kidnapped and was a political prisoner. Like, I'm not even talking about his, like, I don't know, skills in reporting or whatever. But, like, Paul Whelan is a bad spy. Like, he's not a good spy. He's a bad spy. And we're, like, releasing a fucking killer straight up like a hardcore. Ah! Like, look at that face. I'm just saying, like, Probably not worth, but hey, whatever.
The U.S. has tried to include him in other prisoner swaps, including the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner, only to be rejected by Moscow. President Biden has made winning the release of detained Americans in Russia a top priority since taking office. And again, these details just coming in. Let's get right to ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. We know it's a fluid situation, Mary, but what are you learning now?
Well, Whit, this is the largest and most complex prisoner exchange since the end of the Cold War. This has taken months of detailed, painstaking negotiations. The president himself deeply involved in these conversations. We are told that he has been monitoring this in near real time throughout this morning.
I love that they never talk about Paul Whelan's like background at all. like what did he do, bro? Because like with Evan Gershkovich, it's like pretty obvious what happened. Evan is a Wall Street Journal reporter. And they literally kidnapped him. They kidnapped him straight up. They kidnapped him for political reason. Paul Whelan, on the other hand, like that was before the Ukraine stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was pretty sure that was like way before the Ukraine stuff, actually.
I'm also told that the president this morning here in the Oval Office gathered the families of the Americans that are being released today. He wanted to give that news to them himself. They are, as you mentioned, of course, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. He has been held since March of 2023. He was just sentenced last month to 16 years in a penal colony in that secret trial that had absolutely no public proof. Also, former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, he has been held for 5.5 years, also on similar espionage charges that the U.S. and
no, there's not similar espionage charges, bro. It was a spot. Yo, I'm sorry, dude. Like, oh God, the media is so fucking lame. Like, no, he was definitely a spy, bro. Come on. Bro has 6 passports, dude. He had 6 passports. He got nabbed literally purchasing a fucking USB key with classified intel from an FSB guy. What do you mean? He was just there. Fellas, don't you love going to Russia for a wedding that you're attending and you just get caught? You just get caught with a fucking USB that you try to purchase for cash. Russia said it caught James Bond on a spy mission. Okay, they literally, in reality, they abducted Mr. Bean on a holiday. Paul Whelan, a man of many passports. He's also originally a Canadian. Whelan began visiting Russia while stationed in Iraq and returned frequently to tour the country. Paul Whelan even had a Russian social media account, VK, Russia's equivalent to Facebook. 2018, he was working in Novi, Michigan, as a director of global security for an automated parts supplier. But he said he returned to Moscow to help a friend with his wedding to a Russian woman. There are varying reports as to what happened on that fateful day on December 28, 2018. Many outstanding questions about the flash drive, Paul Whelan's Russian friends, and whether he will be allowed to serve his time in the U.S. Whelan told reporters of the espionage charge involved accusation that he was working for the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency when he obtained a flash drive from a friend containing the names of Russian border guards. In his defense, he said he thought the flash drive contained holiday photos and he hadn't yet looked at it when he was ambushed by Moscow security services in his hotel room. Who amongst us has not been caught in a situation like this when you're just like, oh, I just want this USB flash drive from my friend. Oops, it has classified intel. Copium? Russian narrative is completely true. No, you're right. A guy who's working in the private sector as a security analyst, former Marine with 6 passports, who was visiting his friend's wedding in Russia that literally had an interaction with the FSB agent with cash on hand, was actually, it's just a Russian narrative. I don't understand why people like you try to make a big deal about things that every human being likes to do. Passport collection and collecting flash drives. I think you guys are being really silly. You're inflating his passport count like your haters blow up your house value. Bro, he has an Irish citizenship, Canadian, American. He has like 3 other, doesn't he? How many passports does he have? A British one. Also, this is the other reason why I know he was a spy. Okay? So he had a report where he talked to the BBC where he said he felt he was left behind by the U.S. government. They've basically abandoned me here, he told BBC by phone. I'm extremely concerned. With each case, my case is going to the back of the line. They've kind of just left me in the dust. And at this point, this juncture is very concerning. Yeah, dude, because you're a fucking spy and you got. He told the BBC that his days are occupied stitching work overalls and hats in a prison factory. Huh. You are throwing shade at this man who was just collecting items for his Mission Impossible cosplay. Yeah, I just think it's, silly to act like he wasn't a spy. America did it. They got the trade off. They popped off with the fucking trade. But come on now.
Whelan and Gershkovich.
It's also really funny where people accuse me of believing the Russian framing on a situation when I literally talked about Evan Gershkovich being unjustly prosecuted in a sham trial and being kidnapped as a political pawn and a political prisoner moments prior to having this conversation about Paul Whelan. And also on top of that, I talked about the Twitch streamer, the Russian Twitch streamer who was arrested and is currently serving a 5.5-year prison sentence, and how fucking ridiculous that is. So clearly, it doesn't make sense that I'm just abiding by, weirdly, the Russian narrative on some things and not on others. It can't be something else. It can't be the fact that I think it's a really fishy situation with Paul Whelan.
Which have all fiercely denied. Also being released, Alsu Kurmasheva. She's a Russian-American journalist who has been held for nearly a year. And Vladimir Kara-Murza. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington Post columnist, a prominent Kremlin critic. We are told all 4 of them are now making their way back home. All told, 16 individuals held in Russia will be freed, and 8 individuals held by the U.S., Germany, Norway, Slovenia, and Poland will also be returned to Russia. Turkey also playing a logistical role here. This is the culmination, we are told, of many complex rounds of negotiations. This ultimately went up to the president having detailed negotiations himself, leader to leader. It became very clear several months ago that Russia was not going to be willing to engage in any kind of prisoner exchange without the release, excuse me one here as I read through my notes, without the release of Vadim Krasikov. He, of course, is a Russian operative, a convicted murderer, and he is being held, or was being held in...
Bro, he was an assassin. He was literally a straight up FSB hitman. That's it. That's what he was. The Kremlin narrative. Wait, what did the liberals think about that? Do they think he was also... Are the liberals coping on that and being like, no, he's actually unjustly prosecuted. He's not even a hitman?
Germany. That meant that the president had to get on the phone and actually reach out to the German chancellor. The president's so involved, what we are told, that he was actually making calls on this in the hour before he decided to drop out of the presidential race. And I do want to let you know one other update that was just handed to me here. The president is going to be coming before cameras in a little over 20 minutes at noon to deliver remarks on the freeing of the Americans detained in Russia.
All right, Mary Bruce, stand by for us. We know those details still coming in right now. And you mentioned Turkey. Let's go ahead. I believe we have a shot from the airport in Ankara. We don't have that anymore, but we know that intelligence agency there, officials were telling us that they played a coordinating role between the countries, and that likely that tarmac at the airport was a place where this prisoner swap was going to happen. Again, we had some pictures coming in. We're going to stay on top of that. Let's bring in Tom Sufi Burrage, who's been following the developments overseas. And Tom, Mary mentioned Vadim Krasikov. Of course, he was serving that life sentence in Germany for gunning down a Kremlin opponent in Berlin. That was back in 2019. Now, Putin himself, through a series of a number of interviews, had suggested that any prisoner swap needed to include him. What more are you learning?
Yeah, no, we know Vadim Krasikov was absolutely key to this deal taking place. Vladimir Putin saying so himself, and U.S. officials confirming that. Vadim Krasikov, as you say...
I'm going to mention the most boring-ass place I've ever been to. Sorry, Haas, bro, I do not disagree with you at all. What is this? Holy shit, this is huge. Russian libs on trains started reporting on these guys getting lost in the system, shipped off from their designated camps without informing their lawyers or families. That could have meant exchange for a Navalny scenario. Legit stoked it wasn't the latter. I think it's kind of wild that the American government is releasing Russian nationals from Russian prison. That's so wild, bro. We're playing on their turf at this point. We're like, hey man, we got a bunch of Americans out, but can you get some of these Russians out too?
Gunned down a Chechen dissident in a park just over there here in Berlin 5 years ago. He was serving a life sentence here in a German prison. and he is one of the key people to be returned to Russia. Also an individual from Norway, also from an individual from Poland, and critically and fascinatingly, a Russian couple being held in Slovenia. Yesterday, all of a sudden, that couple pleading guilty to espionage charges in a Slovenian court. According to Slovenian officials, they were leading a double life with an Argentinian fake identity. Their kids also returned in this prisoner swap.
It's so funny. Look at the way they're covering. Look at the way they cover the Russian spies who are objectively spies versus American spy Paul Whelan. Just a regular old passport enthusiast from Canada, originally in the Marine Corps, a former Marine, was arrested for visiting his friend's wedding. It's like the double standard is so fucking glaring. Come on, dude.
All right, Tom, thank you. Let's bring in Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs correspondent, who's joining us on the phone right now. And Martha, what does this say, the fact that
They were my neighbors in Slovenia? I'm not even joking. Whoa, that's crazy. Were they chill?
U.S. and Russia can negotiate successfully under difficult terms like this?
Well, I think, first of all, this is very separate from any relationship we have with Russia. Things are obviously still incredibly tense because of Ukraine especially, but this is an incredibly good sign that they can still cooperate on matters like this.
Wasn't there a report where Trump didn't want to make a deal to get him for that very reason, that he thought he sucked at spying? I don't remember that, but it could be. That could be a very real Trump thing. Like that literally, that sounds so much like Trump, bro. That sounds so much like Donald Trump. But also it could just simply mean, it could simply be a bit that I did.
What I think one question is why Putin did this now. He obviously felt very strongly about getting Krasnikov back, especially the assassin. And I think when you go into that kind of job in Russia, you are almost promised that they will do everything possible to get you out, and they can certainly recruit more after that. But as we know, Joe Biden has been working on this for a very long time, and his team, to try to get Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan back. The families have also been so critical and so key in all of this. They did not let anyone forget that Evan and Paul and the others, and there was always talk of the others. We want everyone released possibly, but
ain't nobody gave a fuck about Paul, dude. Nobody was talking about Paul. Everybody was talking about Evan, which makes sense because it was unjust.
The families and the Wall Street Journal, certainly for Evan, just kept the focus on these prisoners and said they would do absolutely anything so people did not forget that they were held so long. So the family certainly celebrating this morning the soon-to-be arrival of their family members with.
Yeah, just an agonizing wait for these families as these negotiations played out behind the scenes. Martha, thank you. Let's go back to Mary Bruce at the White House as you're getting more detail, because, Mary, you talked about how President Biden himself had been involved. These negotiations were going on behind the scenes. Obviously, there was that high-profile prisoner swap with Brittany Griner a while back. And then there was a setback after the death of Alexei Navalny. There was some question as to whether he could be involved in a swap going forward. What else can you tell us about how we got to this point today and the president's involvement?
Well, what we are actually now hearing from the president, he has just put out a paper statement saying the deal that secured their freedom was a feat of diplomacy. He said some of these men and women have been unjustly held for years, saying all have endured unimaginable suffering and uncertainty. The president saying today.
Paul watching this in tears right now. That's the other thing. Now we know why Navalny mysteriously died, for the record. Because, like, it didn't make any sense why he was just, like, murked out of nowhere in the middle of, like in an upcoming election and shit. It's not like he had any juice. Like, now we know why he was fucking murked. I think they just literally were like, yeah, the hostage negotiations are happening. They're going to want to get Navalny out. We don't want that to happen, so we're just going to deal with it ourselves. And they just cooked his ass. This, in my opinion, this literally shows, like, because it didn't make any sense at the time, like, why Putin would do this, even though it was definitely something that he did. Now it makes a lot more sense why he did it, because he didn't want him. He didn't want him to be a bargaining chip in the negotiations process, which is still, like, kind of wild. I guess he dude, the U.S. killed him on accident? No, it wasn't the United States. Get out of here, dude. Come on. Do you not like onions? No, I love onions. I took onions from a different package and put it in this, so I have more onions in my salad. I don't think that the U.S. has like pull like that they could just like assassinate a liberal, possibly CIA operative in a fucking Russian prison in the middle of nowhere.
Their agony is over. He goes on to thank all of the allies who were involved in this, saying this is a powerful example of how vital it is to have friends in the world who you can trust and depend on. And then he goes on with a strong message to those who are still being wrongfully detained, saying, let me be clear, I will not stop working until every American wrongfully detained or held hostage around the world is reunited with their family. He says, even as we are now celebrating the return of these Americans, he says that his message to all of those still being detained and their families, we see you, we are with you.
Mary Bruce and our entire team, thank you. Once again, President Biden expected to make some remarks on this.
It is kind of funny. I mean, this would be like, there's no equivalency because like the January 6ers actually did some fucked up shit. But it would be like if Putin demanded Biden release the January 6th political prisoners. Oh my God, why doesn't Trump say that? Oh my God, Donald Trump should say that. That's such a good attack line to like sully this entire deal, to be like, why the fuck are you releasing a guy who murked someone in broad daylight, okay, in the middle of a fucking German street? And what do you get in return? You get Putin to release fucking Russian nationals from prison? The fuck kind of business does that have to do with you? And then he should say, I never released Paul Whelan because he was a bad spy. Worst of all. And then he should tie that up to like, how about Biden release the political prisoners that are American, in all caps, in the United States of America? That's right. I'm talking about the January 6th prisoners that are unjustly serving sentences. They saw sham trials like the sham trial that I saw, but the American people are waking up.
Prisoner swap, unprecedented. We haven't seen anything like this since the end of the Cold War. When that happens, we will break back in. But for now, our coverage continues on ABC News Live and abcnews.com. We'll have a full wrap-up on world news tonight. So for now, we'll send you back to regular programming. And in some parts of the country, that's Good Morning America. I'm Wade Johnson in New York. Have a great day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Matthew Chance is in London. Matthew, you know, when you think about how all this happened, and I referenced, changes at the FSB's Fifth Service, you also have, as so central to this, we know Vladimir Putin wanted the return of an assassin who is serving a life sentence in Germany, Vadim Krasikov, and that there were some in the German government who did not want to do this. And all these pieces and players had to come into place at the right time with the right conversations for this to happen. But yet ultimately, Matthew, Vladimir Putin had to say yes. And why do you think he said yes now?
I think this is a great deal for Vladimir Putin. I mean, he has managed to basically get back a Kremlin assassin, a colonel in the FSB, who killed in broad daylight a Chechen dissident in the center of the German capital, in exchange, as well as a lot of other people as well.
I think that's worse than Victor Bout. Like, Victor Bout is a high-profile get for the American State Department, but, like, he's been out of commission for fucking multiple generations at this point. He's just going to go on Russian television and be a mouthpiece, right? Like, and also, he was arrested for, like, arms trafficking when we are supposed to be doing the arm trafficking. Like, he was arrested as competition, basically. Like, whereas this guy was an active assassin. It's pretty wild. It also shows how unimaginably cooked Germany is to America. Why can't we do this shit? Why can't we do this shit for Israel? Can we just like make Israel stop? Like, Germany is so fucking cooked to America. We just made one fucking phone call where we're like, hey, release this guy who did a hit. Release this Russian hitman who did a hit in fucking broad daylight. And Germany was like, okay, fine.
who Russia is interested in and may have information that Russia wants to keep, to itself and not be disclosed to its rivals, in exchange for a group of individuals who, for all intents and purposes, did nothing wrong. People like Evan Gershkovich, who was doing his job as a journalist. He was accused and convicted of espionage, of spying for the CIA, but he categorically denied it, as did the US government. Paul Whelan as well, this former Marine who's been in a Russian jail for the best part of the past 6 years. He was in Moscow attending a wedding, and he was accused and convicted and sentenced to 6.
I love our media so much. I love our media so much. Like, dude, I don't think Evan is a fucking spy, by the way. I think he got clapped because wrong place, wrong time, not allowed to be an American journalist in Russia. Okay? But Paul Whelan, come on, man.
16 years for spying as well. And so, yes, this is a big tactical victory on the part of the United States. They're bringing these people.
You think they're saying similar shit about their assassin in Germany and Russia? Fuck no. They're like, yo, our big dog just murked some fucking Chechen monster and we just got him. They're going to be doing fucking victory laps. That's what they did with Victor Bout. That's literally what they did with Victor Bout. They brought him back. They wheeled him out immediately, did RT. Immediately became like a Putinist talking guy. Not RT, but whichever fucking Russian channel that he was on.
People home. But, strategically, this is a vindication, I think, for Vladimir Putin of his strategy of taking bargaining chips and using them to extract as big a concession as possible from the United States and from the West at large. And so, this is an important day. It's an emotional day, but it's also a day that has involved a substantial amount of moral compromise on the part of the West to get these people back.
Let's get some perspective from our experts now. We're joined by CNN Chief National Security Correspondent Alex Marquardt, alongside CNN Global Affairs Analyst Kimberly Dozier, and we're also joined by NATO's former Supreme Allied Commander, General Wesley Clark. Thank you all for being with us. Alex, take us through how the next few hours are going to play out when these prisoners finally get to the United States.
So thankfully, we're past the hardest part. The exchange has taken place. The prisoners are heading home to their respective countries. When it comes to the United States, they are going to be coming home and then offered medical and psychological services. Now, MJ mentioned there that President Biden is expected to go out to Andrews, Joint Base Andrews. So we could see these four, the three Americans plus Vladimir Kara-Murza, who's a green card holder, coming to the East Coast, but they will be offered the opportunity to go out to San Antonio, Texas. The Brooke Army Medical Center is part of the big...
It'll never not be weird to me that, like, that man that you're seeing on camera, not this guy, but General Wesley Clark, his son was a co-host of mine at the Young Turks.
Biggest Defense Department complex in their system. And they have a special program called PISA, P-I-S-A, that is designed to help people essentially get back on their feet after traumatic events. This is something that Brittany Griner, for example, went through, and Trevor Reed was offered. And so oftentimes we will see people landing in San Antonio, Texas. I think obviously, the family reunions are going to be their biggest priority. We saw some of the family members there with President Biden. And so after that, they will be given all of the necessary things that they may need to adjust and get back on their feet. So this is a tremendously happy moment. Obviously, Paul Whelan's family waiting for almost 6 years since he was arrested in 2018. Evan Gershkovich's family having to deal with his conviction last month to 16 years in a Russian penal colony. Thankfully, just over a month later, he and the other three are coming back to the U.S.
Yeah, and the detail
sticks up women's rights. Ridiculous women would vote for a man to beat them up in sports. When will this end? When a lady dies in the ring? Sticks up for women's rights. Watches women get beat to death in a boxing ring. Dude, what kind of pussy ass shit is this? We're watching boxing, bitch. The fuck do you mean? If you're watching women's boxing and you see one woman, born a woman, still a woman, cis woman, beat another woman in 45 seconds because the other woman had to quit, and you're defending the one who had to quit and claiming that the other person was beating her to death and also secretly a man, you're just a bitch. You're a dumbass bitch. You are a pussy. You are a bitch. You are too sensitive for this world. Go cry. Okay? Mike the Killer 316. I'm subhuman because I don't want to see biological men beat up women. No, you're subhuman because you are literally fucking hallucinating a reality. You're so goddamn transphobic and such a fucking bitch, such a motherfucking snowflake that you literally have. Imagine a reality where a cis woman is beating the shit out of another cis woman, and you have decided that that person actually is a man, and you're running along with that. Law, you guys are freaking clowns. I said trans should not be beating up women. Shut your bitch ass up, bro. That was not a trans woman, okay? That was not a trans woman, and you're fucking over here being like, I don't like it. Still trans. That's the funniest thing that people have been doing. Law, call anyone a transphobe that doesn't agree with you? Yes, bro. Of course I'm going to call you a fucking transphobe. Because you're dumbass. Nah, fuck you. You're a bitch. Oh, am I a bitch? Well, unlike you, I'm not fucking over here crying. Okay? I'd knock all you pussies out. No, you wouldn't. You're a fucking internet warrior who literally is scared. Bunch of soy boys. Yeah, exactly. Mike the Killer 316. Call the motherfuckers a bunch of soy boys online. He's so goddamn scared that he saw a brolic woman for once and immediately went, that's a trans woman. That's a man. That's a man. That's a trans woman. That's a man. But yeah, no, all of these people in this community are the actual pussies. Take your shirt off? Nah, it's fine. I'll let my photo speak for itself. Huh. Pussy.
Of just the scope of this and the secrecy of it, Kim. Fascinating, as the Wall Street Journal has reported this. In the wake of Alexei Navalny's death, there was this shuttle diplomacy of paper-only proposals that were being hand-delivered between NSA Jake Sullivan's office and his counterpart in Germany. I mean, this was sort of the secrecy of it. How different is something like this just because of the sheer size of it?
It reminds me actually of the planning of the Osama bin Laden mission, that they kept it in a very small group of people. And yet I'm also thinking about the relief and the elation of that small group of people who've been working on this. That has to include not just the National Security Advisor's office, but Roger Carstens, the hostage envoy, and his team from the State Department. Now, Roger started this job under Mike Pompeo's State Department, and a lot of the same people have stayed with him, and they've worked this 24/7, not for days or months, but for years, to get to this point. To get Dave Whelan out, in addition to Paul and Alsu, who was taken more recently. And it reminds me, so Roger is a former Green Beret, and their motto is Deo Presso Liber, to free the oppressed. And it's really nice to be talking about the great news of these people being released.
And I would also add Robert O'Brien, the former national security advisor to former President Trump, highly critical of the Biden administration when it comes to their approach. He says that this encourages more hostage taking, and yet he praises Roger Carstens when given the chance.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of a very...
He handed that job off to Roger.
That's right.
Yeah. So I was just going to say that, look, we're going to, once the welcoming...
By the way, the aforementioned TV ran libs also pushed a wedding story for Whalen. Super Zionist too, Islamophobic. Their big narrative these days is literally veteran crime. You do well to stay out of this shit. Veteran crime.
The pictures on the tarmac are out. We're going to move on to crass politics, and then we're going to start asking the questions. Why did Moscow not wait for a potential Trump presidency? Moscow has given a real win to the Biden-Harris administration.
Taiwanese people are mad at J.K. Rowling for calling one of their athletes trans. Chuggles, the sexist and racist J.K. Rowling managed to turn the entire nation of Taiwan against her. Turf colonialism is losing ground. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh my God, that makes me so happy. Hey, I am with you, okay? Taiwan, call me Taiwan, baby, the way I'm with the nation state, the independent nation state of Taiwan on this beautiful day, okay? Taiwan's cabinet spokesperson said that Lynn's gender or sex is not in doubt. Sports officials provided medical reports to the IOC. The state has her back. Taiwan is the most progressive liberal democracy in Asia. However, online discourse, okay, chill. That's crazy. Listen, I mean, I love defending Taiwan, but like, come on, especially right now, but come on. Don't let Chairman know you said that. Listen, I love all Chinese people, okay? Doesn't matter if they're in Chinese Taipei. Doesn't matter if they're in mainland China. Doesn't matter if they're in Taiwan. You know, you call it whatever you want. But yeah, no, I think Thailand is probably more socially progressive than Taiwan is. Anyway, you're going to get clipped. Rowling's anti-trans views were unchallenged in Taiwanese mainstream media. However, it's different this time. She's now seen as an extreme transvestigator and racist, attempted to disadvantage the gold medalist in subsequent matches. Bro, stop. I'm fighting a losing fight on Bilibili on your behalf already. Yeah, I heard that like my sarcasm doesn't translate well on the Chinese apps when they use like AI translations. And so like a bunch of Chinese people think that I'm like an unironic hater of the CCP when I clearly am not. Okay. I was the one who told you that last time. Yeah, I know. I'm an unironic hater of the CCP. Okay, bro. What do you think? You're special for that take? Like, oh, wow. How unique. A dumb Amerifat unironically hates the Chinese government. Wow. Brave take, man.
By having this happen now, and I think it could go back to the delicate negotiations among the small group of people that you were asking about. Germany was willing to do this for the Biden-Harris administration now. They had the KGB colonel who assassinated someone available to give and trade now. And Moscow decided, let's do it.
That appears to have been the linchpin of this entire agreement. We do have some news to share with you. We've learned that Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed decrees to pardon those released in Thursday's prisoner swap. General Clark, I'm curious to get your perspective of not only the timing of this, but the sheer scale of it. This is a huge deal.
Yeah, really complicated. Took years to do, lots of intricate negotiations. Started before President Biden came to office, obviously. And now it's been culminated. I think all the questions are still out there to be answered. But I think, you know, if I just put myself in Putin's views, he's got the colonel back. He's looking at what's happening in American politics. There's a couple of lessons here. Number one is maybe he's not as maybe he doesn't feel confident that Trump's actually going to get elected. Number two is he might be sending a message to Donald Trump. You got to be even nicer to me if you want my support. So there's a lot of dimensions of this, but I think the bottom.
Yeah, I would say that this is like kind of a gift from Pootie Poo. I mean, it's a good deal for him, but he also understands that this like makes the Democratic administration look good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not questioning how good of a deal it is when you get literally a broad daylight assassin out, right? And he got the fucking Merc Navalny in the process and took him out of the equation as well. And reporting is now showing that like Navalny was the key, in the arrangement. He was one of the fucking key figures that the U.S. was trying to get out of prison. So he got to literally Merc Navalny, and on top of that, turn around and get a fucking assassin out. So it makes him look good, but the timing of it is actually really interesting in my opinion, because it makes the Biden administration look pretty good too. Like that's a big gift.
Bottom line is we should be very happy it's been done. We've got our people back. And I don't agree with the idea that this is going to promote more hostage taking. Look, that's always out there. It's always a possibility. This effort reflects America's values. We're proud of our values. We stand up for them and we take care of our people.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling for restraint by all parties in the Middle East after the assassination of Hamas's top political leader. Iran's supreme leader attended the funeral.
Wait, so hold on a second. So when Trump only shit on the individual negotiators of this deal, he was directly insulting the people he hired. Brilliant. Does that strike you as a new phenomena? That's like typical Trump. When doesn't he do that? He literally keeps shitting on the Afghan deal. It was his deal. Like, he released 5,000 Taliban members from Pakistani prison for nothing. Like, he literally gave them Afghanistan, okay? He actually sidestepped the Afghan government. He told the Taliban, including the leadership, alongside Mike Pompeo, that they don't have to see the top of the hour ad breaks ever again. Afghanistan is theirs. At the top of the hour, HasanAbi Piker will be serving a 3-minute ad break, but the Taliban won't see it because we don't serve ads there. However, even if they were in the United States of America, they still won't see the ads because they have gifted subs coming for them at the top of the hour. Unless you are a part of the Taliban who just received a gifted sub from Muffin Codes. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You will, however, see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, we are Channel 12 reports widespread deployment of Israeli air defense. Well, look at that. Just go back to the stream. Sorry to interrupt, but my friends keep sharing shit about a biological man winning at boxing. That's false. Yes. She is a cis woman. People are just being fucking gross freaks. An article with respect to what to expect from Iran, from Axios. U.S. prepares to counter Iranian attacks on Israel within days, U.S. officials say. U.S. officials say they expect any Iranian retaliation to be from the same playbook as their April 13th attack on Israel, but potentially larger in scope. And it could be also to involve the Lebanese Hezbollah. A senior Israeli official said the Israeli intelligence community expects Iran will launch a wide-ranging missile attack on Israel. Yeah, Sullivan said that the United States have been working with our partners on a deal that would have included Alexei Navalny. Unfortunately, he died. Yes, new details emerge on the Ismail Haniyeh assassination. It was a bomb that was smuggled into the guest room that the IRGC literally, in a building that the IRGC straight up controlled 2 months prior, knowing full well that that's where Ismail Haniyeh stays when he visits Tehran. Kind of crazy, you know.
Funeral of Hamas official in Tehran, where he was killed in a missile attack that Iran blames on Israel. Deborah Patter reports from East Jerusalem.
Mourning the death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, the funeral procession made its way through the streets of Tehran. Leading the prayers, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has promised a harsh punishment for the murder of a guest in his country. Hamas blames Israel for the brazen pre-dawn assassination, saying he was killed by a missile. More than 24 hours later, details remain murky. Israel has not claimed responsibility, but the implications of the strike are potentially explosive, pushing a region already on edge even closer to the prospect of oil.
Why are they sad Hamas leader is dead? What do you mean? There was a peace negotiation. There was a ceasefire negotiation happening that Israel refused to abide by. And then they assassinated the guy that was literally doing the peace negotiation. The guy that they assassinated was the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side. He doesn't have any like arms training. He doesn't know how to fucking fight like that. He is functionally a diplomat. And Israel was like, yeah, this is what we think about the fucking peace deal. They just assassinated the guy doing the peace deal. Anyway.
All-out war.
I think both sides, on the one hand, do not want things to get out of control, do not want what they call an open war. On the other hand, both sides, both sides do not want to be the one that takes the step back.
As the political face of Hamas, Haniyeh was also the man sitting in the same room as the Israelis trying to hammer out a hostage deal. That could now be in jeopardy.
When you kill the person you negotiate with, what is the intention? The intention is to kill any possibility for peace.
Today marks 300 days of Hamas captivity for hostages in Gaza.
That's crazy. I hate this fucking framing. Oh, 300 days of Hamas captivity. How about 300 days of genocide too? You know? Come on. You can't bring up the fucking hostages unless you're going to talk about how Israel has no interest whatsoever in releasing the fucking hostages.
Will be countrywide protests calling it 300 days of abandonment.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues to vow to defeat Hamas. His military announced just this morning it had killed another one of the October 7 masterminds, Mohammed Deif, in a massive strike over 2 weeks ago. Hamas, however, says he is still alive. Major?
Deborah Patta in East Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
More breaking news right now, and this coming from the Middle East. Tensions skyrocketing there after assassinations this week, and we are getting right now some brand new details about exactly how the assassination of the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh went down. And these are incredible details that Jeremy Diamond is breaking. He's in Haifa, Israel, in northern Israel right now. And Jeremy, these details are pretty stunning.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Aaron. I mean, this was a quite sophisticated operation. I'm told by a source familiar with the matter that Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in Tehran early yesterday morning using a bomb that was covertly hidden in the guest house where he was staying. But this bomb, I'm told, was actually covertly planted inside that guest house about 2 months ago, and it was only remotely detonated once it was clear that Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's political leader, was actually inside his room inside of that guest house.
It's crazy. So shocking. Definitely not Israel, by the way. Yeah. I mean, Israel is the #1 at planting bombs in hotels. So they're pretty good with that shit for sure. They're just pretty good at assassinations in general. They've been doing that a lot. Unless it's Klaus Barbie, in which case they don't mysteriously assassinate him, possibly because he's now an American asset at that point. But yeah, they're pretty good at blowing up hospitals. They're pretty good at blowing up everything.
When that bomb was detonated, he was killed alongside his bodyguard, who was also there. Now, we should note that Israel has still neither confirmed nor denied its involvement in this. Iranian officials and Hamas have said that Israel was behind this attack. I'm also told that Israeli officials actually briefed U.S. officials on this operation, but only after it took place, only after we learned that Ismail Haniyeh had been killed in.
What are the proofs that it's Israel? I assume Israel says it's not them. So what proof do Palestine use against them? I don't know what the Palestinian proof is, but the IDF did post about target eliminated, like on Facebook, immediately after he was killed. Then they deleted it. Also, you know, the obvious implications, motives, the fact that the United States of America openly stated, we were not informed by Israel on this operation. You know, just like everything. The fact that there aren't really any other actors that would do such a thing. Didn't they try to do the same thing about you with the hospital bombing that people bring up all the time to try to own you over? Yeah. The fact that Israel has killed negotiators in the past in the midst of a negotiation. The fact that Israel also killed a bunch of other high-profile military members that were like Hezbollah people in that same time frame in the 48 hours. Yeah. The fact that they're mostly celebrating this assassination as well and flexing on the timeline about it. Why do you care that the leader of a terrorist organization was assassinated? Number one, Israel is a significantly larger terror organization than Hamas. They are significantly better at doing terror in comparison to Hamas. Hamas are like not even baby terrorists. In comparison to what Israel has done. That's number one. Number two, the person that Israel assassinated was the principal negotiator in a ceasefire deal that would see the release of 150 Israeli, some of which are American, citizens that have, well, most of them are IDF soldiers at this point, but are prisoners of war and hostages that Hamas has captured for 300 days. You don't do that. You just don't kill the fucking principal negotiator, especially when he is the chief of the Politburo and is not affiliated with the military wing. He's also seen as a more moderate figure within the Palestinian, within Palestinian liberation, within within especially the structure of Hamas. So that's what it is. It's one thing to assassinate Haniyeh. It's another to do it specifically in Tehran. It's genuinely hard to imagine, let alone put in the words the seriousness of what comes next. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought too, but I think Iran, they're like relying on Iran not wanting to smoke. Killing, destroying the peace negotiation representative when you want to keep the war going? Yeah. Is it true that there is a provision in the Hamas charter which says that negotiations with Israel are against Islamic law except if used as a ruse? I don't know, but that sounds like a really funny lie that you would read on Reddit, like as a comment, like as a sub comment 35 points down in a conversation. Why would they put that in the charter, chatter? Think about that. Why would they reveal their hand in the charter? No, not even in the 1988 charter. Come on, man. News is going crazy lately. What the Sigma? Yeah. Here is my evil plan. Under Islamic law, I will Islamically do my evil bidding.
In this. What's also interesting here is that this guest house was actually under the control of Iran's.
The CNN correspondent literally just said Israel briefed the U.S. about the operation after it happened. If it wasn't Israel, why would they brief the U.S.? Much to think.
Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And so this represents a stunning breach of security for them, a very big embarrassment for the IRGC. And we've reached out to Iranian officials for comment on this, but we know, of course, that we heard yesterday from Iran's supreme leader vowing revenge, saying that Israel has, quote, paved the way for your harsh punishment. This assassination has put this region on a knife's edge. In addition, of course, to the Israeli strike strike in Beirut just hours before this that took out a senior Hezbollah commander. There are now threats of retaliation, not only from Iran, but also from Hezbollah and Hamas, putting this region and this area where I am right now in northern Israel very much on edge as the possibility of retaliation now looms. Aaron.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Diamond. Cedric Layton joins me now. Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, Jeremy's reporting is really stunning. And he mentioned this, but let's just emphasize this again. He is reporting that ostensibly some Israeli operative, although they have not confirmed their involvement, planted an IED in Tehran in a guest house controlled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the elite.
Nasrallah also spoke today. Seems a pretty serious response also coming from them in addition to Iran. Nasrallah, this is from Timur Azari, Iraq bureau chief of Reuters. Hassan Nasrallah, general secretary of Hezbollah, the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, has said he noted that Israel hit a civilian building in the capital suburbs, killing civilians and a top leader. This indicates Hezbollah could strike at or near a major Israeli city, going for a mixed military/civilian target. The Iranian media, by the way, and the resistance is actually saying that it was not an improvised explosion, an IED or a bomb that was planted in this building, but instead it was like a rocket or a drone, I think. But I don't know. Israel also evacuated some of the forces into shelters to save them. Nice. The media malpractice is wild. They're simply not covering that he was a primary peace negotiator and was assassinated. No, they covered it. Like even American media was like, yeah, this guy was literally seen as a moderate in comparison to Yahya Sinwar. And not only that, but also he is he was the principal negotiator.
IRGC 2 months ago, and then remotely detonated it when they knew that the guy they wanted to get was actually staying in that house. Holy cow.
Yeah, holy cow is right, Aaron. This is a classic operation, kind of in line with.
Do I think Iran has the capacity to take on Israel? Bro, there is no taking on Israel. Taking on Israel means taking on the United States of America. Okay? But ultimately, I think America and the rest of the Western world have a lot more to lose in a situation like that. What do I mean by this? Because Israel benefits from being a steadfast ally and firmly within the ecosystem that the West has created, right? Imperial core countries have a lot to lose in any kind of destabilization, right? You say that like the U.S. never lost a war. No, they have. That's what I'm beginning to explain. So imperial core countries live a life of luxury in comparison to the global South. If there is a war with Iran, Iran wouldn't just target Israel, okay? They would target by way of their resistance groups that they have planted strategically that, came out of allegiances that they have cut together with, even Sunni groups like Hamas or the Ansar Allah administration in Yemen, allegiances that they've created and numerous groups in both Syria and Iraq, that they could immediately start targeting oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. All of America's allies in the region, all the Gulf states would be at risk. So things would get really frustrating for people in America very quickly. It wouldn't just be like, oh, this is a war far away. Who gives a shit? Whatever. Maybe some American service members die in the process, but we can just kind of not talk about that like in Afghanistan. It would turn into a complete collapse of the global economy as a consequence of oil prices skyrocketing. There would be a genuine global economic crisis. There would be a genuine global economic crisis, specifically because the price of a fucking barrel of oil would shoot up so much. Surely Iran isn't crazy enough to take on the entire Gulf in the West. I think that's part of the reason why they're not responding in kind, but instead responding in a very restrained way so far. But yes, I mean, this would be global war, full blown. It's something that I don't think China wants. It's something that I don't think anybody else wants. It's something that I think is so severe that Benjamin Netanyahu thinks he can get away with opening up a second front and potentially a third front and pull America in and keep this limited. But let me tell you, you would not enjoy this at all. None of us would, which is why I've been saying since early October that America has to restrain Israel. Meanwhile, Hitler Yahoo is doing the exact same shit that Hitler did, just out of his goddamn mind. And we seemingly are in a motherfucking suicide pact with him.
The tradition of Israeli intelligence going back, almost to the founding of Israel. And what the Israelis, if they did this, what they were able to do, as Jeremy pointed out, was breach security in a really remarkable way. The IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, is very much in control of a lot of different aspects of Iranian life, but they weren't in direct control of this guest house, which was ostensibly their own guest house. And whoever breached this, and the supposition is
yeah, U.S. can't defend Israel plus every oil field in the Middle East at the same time. I mean, I don't think even the Iron Dome itself, no matter how fucking hard the American defenses try to stop like a full-blown Iranian missile strike with Hezbollah and with fucking Yemen, like there's just no way. There's no way, dude. That would be a shit ton of people dying in Israel. And that's what I mean. Like one death inside of Israel or one death in America is worth so much more in the eyes of Americans than like hundreds of Iranians dying, like even in terms of the calculation, like when all when you were born in Yemen and all known your whole life is genocide and famine as a consequence of Western-backed forces with Saudi Arabia and UAE conducting a man-made famine and creating a genocide in your country, like when 100 of your friends fucking die, that's like every other day. That's something that you have experienced in your life. But when you're living in Israel and you're like a marketing executive and you go and you eat your pizza palace and you go and you eat at the pizza palace and you play the shittiest techno music of all time. You're like living a normal life in luxury for the most part. When one person in your country dies, that is something significantly more dramatic because it's like out of the norm. That's why 9/11 was so significant, right? America's geopolitical condition, like its position on the planet, sheltered it from the worst aspects of World War II because it was so fucking far away. Okay. That's why 9/11 was so goddamn significant. It's like, holy shit, 3,000 Americans died on American soil with a foreign-born attack. That was unimaginable. For people in Iraq, that's like, that's like a combination of, maybe a week of America's most intense bombing. For people in Afghanistan, it's the same. Maybe not to the same number, but like, maybe not the same number of casualties, but it's a month-long conquest. Over the course of years and years of occupation that America engaged in these countries, they're significantly more used to it. The Israeli air defenses would be overwhelmed 100%. Most of the projectiles, such as ballistic missiles, would need to be intercepted by David Sling and Arrow air defense systems, which have far fewer interceptors than the Iron Dome. Yeah.
That it was Israel, but whoever did this did a remarkable job, and the fact also has to be noted that this was not detected for probably over 2 months, if Jeremy's reporting is and his sources are accurate. So that really indicates that people were quite frankly overcome by by their own sloppiness in this particular case, and this very fact on the Iranian side shows that Israel has been able to penetrate their security apparatus quite a bit, and that, of course, signals some major weaknesses in the Iranian structure.
I mean, Jeremy, just to emphasize this, and I know, obviously, I don't know if your reporting is how detailed it is on the form of an IED, but you have an improvised explosive device inside a guest house, which would presumably mean no one was sweeping it or checking it before this Hamas leader came in, or in fact, any time in the past 2 months, which would seem to be just a really basic point of protocol.
Yeah, look, we don't know exactly what kind of explosive device this was. We don't know exactly where it was hidden, whether this was something that could have evaded the typical checks that the IRGC would conduct on this. But I think one clear failure of security here is the fact that this guest house, the reason why this bomb was planted there is because it was a guest house where Ismail Haniyeh was known to have stayed. And so this indicates that Haniyeh was a repeat guest in this same location, which is obviously a major security vulnerability that the Israelis appear to have exploited here. And so we don't know exactly how this happened, but there's no question that there will be major questions asked.
I do like that we are not like that one chatter was like operating on yesterday's talking points of like, well, do we know if it was Israel? What proof do you have? When like virtually every outlet was like, yeah, of course it's Israel. Come on, dog. Like, and we've totally moved past that.
Within the IRGC, within Iran's top political and military echelons about how this could have possibly happened. And I also think it's notable that yesterday Iranian state media was reporting that this was a rocket that was fired from outside into this guest house that actually killed Haniyeh. But the fact—
Do you trust the missile story or the bomb story? I trust the bomb story.
That it was actually something that was planted in the guest house suggests even additional layers of failure. It also makes clear that this was not fired by a drone or by a fighter jet that would have violated Iranian airspace. So that also may factor into how Iran chooses to retaliate for this assassination.
And that's a significant point as well. Colonel, it also, though what Jeremy's saying, does just make one thing sort of unbelievably clear. So let's just say it in black and white. That means a human being is involved who's in Tehran, who actually gets access to this guest house and plants something. At some point, there is a human being infiltration, which is different than what Jeremy's saying they had originally been put out there about a rocket.
This questions the bomb story and gives a reason as to why. The Iranian intelligence is insisting on an air-to-surface missile is responsible for the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. The leaks coming from Israel want to establish that a bomb was planted. Israel's want to portray the attack as an intelligence operation to keep it under the category of shadow war, but Iran seems to have decided to deal with the attack as military aggression. Oh, that makes sense as to why. Wait, that also means that like that's because Iran wants to retaliate. This is an Al Jazeera reporter as well, by the way. Hezbollah's air defenses repel Israeli warjets flying over southern Lebanon, obliging them to retreat back to the occupied Palestinian airspace. Hezbollah has begun a massive bombardment of northern Israel, and videos of rocket impacts are being shared. Hezbollah is reportedly weakening the Iron Dome so that the Iranian missiles and drones can successfully penetrate, possibly en route or about to be launched soon. Wait, do we know that this is happening right now? Iran posted their red flag of vengeance. So did Hezbollah, by the way. As in, they have both vowed to take action. This happened, it was earlier, like 2 to 3 hours ago. Oh, okay. Axios reported a few hours ago that U.S. intelligence believes that Iran is preparing for April-style missile attack, and U.S. forces are mobilizing the same as well. What is this? Iran has officially informed the UN of its intent to carry out a retaliatory action of self-defense against Israel in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. I don't know how accurate Global News, the Twitter account, is. Do Americans really want another war in the sandbox, though? A lot of Americans and Westerners are having more of an isolationist stance. I mean, it doesn't matter what Americans want. Chatters, what you want is completely insignificant, especially when it comes to foreign policy. There's no better representation of this than our undying loyalty, seemingly, to the state of Israel, no matter how fucking aggressive, how violent, and how ridiculous Israel gets with its belligerent actions in the region.
Or a drone, right, which could be completely done remotely. That shows actual physical human involvement, Colonel.
It does, absolutely. And
This
it's
is the
really
readout?
a classic case of...
This is the readout of the conversation that took place where they discussed with Netanyahu the U.S. efforts to support Israel's defense against threats, including against ballistic missiles. Dude, this is, in my opinion, consistently teaching Israel the wrong lessons. Like telling them over and over again that, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want, and we are going to defend you. Like, we're going to defend you from the consequences. It's so weird. Like, why would they do anything else? Why would they do anything else? Why should they do anything else? You know what I mean? when you keep telling them like, oh yeah, no, we're going to defend you no matter what. We're going to defend you no matter what. Every time you fuck up, every time you keep increasing the pressure, like then yeah, of course they're going to keep doing it. Holy shit. President Biden spoke today with the Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. The president reaffirmed his commitment to Israel's security against all threats from Iran, including his proxy terrorist groups Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The president discussed efforts to support Israel's defense against threats, including against ballistic missiles and drones, to include new defensive U.S. military deployments. Together with his commitment to Israel's defense, the president stressed the importance of ongoing efforts to de-escalate broader tensions in the region. Vice President Harris also joined the call. Dude, no, if you want to fucking de-escalate at this point, you got to be like, you're all on your own, dog. I wasn't there. I didn't fucking kill Ismail Haniyeh. I've been telling you over and over again that you fucking should do a ceasefire deal. You're actually fucking up the bag for my party's reelection. You're on your own, big dog. That's what America should say. Cut off military aid, and Israel will very quickly change tune. What is this? The VP landed in Atlanta and told the traveling press pool, Israel has the right to defend itself, adding, in particular against a terrorist organization, which is exactly what Hezbollah is. She empathized. We still must work on a diplomatic solution to end the war. Did anyone ask her about how the nuclear-armed country we have pledged unconditionally give our most advanced weapon systems forever is in an active pro-rape insurrection supported by several members of the Knesset? Would that not be a relevant thing to ask? I think so. I think that's a good question to ask. Iran's supreme leader has issued an order for Iran to strike Israel. Yeah, this was yesterday as well. I mean, this is from yesterday. Like, stopping... The mere threat of stopping arms shipments would just stop Israel so quickly. I just don't understand.
They turned out in their tens of thousands in the Iranian capital to
Here's
mourn
what it looks
Ismail
like in
Haniyeh,
Tehran, in the
Hamas
Middle East
leader
right
many
now.
had hoped would steer negotiations to a lasting ceasefire in Gaza.
I gotta pee.
It was an audacious attack which killed him, arousing furious sentiment in Iran. The supreme leader, who regarded him as a friend and guest in his country, has warned the attack cannot go unanswered. It was an attack which violates Iranian sovereignty, he's told the nation. It's also a major intelligence embarrassment, with American media outlets reporting the explosive device responsible had been smuggled into his Tehran accommodation nearly 2 months ago. It coincided with the funeral in the Lebanese capital Beirut for a key Hezbollah commander killed by the Israelis 12 hours earlier. That too has drawn a furious reaction from the militant group, which is a close Iranian ally. The signals seem to be an attack is coming.
We are facing a big battle now. It's beyond the support front now. There's a battle in Gaza, one in South Lebanon, an open battle in Yemen, and even in Iraq, because it's all happening at the same time.
It's not just in the refugee camps of Beirut that they're trying to decipher what Hezbollah is planning, but there's a feeling of inevitability about more violence. We've faced death before, this woman tells us. We're ready to die if necessary to defend ourselves. Another man says, we will accept whatever Nasrallah decides.
So there seems to be little doubt now that there is going to be some sort of reaction. And all the indications are that it's going to draw in all the partners of the so-called axis of resistance, not just Iran, not just Hezbollah here in Lebanon, but also their fighting partners in Iraq, Yemen and Syria. And that is what is seriously worrying the region.
I suppose the counter thought to that threatening arms cutoff will stop Israel is that it would make them go even more hog wild, that they have nothing to lose while they still have weapons. Yeah, but they don't have... See, the beauty of threatening to cut Israel's arms, the beauty of that entire process is that because they are so fucking belligerent and have not stopped with their endless bombing campaign, they don't exactly have a solid backlog of weapons. It's not like they're sitting on a fucking massive pile or a surplus. They are fully dependent. This entire thing also is on the verge of collapse regardless, right? Because the Israeli economy is tanking. A ton of Israeli people have fled the country. Okay. Northern Israel, all of these people that live there have had to leave northern Israel. The Israeli port has had a severe decrease of traffic and trade in general. They are literally losing everything. Okay. This is the issue. All of these like reservists are now back in rotation. They're serving in the IDF. Yeah, 30% of their workers are not working. They're on the front lines, killing babies. Like, this was back in February. Israel's economy shrinks more than expected on Gaza war. GDP fell by 19% on an annualized basis in the fourth quarter of 2023. That's the equivalent of a fall off of 5% between October and December. That was in February. This war is absolutely propping up their economy. What? No, it's not. It's not propping up their economy at all. If they were a country like Russia or a country like the United States of America that have their own arms that they're manufacturing and using, it would be a self-feeding cycle. You don't think so? No, I know it's not the case because they're not a fucking weapons producer. They do like obviously surveillance tech. They do a bunch of like different shit. They produce weapons as well, but not to the same degree as like the United States or especially the type of weapons that we're talking about. Like we're talking about missiles, right? Russia and the United States, when there's a war going on, can prop up their own economy because they have a war economy, they have industry. For reference, they were minus 19% in quarter 4, 2023. USA was plus 3.2 in the same quarter. Also, the irony is like we play a big role in paying their fucking military as well, which makes me even more annoyed. The region is on the this is what Trita Parsi says from the Quincy Institute. The region is on the verge of a war that Netanyahu has triggered, a war that is designed to suck the U.S. into it. And this is all Biden had to say to Netanyahu. Oh, we got to de-escalate tensions. They're asleep on the fucking wheel, dude. Here, this is from July 18th. Israelis leaving the country permanently spiked 285% after October 7, but stabilized since. The Israeli Defense Ministry has signaled a massive NIS $1.5 billion, $340 million dollar deal with the Israeli defense firm Elbit Systems for ammunition and munitions for the military. Yeah, too little, too late, don't you think? You can't put that shit up that quickly and then immediately start manufacturing. Do you see what I'm saying? This they're doing because they want to fucking not be so reliant on the West. Also, fuck Elbit Systems, by the way. That is like one of the number one targets that all manner of like Western Palestinian student groups and Palestinian defense groups target on a regular fucking basis. If Netanyahu's goal is to take over Palestine, why should he risk dragging Iran into the war by performing an assassination in Tehran? Surely that could only make it harder for them. Wait, what? Netanyahu's goal is just to continue this war. It's not even to entirely end this war. It's to just continue it. That's his own personal motivation. Killing the principal negotiator aids in that process. What? The first mistake they made was the location? Iranian sources just shared this photo. Netanyahu's surveillance in Tel Aviv by Iran. The first mistake they made was the location. That's not Tel Aviv. That's the American embassy in Jerusalem. Quite a security lapse regardless. Just unclear why that caption has been going around as the location is wrong. Haaretz reports 1 in 4 Israeli Jews would leave Israel to another country if they could. New survey finds. Nearly half of Israel's Arab citizens say they would emigrate if given the practical opportunity, according to the latest monthly survey by the Jewish... wait, what? Arab citizens? But then it says 1 in 4 Israeli Jews. Oh, half of Israel's Arab population would say they'd leave. A quarter of Israel's Jewish population would say they'd leave. Yo, Israel's the safest place for Jews, though, bro. Without Israel, there would be no safe place, dude. I mean, I know there's Israeli Jews in this chat that are desperately trying to leave. It makes sense. I mean, it especially makes sense for these guys in here because, they're fucking surrounded by the most hostile anti-communist freaks you can get. But Israel's desperate to replace Palestinian farmhands. Newly arrived Indian workers say abuse is common. Is sad as fuck that the world is forever going to be changed for the worse because of one stupid pig can't let go of power? It's not just one stupid pig that can't let go of power. Because obviously there's a lot of appetite for destruction. There's straightforward demands for death and destruction from the Israeli population. So it's not necessarily just one person's fault. But one person is like the most responsible. But let's make no mistake. There's a big chunk of the Israeli population that doesn't recognize the danger that is coming their way, the collapse that is so inevitable that you can fucking taste it.
The new British Foreign and Defence Secretaries flew into Beirut for urgent meetings with Lebanese officials to de-escalate the tensions. Hezbollah is not around the table. Britain's amongst a raft of countries who designate them a terrorist organization.
One thing that Israeli Jews that are really fucking aggro about continuing this genocide don't actually factor into their calculation, even though 1/4 of Israeli Jews want to leave Israel if given the opportunity, is that this is also spiking anti-Semitism everywhere. Like definitely in the global south, but certainly in the Western world as well, because of the way that Israel has packaged this death and destruction under the auspices of like protecting Judaism as this monolithic force that is completely aligned, and the media playing a dangerous game, also repeating that line and consistently deploying the anti-Semitism accusations to anyone that dare declare that what Israel is doing is wrong, especially avoiding the coverage of all of those people who are Jewish themselves, who are anti-Zionists, who are out there in the fucking streets. Like, all that shit is so dangerous. All that shit is so goddamn dangerous in terms of like anti-Semitism skyrocketing in this fucking country and in all of the countries in the Western world. You have not lived the global south version of Islam. What the fuck are you saying? What does that have to do with anything, big dog? What are you? Oh my lord, dude. Yeah, I only saw the Turkish version of Islam. Yet, doesn't that make you understand that there is no monolithic Islam either? Nope, doesn't matter. I like that this is the lighter version of doing casual Islamophobia, which is like, okay, there are some Muslim countries that aren't like the same as others. It's not like we had a handle on anti-Semitism pre-October 7th. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But this is like anti-Semitism has always been there because it is at the heart of fascist thinking, right? And it kind of stems from the liberal attitudes that people have. It's anti-materialist. What do I mean by this? People love good, bad narratives. Some people are good, some people are bad. There's always a war being waged between good and evil. That's not the truth. People are products of their circumstances. People are directly impacted by their own material conditions, okay? And the constant push and pull leads people into doing bad things, leads people into doing good things, what you would consider to be good or bad, okay? However, liberals don't believe that because they're anti-materialists. So they believe some people are good, some people are bad. This is a major weakness that can easily be exploited by fascists. Because ultimately, if you think some people are bad, that's going to lead you into consistently trying to find an outgroup that is bad. That is just fascism, right? Fascism is ultranationalism. It's ultranationalism attached to an intractable, unchangeable trait. It can be your race, it can be nationality, it can be religion, but it's basically something that is like there's a broadly defined outgroup and then there's a broadly defined in-group. That's just what fascism is. And it works so perfectly within the confines of liberal thinking. What do I mean by this? Everyone always ends up saying, well, there's one group of shadowy figures that have always been the villain in society. Who's that group? Jews. After all, they're responsible for the death of Jesus Christ. After all, time and time again, whenever there's like famine, who's to blame? The Jews. That's what has always happened throughout history. And the Nazis basically serialized that shit. Okay? They took it especially from the Russians, originally Tsarist Russia, and they streamlined it. So that's why liberal ways of thinking, like good, bad dynamics like this, almost always lend itself so perfectly to who the bad guys are. Well, it must be this group of individuals. They're very successful after all, despite all of the shortcomings that they've experienced. Like, that's how you create anti-Semitic sentiment. That's how you push anti-Semitic sentiment. And when Israel is doing actual cartoon villain shit on a daily fucking basis, and like dumb Americans that watch the TV see the cartoon villain shit sometimes on TikTok, and then when they turn on CNN and CNN is like, the Jewish state is the most, the most moral state you've ever seen. When they see their fucking politicians clap for Benjamin Netanyahu like a bunch of goddamn trained SEALs, okay? They're like, well, what the fuck? I guess Jews do have some kind of weird mind control over the American Congress and the media. That is literally just Jews control the media. That's the narrative. That is what anti-Semites believe. And I don't think a lot of people understand. A lot of people do not recognize that, like, they are feeding into this anti-Semitic sentiment when, you know, they don't cover what is going on accurately. And when they constantly say, like, when the president comes out and says, Israel's a Jewish state, I'm a Zionist, I love Zionism, Zionism is the best, and that without Israel, no Jew would be safe on the planet. When you're the American president and there's literally more Jews living in the United States of America at any given point than Israel, what the fuck do you mean? Like, well, how can you say such a stupid fucking thing? That is how right-wingers will, one, weaponize anti-Semitism, use the media coverage, and basically massage that narrative, not to one that is materialist and not to one that, dictates like, hey, it's actually not like some secret hypnosis power that Jews have collectively, or that Jewish people have the power of mind control, or they control the media or anything like that. But instead, it's America's State Department interest. It's also Christian, evangelical Christianity that dictates that, like, Armageddon will happen if Jews control Israel. And that creates a big fucking base of support within the Republican Party that, what is this? Palingenesis, yes, ultranationalist. This refers to the rebirth or the recreation of a nation, ultranationalism. This extreme nationalism that prioritizes the interests of one nation or ethnic group above all others. Yeah. Like, people don't understand it. People legitimately don't fucking understand why the fuck we're giving unlimited, unconditional support to Israel. That's a perfectly valid question to ask, right? So for many people who are not going to engage in this critically and go, well, Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities in a resource-rich region, and that's why it's one of our most valuable allies on the fucking planet. People don't want to think like that. That's too complicated for them. So they think in their minds, oh, it's because Jews control American government and American media. That's a much easier narrative to align with. That's a much easier narrative to understand.
The government's warning the 5,000 Britons thought to be in Lebanon to leave immediately. And the Foreign Secretary told us he believes this is a critical point.
My job as Foreign Secretary in this critical moment is to be speaking to all sides and to be urging caution, urging calm heads, and to be absolutely clear. It is no one's interest in this region or in the global community to see a global crisis, a regional war, effectively, in this part of the world.
But Israel appears to be preparing for the worst, with the Prime Minister gathering his top team for civil protection.
Israel is at a very high level of readiness for any scenario, both defensively and offensively. We will exact a very high price for any act of aggression against us from any arena.
The twin attacks on two capitals have plunged the region into more uncertainty. And whilst all parties say they don't want all-out war, that is getting ever closer. Alex Crawford.
I think there is one party here that is saying they want all-out war. That party is Israel. The idea that like one party is actually against all-out war is so silly.
Sky News, Beirut.
I mean, that's crazy. They literally hit a Iranian consulate. Then they turned around and assassinated the fucking guy that was the principal negotiator on the ceasefire deal in Tehran.
Begin with the growing backlash from the remarks by former President Trump during his appearance before a group of black journalists. He questioned the racial identity of Vice President Kamala Harris and was at times combative with the women who asked him questions. Robert Costa has more from Washington. Bob, good morning.
Good morning. The comments were part of a tense Q&A in Chicago at the National Association of Black Journalists, a conference. Former President Trump courted black voters and courted controversy as he brought questions of race to the fore of this campaign.
I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln.
In a crowd full of black journalists, former President Donald Trump clashed with reporters as he questioned his rival's racial identity.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. She was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black? She was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too.
Vice President Kamala Harris, whose father is Jamaican and mother was Indian, went to the prestigious historically black college Howard University and is a member of the oldest black sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha. She responded last night.
And it was the same old show. The divisiveness and the disrespect.
Harris was speaking in Houston at a black sorority event.
Let me just say, the American people deserve better. The American people deserve a leader who tells the truth, a leader who does not respond with hostility.
Hasan was Turkish all the way, then suddenly turned white. Ironic you say that because that's how, like, all of my racist haters fucking say that shit. Like, that is exactly what my racist ass haters say. They're like, oh, Hasan was Turkish when it suits him, but he's white when it suits him, when he wants to be racist against white people. Also, he's Muslim. He's a sand N-word and therefore not real white. Are you fucking kidding me? Ha, white, I laugh at that. He is not German. He is not Polish. Those are the real whites. Yeah, I remember even the supposed libs saying that. Supposed libs. Supposed being the operative word here.
Hostility and anger when confronted with the facts.
At a rally in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I do love personally that, like, the Republicans who have been getting yelled at for being weird and have not been doing a very, very good job of, like, dealing with that reality have decided to double, triple, quadruple down on the weird shit and have just been balls to the wall. Like, I love that, like, the media cycle was going to change when Donald Trump went and talked to the National Association of Black Journalists. And the first talking point that came out of it was Kamala Harris might be a DEI pick. Also, she's an Indian woman and not black. She's switching races to be black. Real cool stuff. Thank you, guys. No, you're doing a great job, man. Yeah, no, she turned black. It's just like, dude, I mean, this is like kind of a weird fucking tweet. Obviously, this is Kamala Harris at Howard, but like, bro, it's a thing that you can visibly see with your eyes. That's why it's so strange that they're running with this narrative. Like, she is a black woman, okay? She is seen as a black woman by both racists and non-racists alike. So the fact that, like, you would try to do that, like, this isn't Bobby biracial, okay? This isn't fucking Logic. Like, this is a black woman. I'm so confused that they're trying to make it seem like it's like a racial Dolezal situation. Like, it's very weird. This is dead ass the Obama birthrightism all over again, just 16 years later is nuts. It's even weirder than that, I think. Like, obviously, that was like gross, weird, racist in general. And it also was demonstrably a failure. In terms of messaging, that was not a successful message at all. Obama won twice and is still seen as like a very popular figure. Oh my God, JD Vance is Indian. We got him. Like, Donald Trump, she has always been black, classic black family photo. Donald Trump posted this, by the way, this family photo earlier today and was like, remember when Kamala Harris was acting like she was an Indian woman? And it's like, bro, she's literally both black and Indian. These two things can happen. Why are these guys acting like this is shocking? It's so strange, man. Like there is no rule. There is no fucking rule in the rule book where you're just like, oh, if you're biracial, you got to pick one. Sorry. What the fuck? Especially in terms of blackness. Like, if she was white, if she had white in her, that's a little different, right? If she's half white, then the equation is a little bit different because whiteness, also a social construct, is proximity to power in a white country like the United States of America, right? Like, that's why you can't hit her with the Elizabeth Warren style memes, because like Elizabeth Warren was a white woman who claimed to be a Native American woman. That's why everybody made fun of her, myself included. But Kamala Harris literally is a black woman, and blackness is the type of trait in an unimaginably white supremacist society. Blackness is the type of trait that you just can't really avoid, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid as long as you subscribe for $6 or for free. You could be black, you could be Indian, you could be Blasian. Don't matter. You could be white. You can avoid the top of the hour ad break as long as you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, let's continue. J.D. Vance's reaction to Trump's comments about Harris's race. What he said, I thought it was hysterical. I think he pointed out the fundamental chameleon-like nature of Kamala Harris. Donald Trump on whether Kamala Harris is a DI hire, as some Republicans have said. She happened to turn black. She was Indian all the way, and all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a black woman. Now, J.D. Vance saying this is extra weird because, as Roger Sullenberger points out, he has mixed race children. His kids are half Indian and half white. So that's extra strange. Racism isn't about proximity to power. Racism occurs regardless of power. Read How to Be an Anti-Racist. Racism occurs regardless of power. Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here. Okay? This isn't like the basic racism is power plus discrimination or whatever. I'm not even saying that right now. I'm simply saying whiteness is about proximity to power. Okay? Whiteness. It's not race that's the issue. It's the changing racial identity for political reasons. Oh no. What? There's no such thing as being biracial. It's just some other race. Black plus white equals Arab. Chinese plus Indian equals Mexican. That's how it works. Kamala Harris is Sentinelese. Yeah, it's like when you mix these two things, you get a third new thing. This is a joke, by the way, chatters. This person is not being serious. It's funny how hard it is for you Americans to understand the cultural inheritance of people when your country is mainly constituted by migrants. I mean, it is, but it's also dictated by white supremacy. This is a byproduct of that reality. Oh my God, the hits keep coming. New audio, Trump's VP, what is this? Nominee J.D. Vance calls rape and incest inconvenient. Wait, what? I'm not going to look at the Google Doc link. Anyway, these racial dynamics being a hot button discourse is probably going to be off-putting to normal people who are like, what the fuck is going on? I don't really care about this at all.
Wednesday night, Trump continued to attack Harris, but made no mention of her race.
This November, the American people are going to reject Kamala Harris's dangerous liberal extremism in a massive landslide.
Earlier in the day, Trump also defended his VP pick, J.D. Vance, who's faced backlash for his comments on people without children. But Trump did say a running mate doesn't matter all that much.
Except he had previously said, I'm pretty sure he previously had said, a running mate usually doesn't matter, except in this case it does.
Presidential politics.
Historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win.
The White House has called Trump's statements about Harris repulsive and
That's cool, man. That's a really good way to defend. That's a really good way to defend your running mate. That's supposed to give you a nice little bump. Admitting that your running mate sucks weeks after you chose him is so funny. Hello, I'm Hasan. Oh, come on. Don't block that guy. Fat fuck. You're full of shit. Hello, I'm Hasan. I'm a socialist. I only talk about race and social populist issues, and all my followers are complete morons. You'd never catch me disrespecting actual capital that truly runs the world. I only use my voice to get them monies and shit on actual workers because fuck you, literally you every time. Wait, okay, I gotta unban this guy to understand what the fuck he's saying. 4-year hiatus. I wonder what community this guy has been following me from since 2019. No, he's not a crusty anarchist. He's a fucking 4chan. No, you're a. Come on, brother. We know you're a DGG operative in here. He's saying you don't blame global Jewry enough. Yeah, but don't these guys use Israel all the time as a way to fucking talk about the global Jewry? So I don't really understand. The fuck? Jewry is such a wild word. It is. There's no E in there. It's just JEWRY, I think. Yeah. Dude, fuck the narrative. Fuck that narrative. Capital runs the world. I guess he's a real socialist. Are we defending crimes of the Soviet Union just like the Nazis defend the crimes of the Third Reich? What's going on? Anyway, 4-year break. You know what? You know what community they come from? I know what community they came from. 4-year break. Come on, dude. Come on. Yeah, we know exactly where he's coming from. All right, let's continue. Conservatives, including my dad, are pointing to these 2 AP headlines of evidence as flip-flopping her race, which is so fucking insane they cannot fathom the concept of carrying 2 identities. Yeah, I know. California's Kamala Harris becomes the first Indian American U.S. Senator. She would not become the first Black American U.S. Senator. So that's why that's the headline. Biden picks Kamala Harris as running mate, first Black woman. That article probably also mentions that she's the first Indian woman as well. I don't know why we're having this conversation. It literally feels like every day, and this is why I spent approximately like 2.5 hours talking about the trans panic that took place earlier in the morning, okay? Because every day we stray further and further into psychopathic tendencies. We are becoming literally more insane every moment. And a big chunk of that insanity is unironically coming from the unrestricted, unshackled right-wing sentiment born out of made-up hysteria and panic. So much of the discourse is driven by dudes who are straight up hallucinating. Okay? So much of this discourse, like for the entire morning lineup, for not just me, but for most of the fucking major outlets, was talking about how a cis woman, okay, for a cis woman from Algeria, a country that is not exactly fond of LGBTQ people, okay, a cis woman from Algeria won a gold medal in boxing, and people just decided that she's trans. She's not, but people just decided anyway to be transphobic. And you could not convince motherfuckers that this was not the reality, right? Like that this was, oh, she didn't win gold. Sorry, she just won 1 fight in her first match. It is actually crazy that this person, it is actually crazy that this became the genuine discourse. And there are probably right now hundreds of thousands of people that are right-wing, if not millions of people that are right-wing, that saw the Fox News coverage, saw all the fucking articles, saw shit on Twitter, that straight up are like, no, that's a trans woman and therefore a man. And I will never be convinced otherwise. Just completely untrue. Completely untrue. Think about that. And it's the same shit here. People just straight up go, you can't be both Black and Indian. You got to pick one. And most people understand how this works, but it doesn't even fucking matter.
Insulting. Trump and his campaign have stood by what he said. And when I was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania last night at Trump's rally, it was evident his voters do too. Many of them, in conversations with me, echoed his assessment of Vice President Harris, highlighting just how rough and racially charged this campaign is shaping up to be. Major.
Robert Costa, thank you so very much. Joining us now, CBS News political contributor Ashley Etienne. She formerly worked as Vice President Harris's communications director. Ashley, good morning. You know the challenge of any national campaign and candidate is to be prepared for the toughest broadsides that might come from an opponent. Rate Kamala Harris's response last night.
Listen, I thought it was a strong response. I mean, what I'm hearing from the campaign is she's going to continue to rise above the fray. That is the best way they think that they can contrast with someone like Donald Trump, that she's going to keep making this point that this election is about the past versus the future. No one wants to go back to a past, the Trump years where racial violence was at an all-time high, where you had the president say that there are good people on both sides. The former president called on the Proud Boys to stand by. So she's going to continue to make that point, that that's not who we are as America. That's not who we want to be. And the American people are rallying behind her in unprecedented ways. $200 million she's raised in a little more than a year. Over 100,000 people have signed up.
What?
These faggots should get their own faggot category, because before, if a man hit a woman, it used to land him in jail. Now, it gets you a gold medal at the Olympics. These are the worst Olympics in history. They have made a mockery out of Christianity and women. And let me remind you, there's no such thing as...
Bro, this person is running for... Wasn't she running for Congress? Christ is King, MAGA, America First, Missouri's 41st Secretary of State, 54,000 likes. Same vibe. This is a glimpse into next year's politics. They're going to drop the N-word next. Oh, yeah. I'm in awe of the fact that this person is like actually running for office right now as we speak. Like, this is her campaigning.
It's a chick with a dick. Keep women's sports females. The same woke virus that killed Elon, the same woke virus that killed your son Xavier, just killed Angela Carini's dreams at the Olympics. I don't need your money. I want your help saving the children from this virus that is mutilating our youth.
Like, I think she needs to be in, I think, honestly, re-education camps, like 100%. Like, how can you look at this and not think, like, we have to rehabilitate these people? Like, actually, dude, come on. What are we doing? Yeah, isn't she running in Missouri? Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, dude, this level of vitriol is not going to fucking translate well to, like, even Missourian voters, okay? I think a lot of you guys like think, oh, they're all fucking dumb fuck hicks down there or whatever. And sure, there's plenty, but like, nah.
And destroying families. There is no such thing as a trans child. We must protect the children's innocence from the groomers and pedophiles that pry on them.
As a Missourian, I think you are too forgiving. No, I don't believe that like normal Americans think this level of like unshackled, unrestricted vitriol is actually good and beneficial for a campaign. You want to know why I don't think that? Because if that was the fucking case, then Republicans would not have actively tried to campaign with dog whistles for decades. These guys are too invested in smelling their own fucking farts, and they think that other people think like them. You get to this point, they don't. Just look at Kerry Lake. Exactly. I'm telling you, dude, when you get to this level, it's like, you know what these guys are? Obviously, there's no moral equivalent between the two, but these guys are like, the leftist version of these guys are people who come in here and they're like, oh, dude, you haven't started a revolutionary vanguard party and armed militants in the global south? Like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, these are people who think that, like, me living in the United States of America am like allowed to be a certain way. Like, they greatly overestimate how much real momentum their belief system has on the planet. Okay, they do not live in the real world. You can only arrive at that way of thinking if you're just like exclusively in Discord servers and you just like never interact with a real human being. And for these guys, it's basically the other side of the equation, but significantly worse, far more consequential, and nationalized at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's so incredibly fucking out of touch. And forgetting that, like, you need to do dog whistles. Like, you can't behave like this. You look like a cultist. You look sweaty. You look nervous. You look weird to the average person. Discord servers are the most racist dive bars in town. No, these guys are just like hopped up on Twitter fumes, and they genuinely think that like there is a large enough group in the country beyond the actual MAGA cultists, that actually fucking operate like this. When in fact, in the real world, if someone were to talk like this, if she were to do this in public, people would be like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Chill out. If she chirped like this in public, someone would beat her ass. 100%.
These faggots should get their own faggot category.
If she said this in public, around other people, someone would smack the shit out of her. 100%. Like, 100%. Someone would be like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, straight up. Like, you have to remember that. And the person doing that wouldn't necessarily be like a fucking ally to trans people or anything like that. Like, I'm saying, like, a normal person walking by, if they heard another human being talk like this in broad fucking daylight in public, there would be some fucking words exchanged, maybe even hands. Straight up. Now, the reason why I'm saying that, no, even in Missouri, dude, even in Missouri, the reason why I'm saying that is not because I think that you know, I'm threatening this person with violence or whatever. I'm saying like it's not the norm to behave like this. It's not the norm to behave like this at all. This is gross shit. Okay? This is just gross. You're a fucking gross loser.
I can only do so much on my own. Let's save the children.
Like, I stand with Angel Carini. What is this? Not her, but similar video?
We bring back normalizing the word faggot. We need to shame fags again. We need to put them back in the closet. I miss those days when people wouldn't tell anyone that they're gay because it was not celebrated. Now it's like people are becoming gay because they want to be celebrated. They're weird. They're outcasts. They just want to.
This doesn't work because like some gay guy's going to use this as a reaction video in less than 24 hours. Yeah. Censored TV. Don't laugh, buddy. How am I not going to laugh at this? This is so obviously reaching to just like get a fucking reaction. It's pathetic. Straight up. A lot of people feel this way too. I love you so much, Hasan, but I think you're being way too charitable. No, dude. I'm not saying the average American isn't fucking homophobic, transphobic, racist. You're misunderstanding you're misunderstanding my point. Okay? I have never made the argument that like the average American is not like a genuinely racist, homophobic person. There's a shit ton of genuinely racist and homophobic people. They just don't like it when someone else who's on their side is just giving the game away. There's a difference between acceptable racism that they have learned from social conditioning, stereotypes in media, and every fucking aspect of society that they've grown up with, especially when they're fucking sheltered, okay, versus behaving like an edgy teenager in an Xbox Live chat room. When you get to the edgy teenager phase, most people who are literally fucking racist and homophobic themselves go, ew. At the very least, they will go, ugh, gross. I don't fuck with that gay shit either, but that's weird. You're being a little weird. That's what the average person who would otherwise be homophobic or transphobic would think, okay? And would operate like. If you were out in the real world, you would understand that. There's a level of like social acceptability that you need to abide by. That's why Ben Shapiro always uses dog whistles. He always just points to things, right? He always points to the way that these structures are designed. He rarely ever goes, black people are genetically inferior and that's why they must be murdered by the police. He says, policing as an institution is necessary, and there are a lot of crimes that occur as a byproduct of the culture that black people have. That's it. That's the difference. One is taking advantage of the unjustifiable structures that we exist under that people take for granted and people think are the norm and should not change. The other is just giving the game away and being like, no, actually, I am a racist in the way that other racists understand, in the way that like people are not comfortable with openly being. Racist people don't like being called racist. Klansmen don't like being called racist. Okay? Nazis don't like being called Nazis because everybody understands that being outwardly racist like that is truly toxic. Okay? It's because you're breaking like the social boundaries. Some people take pride in it though. Yes, dude, but those people are incredibly marginal. Like they are so fucking minuscule.
Let's dive into this.
So fucking tiny in terms of the population.
Your granddaughter did an amazing job. She's a great golfer. We met her, I think, up at Bedminster.
Here's Donald Trump talking to Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. Funniest name of all time, by the way, Buck Sexton. Talking about the athlete that Trump, I suspect, will call trans.
With you, and you took her out on the course. I know you've been playing with her a great deal. Before we get into the Olympics in particular, if you found out that she was going to have to compete against men in golf, you know the difference. There's ladies' tees for a reason. There's a tremendous difference. What would you say as a grandfather, leaving aside the being a president, running for president, all of those things, what would you say, you're a big sports fan, just about being fair if you found out that your supremely talented golfing granddaughter was having to compete against?
I hate that, like, transphobic people are completely in the wrong here, and they've just, like, hallucinated that a cis woman is a trans woman, and they're still doubling down on the fucking narrative regardless, you know? They're still just like, even if she's not trans, who gives a fuck? Fuck trans people. That's basically what this argument is.
It's meant.
Well, golf is different. It's first.
What about the they say what I think people? I heard that about Trump all the time working at a gas station. Great fucking take. That's the other thing I was going to say. Republicans legitimately think in their minds that everyone else thinks like that. That's why there's always this narrative of like, oh, he's just honest. This is exactly what everyone is thinking, but are too afraid to say it. No, motherfucker. It's not to that degree, okay? And even then, oh, people are too afraid to say these things, but they're thinking it, means that they're still not saying it because they understand ultimately that there's a massive fucking subsect of the population that consider that to be abhorrent. Hello, that's the whole point.
First of all, it's a huge disadvantage anyway, but golf is a lot different than being punched in the face like that young lady from Italy was today, where she took 2 shots and she said, I'm out of here. I never got hit like that before in my life. And she was supposed to be a very good boxer, but she said, this is crazy. But golf's a little, because you still have to be able to putt and other things. But even in golf, you know, there's a big difference in distance. That's why, as you said, better than anybody. That's why they have the ladies' tees and the men's tees and all of that. So obviously it's, you know, a big part of what I say. One of the things that gets the biggest applause, just about, and it's, I have other things that are very important, like the border. We got to close the wall. You got to drill, baby, drill, all of that. But one of the things that gets the biggest applause, and you know this because you've been to many of the rallies. I had a great one in Harrisburg.
Yeah, this is a great way to fucking, again, smell your own goddamn farts, okay? Even he has been, like, shocked at how much people love the anti-trans sentiment at his rallies. But those are motherfuckers at his rallies. That is not the broader, electorate, okay? These are, it doesn't mean anything other than the fact that your fan base is brain broken, okay? If you lean into that too much, you are going to end up looking like a fucking freak, which is why a lot of people, which is why the Republicans are weird narrative has been salient.
Last night, it was unbelievable, actually. And what gets the biggest applause is we will not allow men to play in women's sports. And, you know, I usually use weightlifting as a good example. You could use swimming. You could use a lot of different, but weightlifting is so good. But I think it's been replaced by boxing because this young lady said, I've never been hit like that. It was like getting hit by a horse. So, I mean, she took 2 punches and she said, that's it. I'm out.
What do you think about Kamala Harris? It's incredibly coincidental because today Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have rewritten Title IX so that it now includes gender identity. So if a man wants to identify as a woman, as you just mentioned, that thing has gone viral. Everybody is reacting to it. They wouldn't let that person fight as a woman because it didn't fulfill the biological requirements. Man beats up a woman in the Olympics. What did you think when you saw that video?
Well, this is where they've been. They've gone, you know, into the whole thing with men can do anything they want. They can go into the locker rooms. They can do whatever they want. They transition. And that's where they've been. And people don't understand it. To me, you know, I say we run a campaign on common sense. The Republican Party and MAGA is.
That's why the weird narrative sticks so well, because Republicans do really well when they talk about common sense. This is just common sense. Of course, we have to. Look, the other side is crazy. They want to fucking kill cops. We're just like the common sense party. Of course, you love cops. You see it in television. That's when the Republican Party actually is doing well campaigning, because regardless of my own personal opinion, my convictions, and what I say and what this community thinks, policing as an institution is unimaginably popular in this country. Okay? Straight up. That's just the reality. Okay? So there's a difference between, and obviously that changes for different demographics, especially when we're talking about voters. But like when you say common sense, this is common sense. Of course we need cops, and the other side wants to like kill cops or fucking abolish the police or whatever. That's a pretty sticky narrative that you can run on that is decently successful in terms of campaigning. But when you just like hyper focus on like weird shit and constantly talk about like women and teenagers' genitalia or shit like that, even though obviously focus group testing has shown that transphobia in and of itself is not successful, but when paired up with the concept of fairness in sports, it's actually very successful. And that's the reason why they changed it from bathroom bills to like, trans teens in sports or whatever. Even then, not enough people care about it because at the end of the day, there aren't that many fucking trans people. There's just not. It's like an entirely marginal group of individuals. So consistently fucking talking about trans people all the time, non-fucking stop, trans people this, trans people that, they're in every corner, is going to make you look weird and gross. Ultimately, the average American also doesn't really care about women's sports that much. And especially the people that are talking about trans women competing in women's sports. They definitely don't give a fuck about women's sports. We are half of your audience. I'm scared. I'm like actually so anxious as a trans person watching this. We are half your audience. I wouldn't say trans people are half my audience, but I do have a big percentage of trans people in this community for sure. Thanks for your talking points. I just destroyed a transphobic family member of mine, Lamar. They were yapping about this nonstop. Even though they're obsessed with trans people, is what he's saying doesn't make sense. What? No, dude. Americans care about fucking inflation, okay? And maybe some of them also are terrified of the fucking border because it's a narrative that has no counter messaging to it. But at the end of the day, when you're constantly fucking talking about like teenagers' genitals and how they're being chopped off or whatever the fuck, people are going to be like, dude, that is weird. I don't want to think about that. Please shut the fuck up. Like, think about it this way. Conservatives are so dialed into culture war panics that they negatively polarize themselves against being normal. One of the greatest indications of this was during the fucking Super Bowl. This is supposed to be the Super Bowl for conservatives, right? It's something that every American is supposed to celebrate. All the normal Americans watch it, right? Hundreds of millions of fucking people tuning in from all around the world even, but especially in America. And conservatives were fucking crying. Why? Because Taylor Swift is there. Why? Because Taylor Swift's boyfriend is playing. And they weirdly just made... They weirdly turned around and fucking negatively polarized themselves against normal shit, okay? And when you're chirping about the Super Bowl, you think the average American is going to be like, hell yeah, you're right, brother. Taylor Swift is actually a government psyop, made the trans children, and that's why I'm also boycotting the Super Bowl. No, they're going to be like, shut the fuck up. I'm eating jalapeno poppers and watching the fucking Super Bowl, you un-American piece of shit, okay? Like, you think... right now at this election cycle, like when these dumb fucks talk about like Dylan Mulvaney being on a goddamn Bud Light beer can, you think that shit is like salient as a talking point? You think people give a fuck about that? No, of course not. And it's the same exact story with the Olympics, okay? This is a global event. A third of the entire population of the fucking planet watches the goddamn introduction ceremony. Conservatives in America are crying about how gay the Olympics are and how anti-Christian the Olympics are. Most people all around the globe are just watching and going, okay, the French are being weird. Who gives a fuck? Okay? What are we doing? They can't even enjoy the Olympics without getting angry. Okay? That is a mentally unwell person. I'm trans. Do you really think the majority of America isn't transphobic? Where are you getting this from? I never said that. Of course. No, transphobia is deeply associated with our rigid understanding, our false understanding of gender. People don't see it as a social construct at all. They think it's like biology. They don't understand that there's a difference between biology or whatever people call biological gender versus being trans or gender expression in general, or what gender is in general. That's number one. And number two, because of that close association we have with our identity and the rigidness in which we have been taught from an early on age, people are obviously like, oh, trans people are weird and gross for the most part. That is like the normative position. That is the broad position of the majority of Americans, the overwhelming majority of Americans, right? They don't make a distinction between sex and gender, and it doesn't even matter. Most people think, oh yeah, trans people are kind of weird, kind of gross. I don't get it. Okay? The difference, however, is that no normal person is constantly fucking thinking about the latest and greatest in the happenings of trans culture and trans community existence. Okay? That's my argument. The average American is not constantly fucking thinking about like what a trans influencer is doing. The average American doesn't have like, anti-trans memes on their phone where they go, see, this is my, I have 500 videos of trans people screeching on my video. I'm on my phone. I'll show it to you right now. Like when you do that, people go, brother, what's that, brother? That's what they say. They're like, dude, you're weird. Caring about something that much, no matter what the cause is going to be off-putting regardless. Okay? Love you, King, but I think your idea of the average American normie is influenced by your friends and environment. WeHo normies are more chill than Alabama normies, in my opinion. Oh, my God. No. Not only are you wrong, you are demonstrably wrong, because running an anti-trans agenda is exactly what led to the 2022 electoral defeat for many Republicans when it was supposed to be a fucking red wave. Okay? That's it. These guys already tried this shit. Okay? And there are exit polls. People were literally polled on this, where they asked them, like, how big of a factor in your consideration was, like, the fact that trans people are taking over the country or whatever. And people were just like, what? I don't understand. I don't care. That was abortion. It wasn't just abortion. Okay? Abortion played a big role in it, certainly. But some might make the argument that abortion is also a continuation of the Republican radicalization in this country, and how genuinely off-putting that looks to the average person. You feel me? Normal transphobes don't obsess over trans people. Yeah, it's not an oxymoron. Yes, there are plenty of people who are just normal and are like transphobic in the sense that they will be like, yeah, I don't think men should play against women. I don't think trans women should play against cis women, right? Like, there are so many people who believe that and will just regurgitate that, okay? That's an uncontested narrative. It's very difficult to fucking fight back against that. That is just the average person's take. That's it. But it doesn't go beyond that, okay? When you start pushing arguments about how, like, and that's why we have to stop them, and that's why we have to pass a legislation that will impact only 3 trans girls in high school swim meets in the entire fucking state of Kansas, okay? When you do that, people are like, what? Okay, what the fuck? Why are we doing this? We are extremely online. We are motivated by what we see online. And unfortunately for us, especially with Twitter becoming increasingly more right-wing, most of the things we see are from groypers. So we literally fucking personally think that, like, every American is like a groyper. And that is exactly the problem with the Republican Party. They think that. They think that they're normal. They are not normal. They are weird and off-putting to the normal person. Okay?
It's about common sense, probably more than it is about being conservative or anything else. It's common sense. We want to have a strong border. We want to have low taxes. We want to have good education. We don't want to have men playing in women's sports. But this is where they are. The whole party is crazy, and they took him out. They did a coup with him, and it wasn't a friendly coup. It was a vicious coup. You know, he had all the votes, and they just said, we'll do it the easy way or the hard way. And they took him out. You know, from my standpoint, here we are working against him. He's down for the count practically. And it's like if you had a fighter like Dana White, the great Dana White. You have a fighter, and he's not doing well, and you take him out, you put somebody else in. But I don't think she's going to do well because her policies are so bad. I mean, she wants open borders. She wants the all-electric cars in a very short period of time. No more gasoline-powered cars or hybrids or any of that. It's just ridiculous. The country looks so stupid to the rest of the world.
When you hear yourself and J.D. Vance called weird by Kamala Harris, who believes that a man should be able to win a women's boxing championship, that a man should be able to be a women's swimming champion. We had Riley Gaines on the show earlier. Who's the weirdo there? What's weird? Actually letting men pretend to be women and win?
You are, bro. You are, for thinking about this and talking about this nonstop. You are the fucking weirdo. Like, you're weird. By the way, 47% say conservatives are weird. It worked. Wait, what? Why can't I see the
championships, or just saying women's sports should be played by women?
Well, they're the weird ones. And if you've ever seen her with the laugh and everything else, that's a weird deal going on there. They're the weird ones. Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. And I'm up front.
Oh, he's mad. Oh, that's awesome. Yet another, put that in W category, put that in the W column once again. Okay. It's just not, there you go. He is definitely big mad about this shit.
And he's not either, I will tell you. JD is not at all. They are. I mean, who wants to have open borders? We're prisoners. That's weird. We're prisoners and we're...
That's weird. No, it's the other side. Here, I want to give you guys another argument. I want to go back to this fucking psycho.
Now?
Okay? The psycho who's like said this, right? How much you want to bet every single person with a blue check mark that's fucking responding to this person is like incredibly griped up and most likely one of those like Orange County style of Republicans, like Republican in a deep blue area, Republican living in a fucking deep blue district, Republican living in a deep blue state. Okay? Every single blue check mark. The take we're all waiting for. Host of Brianna M. Show, corporate media escapee, quit Fox Corps over the COVID vaccine mandate, fluent in sarcasm. Okay? Missouri, you better vote for this woman. First Amendment, Second Amendment, America First, MAGA conservative. Holy shit, I fucking love you. America First. Adaptation expert, natural selection always prevails. Gen X, father, teach your son chivalry. Think long, think wrong. Traditional thoughts. The truth, no matter how harsh it comes across, is still the truth. First time there's a Missourian in the fucking post. There are derogatory words for every race, religion, class, sex, etc., etc. I don't try to use any of them, and I expect politicians to do the same. As a Missourian, this post lost me. Look at the top blue check on this one. Israel has you leashed like a dog. Why you gotta show me that, man?
Mental institution patients are taken out of hospitals and jails, and they're let into our country. That's weird. Who would want that policy? Who wants the men and women's sports policy? Who wants to quadruple your taxes? The whole thing is weird, and the way they do elections is weird. And no, they're the weird ones. But you know what it is? It's a soundbite. You've been watching it. Russia, 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 Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. It's all a soundbite. And the press picks it up. You notice the evening news, every one of them talk. You know, they introduce the word weird, and all of a sudden they're talking about weird. No, we're not weird people. We're actually just the opposite. We're right down the middle.
I don't know if you heard this yet, but a little bit earlier, Joe Biden, I don't know if Joe Biden knows anything. I think you kind of showed that when you knocked him out on June 27th and ended his political career. I know you saw me on Jesse Waters. I mean, we've never seen a knockout like that, talking about it. And I know you posed as he dropped out. But he was just talking about Russian hostages, and he said you didn't get Evan Gersovich back, even though Evan Gersovich didn't become a hostage until he became president. I want to let you hear that and hear what he said. I mean, his brain's mush. We know that, but I want to let you hear it.
President Trump has said repeatedly that he could have gotten the hostages out without giving anything in exchange. What do you say to that? What do you say to President Trump now, former president?
Why didn't he do it as president?
Okay. I mean, how crazy is...
Dude, I love Donald Trump being like, Republicans are not the weird ones. It's the Democrats that are weird ones. Which is why I, as a normal person, am spending my morning talking to fucking Clay Travis and Buck Sexton about a Algerian boxer in the fucking quarterfinals beating an Italian boxer, and we are talking about how she might have a penis in her pants. Okay, like that is not I'm running for president shit. Okay, that's insane. Like you can't. Like, that's actually super stupid.
This.
Well, he's incompetent. And, you know, he was so adjudged by his own, if you take a look, his own counsel. If you look at the prosecutor, we call it a prosecutor, they call it a counsel. And he came out and he said, with respect to the documents case, he said essentially that he's incompetent. You know, that was an interesting thing. He's incompetent to stand trial, but he's allowed to be president. That's a very interesting thing. Can't stand trial because he's grossly incompetent. But
fascinating.
No, I heard that. I heard he said this. Why didn't Trump get him out? And he was taken during that time. You know, I got out 59 different people, 59, and I didn't pay money. You know, once you do that, these deals are going to happen more and more because the amount of things, including cash, that we give up is so astronomical. This is a big deal. And they allowed some really rough people out. You know that, right? And they did in the case of Brittany Griner also. They allowed, what was he? The
Merchant of Death. They traded her for the Merchant of Death, which is maybe a worse trade than our friend Herschel
one
Walker
of the greatest,
back in the day.
trans people shouldn't perform in opposite sex competitions? Yeah, they shouldn't. They're not. Trans women participate in the exact same in a competition with cis women. Like, yeah. Ain't nobody out here being like, oh, a trans woman should go fight against a cis dude. You know what I mean?
Greatest arms dealer in the world, you know, and look, these are rough deals. To make these deals, sometimes you have to be different. But we got out 59 without having to pay. I got people out of North Korea. You don't get tougher than that. And
last question.
Okay, I'm done with this. This shit sucks. All right. I want to see the fallout from Trump's comments attacking Harris's race.
To serve on her campaign, to volunteer. So they're feeling very good about this. And the strategy, from what I hear from them, is let Trump be Trump. The more that the American people see of him doing this kind of stuff, the more they're reminded of why they don't like him.
Ashley, let's look back at the past to sort of widen this out here. President Trump did perform better than expected with black men in 2020. And that campaign would very much like to peel off a few more votes from the black community. How much does this hurt those efforts, though, in your opinion?
Well, I've always sort of felt like this was overhyped. The number of support among black men for Donald Trump is really been overhyped. It was never a real threat to someone like Kamala Harris. It was more of a threat to Joe Biden. But now that Kamala Harris is actually in the race, we're seeing their internal polls are showing that she's really invigorated the African-American base, where Joe Biden was bleeding support among the base. She's plus 45 against Donald Trump with the base. So the more and the more that he actually shows himself, the more and the more he insults her, the more he mispronounces her names, the more that he leans into really insult the entire black community, the more the momentum will start to create and galvanize behind Vice President Harris. And I will say, and it's not just among black people who are offended by the former president's treatment of her. So that's the other benefit that she has, that race and gender are working to her advantage in this particular race in a way that it never has before.
Ashley, I'm not black. Fact check. True. But I'd like your observations on the combative nature.
We still love you.
I'm glad we're good on that. I'd like your evaluation of the combative nature of the exchanges between former President Trump and Rachel Scott. That's playing in that room, but it's also playing in a broader American living room.
Bro, white people can never be normal. Like, I don't know why people are so, like, it's just so difficult for a white person to ever be normal about like black issues, or just like being around black people in general. It's not even like, he's not even being like racist or anything. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying he's being racist. He's just being so cringe. Like, he just can't, I don't know.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of frustration I heard from my reporter friends that were in the room, and that frustration and disappointment and how NABJ handled this spilled over into outside of that room. In fact, I got dozens and dozens of text messages about how disappointed they were that they provided the former president this platform to not only insult black journalists, but the black community, and to insult Kamala.
HasanAbi's race switching again. Are you with us or against us? Yes, dude. Whichever one allows you to subscribe at the top of the hour so you don't see a fucking 3-minute ad break, okay? That's what I am. Because at the top of the hour, I'm serving ad breaks to everybody, okay? Black folks, white folks, brown folks, Asian folks. Everybody's getting a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. Unless you subscribe. Subscribe folks will not be seeing an ad break at the top of the hour. Here it is.
Kamala Harris as well. So, I mean, you know, the way that I think people are processing this is, you know, it's more of the same with Donald Trump. No one was surprised by this, but it's going to play to her advantage, because she's going to be able to contrast and say, listen, which direction do we want to go in as a nation? Who are we as a nation? Are we what Donald Trump represents, which is division and hatred? Are we about solutions? Are we about unity? Are we about loving thy neighbor? That's the contrast she's going to continue to draw. So black women, wherein we were insulted by it, we're really even more dug in and motivated to go out and support Kamala Harris and make sure we take her across the finish line.
Ashley Etienne, we can feel your energy this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Senator Vance, we're at the border today. You just got done touring the border. Vice President Harris has contended that you and President Trump, former President Trump, had tanked the bipartisan border deal that would have provided a lot more funding to support the border. What is your response to that?
Well, look, the bipartisan border deal was actually a massive giveaway to illegal immigrants. It would not have solved any of the problems that Kamala Harris has caused. I mean, they came into the administration, they promised from day one that they would suspend deportations, that they would reinstate catch and release, that they would end remain in Mexico. They implemented these policies, and it had the intended effect of opening up the southern border. What happened is that Kamala Harris, who was the border czar, decided that this was not good politically, and so they tried to implement some new law that actually wouldn't have solved the underlying problem. They have the tools necessary. They just need to empower Border Patrol to tell people who want to come in illegally, you're not allowed to do that. They just need to use the authority that the border czar Kamala Harris has.
I want to ask you about the former president's comments yesterday to the National Association of Black Journalists, where he said that Vice President Harris is, quote, all of a sudden black. As a father of 3 biracial children, do those comments...
Oh my God. Dude, I wish they had this level of smoke for like Israel shit, dude. God damn it. This makes me more mad. Seeing them actually cook politicians like this on like domestic stuff where they look like assholes, especially when they hate them. And yeah, the media does hate Donald Trump. Let's be real. Okay. I wish they would do this for like Israel related shit. Could you imagine doing like real contentious adversarial journalism? This makes me so upset.
Does it give you pause at all?
They don't give me pause at all. Look, all he said is that Kamala Harris is a chameleon. She goes to Georgia 2 days ago. She was raised in Canada. She puts on a fake Southern accent. She is everything to everybody, and she pretends to be somebody different depending on which...
There's nothing funnier than this guy calling someone else a chameleon. It's just like, dude, you're literally the fakest motherfucker out there. You've invented new ways of being shitty to white people. Like, I don't even know how that's possible. Like, you invented a way to be racist to white people, but like specifically from Appalachia. It's crazy. You called Trump Hitler, dog, like 3 years ago. You're a tech bro, a hedge fund guy from Silicon Valley. You're Peter Thiel's blood boy. And now you put on a fucking plaid shirt with the cowboy patterns and you walk the border to be like, oh, I'm such a yokel.
Which audience she's in front of. I think it's totally reasonable for the president to call that out, and that's all he did. I mean, look, she's running as a tough-on-crime prosecutor, even though she implemented open border policies. She's saying that she wants to support the police, yet she wanted to defund the police just 3 years ago. It's totally reasonable to call out the fact that she pretends to be somebody different depending on the audience she's talking to.
You used that word chameleon yesterday as well. You're someone who was an unabashed critic of the former president previously. Now you're his running mate. You're someone who has text messages out there now that say, I hate the police. Now yesterday you said, I back the blue. By your own standard, are you a chameleon?
Look, I criticized Donald Trump 10 years ago, and we've talked about it, and I've made a good argument to the American people about why I think he was a great president and why I think he deserves re-election. That's different than going to Georgia 2 days ago and putting on a fake Southern accent when you were raised in Canada. So I think it's totally reasonable to change your mind. Has Kamala Harris stood...
When you were raised in what? Was Kamala raised in Canada? I thought she was from Oakland. Oh, she went to high school in Canada?
Stood for a tough debate with you and explained why she wanted to ban fracking and now she doesn't, or why she wanted to defund the police and now she doesn't, or why she wanted to open the border but now she doesn't. It's reasonable to change your mind. It's not reasonable to run and hide from the media and not answer the American people's questions.
He was also asked yesterday if you were ready to be president on day one. He kind of dodged the question. What do you still have to do as his running mate to prove to him that you are ready to step into that role?
Well, I think Donald Trump was answering a political question, and he was answering it correctly. He said for years that who the vice president is doesn't really matter politically. Most Americans are voting either for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump. They're not voting for the vice presidential nominee of either party.
Oh my God, he's so cooked. He's like, I'm a fucking loser, but I promise I won't actually have a negative consequence on the ticket. I know I'm a fucking loser. I know my place. I'm sorry. This is great. No, I promise that like all of the articles that keep coming out about like every Groyper podcast that I've been on where I said things like we should assassinate women that don't bear 8 children, or that personally I think that we should do a second circumcision. Or whatever kind of weird shit that he's an advocate for. All of those sound bites are actually good. I promise I'm not going to cuck the campaign.
Look, I'm absolutely ready to be president on day one. I've been a businessman. I've been a United States Marine. I've been a senator. I can do the job, but politically, he's just right. People are voting for Donald Trump primarily.
So why are you out here today then if you aren't necessary to this process?
Well, I didn't say I wasn't necessary.
Oh, bro, this guy is just ripping him, bro. Chill.
To the process, I can certainly make an argument that borders are Kamala Harris has failed the American people, but I think ultimately they're going to be voting either for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump.
Do you have a reaction to the news that just came out about the prisoner swap that will bring 2 Americans back home potentially?
Look, I think it's great news, at least what little we know. We certainly want these Americans to come back home. It was ridiculous that they were in prison to begin with, but we have to ask ourselves, why are they coming home? And I think it's because bad guys all over the world recognize Donald Trump's about to be back in office, so they're cleaning house. That's a good thing, and I think it's a testament to Donald Trump's strength.
You've explained at length your past criticism of the former president. I'm just curious, though, is there still an issue where you feel like you are on a different level than him, that you feel like you are hoping to sway him on if you were to become his vice president?
Look, my job as vice president will be to help implement the governing agenda, and if, God forbid, something happens, to step into the gap. But Donald Trump's very healthy. I think he's going to be a great president. He's going to be a great president for 4 years. But my job here is to help prosecute the case, let the American people know what Kamala Harris actually is, what she's actually done, and then when we get in the White House to actually help govern, that's what I'm going to focus on doing.
So there's not an issue where you two differ at all?
Look, certainly we're going to differ on issues from time to time, but my job is to provide counsel to the president in private and then try to help him govern and do everything we can to help him do that.
Your reaction to the defense that you just heard from Senator Vance?
It's more coherent and logical and defensible than the stuff that Donald Trump was saying. It's also just not particularly responsive to the stuff that Donald Trump was saying. It is totally fair game to go after Kamala Harris for flip-flopping and changing her positions. I welcome a lot of her flip-flops. She's moving to the correct positions from the wrong positions. But Donald Trump went out there and said she's not black based upon this completely sort of retconned, manufactured past. You know, when Jim Clyburn said you have to pick a black woman, and Joe Biden said I'm going to pick a black woman, and then he picked Kamala Harris, no one said, wait a second, she's not black, she's Indian, right? I mean, like, Donald Trump didn't say that. Nobody said that. What Vance is doing fairly effectively there, I think, is changing the subject to something that's actually a defensible political argument rather than what Trump actually did.
It does. I mean, that argument did come at the expense of defending his own family's racial identity, and I'm not sure
how you're ideal.
Right? I don't know how you talk to your biracial children and tell them that you can't be all things to all people. You get to choose in a setting of black people that you can connect with that community using codes.
Can you unpack that infamous pig of Jill Stein with Putin, please? What? Why? Who gives a shit? Like, what were you about to vote for Jill Stein, but then you saw her sitting down with Putin and you're like, oh, I can't do it? Like, what? The infamous photo? I'm willing to bet that that infamous photo from like 2016, 95% of chat hasn't even seen this infamous photo. What is going on right now? I'm with her. I'm voting Jill Stein.
Switching, or you can wear a different set of clothes when you're with Indian American families and communities. Like that's a great way of actually being American.
If this is true.
Being able to express these multiple identities based on where you are. So even the argument of she tries to be all things to all people, again, make it about policy, but the identity piece makes her far more relatable. It also helps understand why the Trump administration was adamant about not counting identities and racial demographics within the census, and they were trying to pull that back because what the census shows is that America is a browning, it is a mixed race nation, that by 2040 that is going to be the majority of the country.
Don't say that now. People are gonna get scared.
And not confronting that is part of Trump's problem.
And I think what's interesting, to both your point, the back half of Senator Vance's argument there, or response there, was what every Republican would like to be talking about on a regular basis, including, I think, the co-campaign managers of former President Trump's operation. And yet, it's not like he's going to walk away from this. In fact, he's amplifying false attack on the vice president, and a racial identity posting on a social media account. This is a photo of Harris wearing a sari and a family photo today, writing, quote, "Your warmth, friendship, and love of your Indian heritage are very much appreciated." I mean, J.D. Vance has a photo of himself in traditional Indian wear at his wedding to his wife. I don't know, what are we doing here?
Right. No, I mean, it's a completely idiotic line of attack, but it also underscores the fact that the Trump campaign, having been given all the time in the world to prepare for for the possibility of Harris as the Democratic nominee apparently hasn't come up with a focused and disciplined line of attack to make against her. They can't decide. Do they want to go after her as a flip-flopper? Do they want to go after her as too far left? Or now, do they want to go after her on, I think, the least promising possible grounds and the most morally odious, the way that she lives out her race?
But is that, I mean, if you watch their ads and if you listen to what Senator Vance said in the back half of that response, like it feels like they know and they feel like they have a message that they can land on and really work after searching for a little bit. And it's not them. It's him.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ads are focused so far on immigration. I've seen some ads focus on the economy. A month ago, I think I even saw some ads, I think in North or South Carolina, targeting younger black men. So the campaign, from an operational perspective, I would argue they're doing everything right.
It's got the discrete issues.
It does. The candidate, the guy at the top.
Not just. It also doesn't have an overall narrative about the other candidates.
Well, that's right. Yeah. They're not drawing that contrast for that 4 or 5% of people in the middle. Some of those moderate-leaning R's or some of those swing voters who may have voted for Republicans in the past who are sort of on the fence. The more you racialize this, in my opinion, I think you push those individuals further away. You look at some of the metrics so far. Kamala Harris is slowly improving. It's about, 90-plus days to go. She can continue to steadily increase those numbers. And I think if you're not drawing the contrast, you're not talking about the issues, the economy, immigration, cost of living from a Republican perspective, and begging that question about, well, why is she flip-flopping all over the place? You're not winning, Phil.
Right. You know, and one thing we've seen, when we see this with Vance, you can go out and say, well, actually, Trump meant to say this. We saw this all during
It's like 4 years of covering Congress.
And then Trump is just going to come back and say the thing he actually said again. And you're going to look more foolish for having made this kind of sophistical defense. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, I think, loves this story. I don't think that she has any
her
difficulty.
entire answer was, come say it to my face, which plays into the whole debate her argument. Like that.
Asian people on CNN, oh my God. Yeah, this is the most Asian panel I've ever seen. They're eating good today. Like, they were like, let's put together the most Asian panel we can get together. Is this actually the most diverse panel that I've ever seen on CNN? Rise up, Asians. All right. I don't know why, but my Wired magazine article is out and it's like in print. So it's kind of hard to fucking actually find the article itself. This is the Wired magazine Middle East, and we got some photos from it too. And it's pretty funny because like I had the mustache in these photos when I was doing the photo shoot, and it makes me look so much more Turkish. I realize, like, it makes me look the most Turkish. One thing that I'm sad about though is that there was one photo that I was very excited that I thought they would post it because it's like it was a hard one to fucking take, and they didn't even fucking post it, which I'm kind of bummed by. It's gonna get worse when you're older, journalists. What's gonna get worse? But yeah, we got some photos back from it. Are you saying I'm gonna look more Turkish when I get older? You could be the guy in those Turkish Airlines mini movies you watch at every takeoff. I love Turkish Airlines, by the way. What did the photo they didn't use look like? It was sick. It was me jumping. We faked it on a trampoline when I wasn't even actually jumping on the trampoline, but instead I was actually jumping with a laptop in hand. The close-up one was insane. I was just very stoked that like all of this like designer shit that they made me wear fit me. Is this the close-up one that's insane? Did they style you? Yeah. No, this was like a legit photo shoot. This one I look the most Turkish, bro. Look at this. I look like a Turkish unk. Here's the interview. Hassan Piker, widely known as HasanAbi online, is a prominent Turkish-American streamer and political commentator born in 1991. Hassan Piker has made a name for himself through his Twitch streams where he discusses politics, news, social issues, and current events. His background includes roles as a broadcast journalist and producer for the Young Turks and columnist at HuffPost. Known for his left-wing perspectives, Piker blends gaming and serious discourse, aiming to both educate and entertain his diverse audience. I love how this motherfucker turned up the Arab 90% as soon as he heard Wired Middle East. Bro, I did not. I don't know why it looked like that. I don't know why I look so like Turkish uncle coded. Isn't that crazy? Like this photo, I look like I did like a RCTA, race change to Arab. I don't know why. I have never looked this Turkish. I don't think. I do not think I have ever looked this Turkish in my life, dude. They hit you with the Arab gun? Yeah. Anyway, you're Ariana Grande? Well, I am Turkish, so it's not like it's that out of pocket. Minibüs hattım varmış gibi çıkmışsın. This one is kind of lame, I'm not gonna lie. I think there were probably better photos. But yeah, like this is the most Turkish I've ever looked, I think, in my life. Oh, you can see her diapers because she was on her period. Yo, embarrassing. What do you have to say for yourself? Huh? We got your diapers on fucking Wired Magazine Middle East. She don't give a fuck. Bro, your mustache is an entirely different shape. Literally you? What is this? Burak Özcivit, come on, bro. This dude is way hotter than me. Are you kidding me? Diaper in a magazine photo. That's Brad Summer. Did you glue a fake mustache? What? No, man. This is continuing the trend of streamers and magazines holding random tech. I know. It was a little different. This was Vogue. Get her spayed. What are you doing? She's a large dog. He has a way to avoid hip issues and other stuff. It's recommended by his vet, not a random Twitch chatter. Thank you. I feel like I've read this I've repeated this so many fucking times that like people literally know now. My favorite are these photos though, these two. I love this photo. This photo is fire. This photo is awesome. Even though, like I said, it makes me look so fucking Turkish. Like I need to be holding a tesbih. Like this photo, I can see myself holding a tesbih in this photo. It's just, they just like photoshopped it out. Cigarette in one hand or chai. Okay. Tavşan kanı, the blood of a rabbit. Tea in one hand and tesbih prayer beads in the other. You look like a 4.67 star Uber driver. Kahvehanede beni cat kollayacakmışsın gibi duruyor. All right, let's read the article. Carla Surdin, you've built yourself a pretty large audience across socials. Why turn to social media as a way to reach people? I think that given the confines of acceptability in mainstream politics, I don't necessarily fit that role. I don't necessarily fit the ideology that's permissible under neoliberal politics in general. The leftmost position in those circumstances is oftentimes going to be the modern Democratic Party, plus some socially very radically progressive opinions on certain things. The internet has allowed someone like myself to exist. I can thrive and even be a competitive voice to mainstream voices. On that front, I think is great. The democratization of information dissemination is great. It's awesome. He pauses. I said a lot of shin words. I hate that. Does that democratization ever come into conflict with what you're doing? Everyone has a voice now. So there's a lot of clutter, a lot of chaos online, and a lot of information that isn't factual. How do you cut through that noise? You nailed it. This is why it's a double-edged sword. This is the other side of the issue, where I think some people take advantage of this democratization, and maybe some might even say that I do that. A lot of people take advantage and become grifters. They promote misinformation specifically because they want to hawk a product or sell something else. That is truly damaging to the discourse. The point is, we do not have media literacy in general. We didn't have good media literacy even when we only had 8 different TV channels and maybe 20 newspapers. The unfortunate reality is that we haven't even begun to broach critical media analysis in the internet era. That is a massive issue. The other thing I try to explain to people is like, I'm holding your hand through this media journey. I'm holding your hand. My job, the way I see it, is to hold the hands of an audience through the experience of going through the New York Times, going to Al Jazeera and all these other websites, reading the articles, and sometimes reading through the lines, because they're oftentimes under the guise of objectivity. There's a lot that gets omitted. I also often have a policy of not covering breaking news. I'll try to address when something is developing and try to explain to people, like, we should take a breather. We should sit back and wait for proper verification from mainstream outlets. Where is it that people are struggling the most in your view? In the broadest sense, the biggest issue is that there's a lot of distrust in mainstream media. There's a lot of distrust from the average person. There are valid reasons to be critical, but there's also a lot of invalid reasons to be critical. The female dog spaying getting hip dysplasia is a wives' tale, by the way. Yeah, no, my vet is actually spreading wives' tales, and every vet that I've ever been to, because it's not even the female dog spaying. I had a male dog that was pretty large, and my vet said the exact same thing back then as well. Different vet. Whenever there are life-changing events that are happening, like globally important phenomena that the media is covering in real time, depending on their built-in biases, depending on the volatility, depending on whatever the feeling of instability causes a lot of people to completely write off these outlets that are supposed to be unifying, at least in the way of disseminating truths that are supposed to help us. Another part of that is the move towards infotainment, not just mainstream media, but even for players such as yourself. How do you balance medium and message? I see a lot of value in what I do, in being entertaining, because my perspective is not one that is often represented in mainstream outlets. I want to ensure that I'm reaching as broad of an audience as possible. That means doing collaborations and tapping into new audiences that normally would not be familiar with who I am, and then trying to present them with an alternative view that they have maybe never been privy to, or even explaining to them parts of American history or global history that they've never really thought about. Entertainment plays a big role in what I do for sure. This doesn't mean that everyone could do what I do. If everyone was doing this, then there would be no real objective news, there would be no journalists, and no investigative reporting. I always value journalistic outlets. I always value what mainstream media is there to do. You've been outspoken about Gaza. Have you seen a change in attitude or perception towards Palestine? Absolutely. I've been an outspoken advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 years professionally in my media career. There is more momentum for Palestinian emancipation in the Western world, especially in our demographic, in the under 35-year-old age group. I've never seen such strong, continued, resilient support for Palestinian emancipation in my entire life. I never, ever in a million years would think that there would be hundreds of thousands of people protesting in the West. In the immediate aftermath of October 7, I lost a big chunk of my community. I lost, I would say, a third of my community. In the past 9 months, I think that even the original naysayers and extremely critical people have arrived at the same conclusions as me. I think there was parts of it where I said, obviously, that's nothing in comparison to the lives lost in Gaza, but I guess they a bunch of stuff out because I was yapping. Why is there such a pronounced difference, particularly online? It's social media in general. I think that social media, especially TikTok, shows the Palestinian experience directly from the mouth of the Palestinians and automatically humanizes them, like people like Bazan and Motaz. People see that on TikTok. They see the death and violence and the destruction, everything that you normally don't see on CNN, or things that you see on CNN that get immediate contextualization from someone with a clear agenda. That is the normal modus operandi in the way that the American public has heard about Israel. Social media has completely changed that dynamic, where you have thousands of people that just have phone cameras and eSIMs and are just regularly recording and explaining their immediate conditions to hundreds of millions of people. That directly runs counter to whatever narrative that mainstream media tries to cultivate. An analog I have used in this situation is that social media doesn't have the capacity to genuinely make change, but it does have the capacity to motivate mainstream media, television and newspapers, magazines, to actually cover issues in a thorough manner without omitting key details. I think that level of scrutiny pushes mainstream outlets to provide significantly better, significantly more truthful coverage. If there are a lot of people that are saying, why aren't you covering this? They have to cover it because otherwise they're losing an entire generation of people and their power is diminished. And I don't know if I want their power to diminish. In times of need, I think that it's important to have trusted resources. I guess the cliche is when someone is saying that it's raining outside and another party is saying it's sunny outside, the job of the news is not to report on both sides of those things. Their job is to open the window and peek out. Someone needs to peek out. We can't just rely on user-generated content to cover these stories. This was in Wired Middle East. No, not GQ Middle East. It was Wired Middle East. This is peak lib cope. What? There's never been a moment in my life where I've said that mainstream media is unnecessary. I would not be able to do what I do without mainstream media, without actual journalists. I have friends that are working at these outlets. I have trusted sources that I rely on that work at these outlets. How many people will see/read this? I mean, what, 33,000 people just did. Yeah, I'm such a lib, dude. That's why I'm talking about Palestinian emancipation. Famously, something that gets broad coverage in mainstream media. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to get a copy so I can get you to sign it. I don't know where we can find it. Turk talking about genocides, Lamau. That's so funny. You got me, dude. It's funny that you mentioned that because it's not like I deny the Armenian genocide. So I don't know why the fuck you would say that unless you're a racist piece of shit who automatically assumes that I must because I'm Turkish. But like I said, there's another photo that is not that didn't make the cut, I don't think. And I don't know how to reach out to the photographer and get the photo, but there's a really cool one. Or at least I thought it was really cool. But I should post these on Twitter. That classic hairstyle goes wild on you. I did a photo shoot. I'm gonna tweet this. And an interview for Wired Middle East. Never more Turkish in my life. Post them on Instagram, bro. Fuck Twitter. Yuck. No, I'm gonna post them on Instagram too. I'm gonna post all of them on Instagram. Don't you dare post that out without giving the photographer credit. Bro, I don't know what the fucking photographer's ad is. What do you want me to do? Don't you dare. Okay, when I find it, photographer is D. Grunberger on Instagram. Is it? Let me see. D. Gruberger. Oh, I think you're right. It is. Maybe that's a cover photo. Is there photo credit in the article? Fuck, definitely reach out about the ones that weren't used. Chances they weren't happy with the work done in post or something. Like, why is the viewer counter going up and down every... Okay, you guys want to see the actual fucking crazy one? The photographer just sent it to me. Hold on. I'm going to show you. I literally feel like a proud mother seeing you get interviewed and photographed by a big magazine like that. Thanks, chatter. Save image. Wired 2. I'll post the article in here too. People want to read it. There you go. What a fucking terrible crop. I ain't reading all that shit. Why do you think I watch your streams? Okay, some of you guys joke too much about not reading. Makes me feel like you don't actually read at all. Hold on. Okay, this is the other one. This was the other one that this was the one that I don't know if it made the cut or not. And this, by the way, it looks like I'm actually on the thing, but I'm not. I was jumping behind it. They wanted me to do it. I think it's cool, especially because of the amount of height I got, because the trampoline was too small. So I had to just like jump off the ground and just like pull my feet up in the air. Lies, ain't no way they didn't pull your ass up a little bit to make it look better. Brother, there's more photos and also videos of it. And a pair of new Doc Martens, not even like just regular old Doc Martens, but new ones. You're so tiring just staring at photos of you, damn dude. Narcissist arc of HasanAbi streams are really off-putting. And I responded to him and I said, bro, you have Will Neff in your name, my best friend who loves taking his shirt off and like, being hot. And you said, Will is just naked. You have naked photos of you? ? I don't know. Came back again. How the flip am I always watching when HasanAbi is staring at photos of himself? My top streamer would never. Full day of work, staring at himself. Okay. By the way, that's a ban because you're mad annoying. Like, yeah, dude, I did a fucking full multiple page cover. Like, this is a real editorial shoot. Like, this is the second day in a row where you're being fucking mad annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna go into Will's chat and ban you in there too, by the way. Man sounds insecure. It's just annoying as shit. Kaya's aura is off the charts. I know. She is so good. You're not allowed to express pride because you own a house and a Porsche. No, it's just like, what is this? How your email finds me. Did you get to keep the clothes? No, of course not. Bro, the clothes that they gave me, you kidding me? That's like 10 to 20 bands total. Maybe more than that. I think that's literally Prada. I mean, the article will have like the actual clothing and what the brands are. But I'm pretty sure this is Bodhi or not. It's not Bodhi. It might be yeah, the sweater. The other one was Margiela. Balenciaga shirt. This is all Margiela. Like all of this is Margiela. It's on the bottom of the article pages. Yeah. Right image, pink top, Martine Rose, pants, Marnie. Oh, it's full Marnie. Blue blazer, Marnie, white tank top, Calvin Klein. That was mine. Shoes, The Row. That's that one. Left image top, Balenciaga, pants, Balenciaga. Left wrist snake bracelet, Jason Lee Compte. Other accessories, his own. Realize how Kaya doesn't need expensive clothes that look sick as fuck? Yeah, except I'm not the one who chose those clothes. A Balenciaga shirt, even after the whole dolls and BDSM stuff. Yeah, here's how it works on magazines, okay? They have certain brands that they want to display, okay? And they choose those brands ahead of time. And you don't have a say in that process, okay? I didn't pick any of these clothes. They told me to wear those clothes, and I wore them. We've reached a woke school part of the stream, yeah, except for the diaper she's wearing. Yeah, Kaya's diaper was Louis Vuitton. Is this piece something that makes you feel like shit I made it? This is kind of a big deal. No, not really. I'm happy for it though. Abi solcular insufferable. Nasıl soldier space'lerde bulunuyorsun? Burası öyle bir soldier space değil. Ağzına sıçıyorum böyle bağıranları. Did they let you keep the fits? No. Of course not. This in and of itself is like 20 bands. This entire fucking fit. Maybe not 20, but like 5 to 10. That would be ridiculous. No, they you get stylists, and those stylists will then turn around. The suit is Marnie, the blue suit. I love that one. This one was sick. This was pretty sick too. Don't hate me for laughing, but they kind of cooked you. What do you mean? Oh my God, you guys made an emote over it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why'd they make you lay on circuit boards? Because It's Wired magazine. Guy's face here is kind of weird. Okay, y'all need to stop. That's insane. We'll laugh back at these like we do for your 2016 era photos and cringe, but for now they're great. Dude, I have no, like, I don't think you guys understand. I wasn't like, hey, let me take these photos. Okay? That is not how those photos work. Okay? There's an entire team, people doing lighting, a photographer that is setting the direction, setting the stage. Like, these are not things that I normally wear. Is the suit Margiela? Yes. Go back to the one of you laying down, you won't. Where'd it go? Did I close that off? Like, I didn't choose this. Nerdy hip hop album cover. People don't get this is like classic Wired aesthetic. What does it say on the top right? I think it says Wired Magazine Middle East. Stop letting chat talk yourself down. Fuck them. No, I'm not. I think it's dope. I like it. I'm happy with it. I think it's actually sick. Now we just need a way to buy this mag, lol. Yeah. Oh shit. She's sending me the full photos. Hold on. Oh, and there's also a video in vertical and horizontal formats. Yo, the video is so sick. Wait, what the fuck? Yo, that is sick. Hold on, I'm gonna show you the video, guys. Hold on. Oh yeah, did you miss the Olympics talk? Yes, you did. I covered it for fucking hours, dude. Hold on. Can you put these on a shirt? Will they let you? Wait, what? Put what on a shirt? Yo, check this shit out. This is the video collage they made, apparently. No, not this. This is the vertical one, and there's a regular one. Social media has been phenomenal in uplifting independent voices. It has played a role in actively democratizing information. So that's definitely a great bonus for content creators out there who normally don't fit the confines of otherwise liberal or conservative media. Media literacy is really important. Be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems. Damn. Okay, they paid the. First of all, I gave credit to the late great Michael Jamal Brooks in that, but those are just like bits and pieces of some of the things that I mentioned, but they didn't. I'm gonna post it. Streaming in social media has been phenomenal in uplifting independent voices. It has played a role in actively democratizing information. So that's definitely a great bonus for content creators out there who normally don't fit the confines of otherwise liberal or conservative media. Media literacy is really important. Be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems. That's sick. Next time you yell at a chat, I'm gonna say be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems. I did 2 different interviews. One was like an impromptu one after the photo shoot at the end of the day, and they clipped parts of that interview and posted it in the background. I also did like an official interview with a journalist from the magazine. Well, yeah, pretty good overall, I think. Were these interviews made or gonna be made into interviews on YouTube? I don't think so. You get the questions ahead of time? No. Anyway, Hasan, go help WT put together her furniture. She's on the struggle bus. Who's WT? How about you worry about your own struggle at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break? You know, you no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe. Don't struggle at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break now. WT used to be cutie, but now it's W. Not a lot of people know why. Oh, articles says you blend gaming with serious discourse. Okay, calm down. 1010, I want to say something else, but you just had your little photo shoot moment. Here is the last person in America that's talking about how some people should be sober. Okay?
Her past is something that she should be embarrassed of. Her past 3.5 years in the White House has been a joke. You have to look at this woman and say, you know, is she sober
we have the
during the last 3.5 years? I mean, she just...
That's a question that I ask about Judge Jeanine all the fucking time. I and many others who would not vote for Biden will not vote for Kamala Harris if she selects Shapiro as her running mate. This is anti-Semitism. And at the heart of the Democratic Party right now, they're not even bothering to hide it, says Representative Brian Mast. I love that Representative Brian Mast, a Republican, is fucking complaining about Kamala Harris's VP pick being Josh Shapiro. And it's like, are you going to vote for Kamala Harris, Brian? Okay, we got to play this.
I feel like Trump shooter. Damn, I almost almost got some head today. I feel like Trump shooter. Last second, shorty turned away. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I feel like Trump shooter. Sometimes you shoot and miss them anyway. Can't turn pussy down, I'ma come through her. I don't like to pass, I'm a jump shooter. If I see my ex, I won't talk to her. I just missed the head like the Trump shooter. I feel like Trump shooter. She missed her man cause of long distance. I feel like Trump shooter. Sometimes you shoot your shot and you miss it. I feel like Trump shooter. Her guard down so I know I can hit it. I feel like Trump shooter. A couple inches make a big difference. Not the type to leave no evidence. I feel like Trump shooter. I act crazy off my medicine. I feel like Trump shooter. I'ma never be irrelevant. I feel like Trump shooter. I'm about my dead president.
That's so good.
I feel like Trump shooter. Damn, I almost got some head today. I feel like Trump shooter. Last second, shorty turned away.
We got to run it back.
I feel like Trump shooter. Damn, I almost got some head today. I feel like Trump shooter. Last second, shorty turned away. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I feel like Trump shooter. Sometimes you shoot and miss them anyway. Can't turn pussy down, I'ma come through her. I don't like to pass, I'm a jump shooter. If I see my ex, I won't talk to her. I just missed the head like the Trump shooter. I feel like Trump shooter. She missed her man cause of long distance. I feel like Trump shooter. Sometimes you shoot your shot and you miss it. I feel like Trump shooter. Her guard down so I know I can hit it. I feel like Trump shooter. A couple inches make a big difference. Not the type to leave no evidence. I feel like Trump shooter. I act crazy off my medicine. I feel like Trump shooter. I'ma never be irrelevant. I feel like Trump shooter. I'm about my dead president.
It's pretty good. I don't give a fuck. It's funny. It's good as hell, dude. Yeah, no, he's on a roof and everything. Anyway, all right, friend of the show, Walter Masterson, went to the RNC and trolled a bunch of the fucking MAGAs. We're doing HOGWATCH, baby.
In here. It's time that you went full mask off
Also,
as
I'm
a
gonna
total
pee.
Nazi. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. He knows.
Okay. What happened? The VP?
Let me double check.
Vance?
Wait, I think. Let me make sure this is real.
All right, you gotta roll. Vance is the VP back.
It's real? Is it real? Okay, Trump quote. Quote me.
What?
Is there a Trump quote? Give me Carolyn right now. Gentlemen?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, daily signal.
I'm here at the RNC. I was there to witness people's reactions when Trump announced his running mate, J.D. Vance.
I'm so tired of people calling Trump a Hitler. Trump is not a Hitler.
J.D. Vance said it, but he...
All right.
J.D. Vance did say he did call Trump America's Hitler.
That's just so sick.
J.D. Vance's opinions and views were very similar to mine when Trump got first elected.
You called him America's Hitler?
No, I never called him that. When did you call him that?
He called him America's Hitler.
No, I want to slap him just for that. Anybody that calls that man Hitler should be slapped. You better look at who Hitler really was. Hitler was a vegetarian. So there's our first problem. I mean,
we're also taking people's temperature about Trump's VP pick, J.D. Vance. What do you think?
My wife told me about it. I'd have to do a little bit of research on him.
NRA supported Vance's candidacy, gave him the highest possible grade for a non-office holder. Vance repeatedly attacked red flag laws and assault weapons bans. Here's one. J.D. Vance has supported banning porn.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It should be banned.
Yeah. He wants to get rid of no-fault divorce.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Wow.
Come on, man. He's right in the pocket of the no-fault divorce situation, okay? He's holding on to that wedding band for dear life. You know his wife left him a long-ass time ago. He's still wearing that shit, okay?
So, yeah. He says, I've reviewed a lot of Project 2025. There are some good ideas in there. So there's... are you a big government or small government guy?
I think small government is what we should have. I think they're in way too many things. Way too many.
J.D. Vance endorsed a plan to cut Medicare and turn it into a voucher program. He complained about Social Security and Medicare's effect on the federal budget. He praised John Huntsman for supporting Social Security cuts, chastised Rick Perry, for supporting these programs. Climate change, what do we think?
I don't know that I buy it.
Vance refused to say that climate change was man-made, denied that there was a climate crisis. He promotes more fossil fuel production. How do you feel about the nuclear family?
I think we need to. Yeah, most definitely.
J.D. Vance he states that he believes marriage is exclusively between a man and a woman.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I do. It doesn't mean that I don't love the people that choose to do the other, except I don't hate them. You know, but I don't think it's good for a nation. I don't think it's good for a people, you know, for us to live in a way that dishonors God.
Calls for completely defunding Planned Parenthood.
Completely, 100%, like day one. Day one, they needed to stop it.
Yeah, no exceptions for rape or incest. Deputized as private, supports deputizing private citizens to sue abortion providers. Called Roe v. Wade an abomination. Cheered the Supreme Court's decision to overturn it. Supported legislation to ban abortion federally at 15 weeks.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I never knew this stuff about him. I never knew anything about him.
Well, so now that you know all this about J.D. Vance, you like him more?
I would say yes. Yes,
Okay.
those are in line with my values. I really like what I've heard, you know. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm just taking what you was reading there and going, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know, you know, I mean, and I say that, I'm saying I'm not a Republican because I'm like the staunch Republican. I'm a Republican because of the fact that I believe in their values.
It's about Jesus first.
It's Jesus absolutely first.
When you think of democratic values, Jesus
would have loved no fault divorce. Jesus would have hated no fault divorce. Okay? You don't understand me. That's why I love. Is bro campaigning for JD Vance or making fun of him? Just let him cook.
Just wanted to clothe and
holy shit, this is an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 12 minutes long. God damn, I didn't even realize it was like that. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I was wondering why it was so why he didn't put up like all the best parts. U.S. recognizes Maduro's rival as winner of the Venezuelan election. Oh, dude. Okay, never mind. Okay, now I'm reaffirming my commitment. Now I'm reaffirming my commitment to Maduro. Oh, brother, that's crazy. Oh, can you talk about Iran? I missed the start of the stream. No. Yeah, Walter's been making a lot of really good. Walter's been making a lot of great videos making fun of the right stuff, date the right stuff or whatever, you know? Anyway. Wait, so do you think Maduro won? I didn't. Originally, I thought it was like, you know, I thought that it was a little odd. Now I think he did. Even if he didn't. The United States on Thursday night recognized Venezuela's opposition presidential candidate Edmundo Gonzalez as the winner of the country's disputed presidential election. The announcement by Secretary of State Anthony J. Blinken comes despite a claim by country's authoritarian president Nicolas Maduro and by the government-controlled electoral body that Mr. Maduro won the vote. Mr. Maduro has yet to produce clear evidence of a victory, and election officials have failed to provide a vote count. Mr. Gonzalez's campaign says that it has receipts from more than 80% of voting machines that indicate that he won the election by an insurmountable margin. Mr. Blinken in a statement said that given the overwhelming evidence, it is clear to the United States and most importantly to the Venezuelan people that Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia won the most votes in Venezuela's presidential election on Sunday. We congratulate Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia on a successful campaign, Mr. Blinken continued. Now it's time for the Venezuelan parties to begin discussions of a respectful, peaceful transition in accordance with Venezuelan electoral law. It's wild how we talk about other countries. Like, it's so funny. Like, come on now. Like, that's an insane... Maduro 100% didn't win. Be for real right now? I don't think so. I don't think he... listen, you want to know what's funny about this? I think that every single person that disputed in Latin America, every single person that's like even remotely left that disputed Maduro's election victory, including AMLO, including Lula, will probably turn around and be like, nope, never mind. Maduro won. He's the legitimate president, myself included, despite not being of Latin American descent. Because you can't, like, this in and of itself is literally just like, it will negatively polarize people. Like, it will negatively polarize people against, like, every country looks at this and goes, dude, this is ridiculous. Lula Petro for Colombia and AMLO had a meeting today to talk about Venezuela, and they have it clear. Let's see the results, but no intervention, which is what's happening. Exactly. If America just shut the fuck up and took a step back for once, I'm almost certain that like these other countries would be like, let's actually look, let's intervene, or let's see the vote results. Let's analyze how you actually won this victory. Because like it didn't pass the smell test, at least for me, on my first observation. Now, obviously, I'm over here. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's hard. Having said that, however, immediately, as soon as America comes in and is like, oh no, we actually recognize the other side as the true and just leadership, most of those other countries that otherwise would have been like, oh yeah, let's demand some proof that you actually won, is going to turn around and be like, okay, never mind. My bad. Like, they're fucking the bag up for the Venezuelan people, as they have always fucked the bag up for Venezuelan people in general. America, I mean. Little known paper sheets are key to declaring victory in Venezuela's election. Country's main opposition coalition both claimed, and President Nicolas Maduro and the country's main opposition both claimed that they had won Sunday's presidential election. National Electoral Authority proclaimed Maduro the winner. The opposition representative Edmundo Gonzalez said it had evidence to the contrary. Okay? Electoral authorities installed more than 30,000 voting machines, and by law, the opposition had the right to representatives at all voting centers, but not all were allowed in Sunday or were ousted before the polls closed. After the polls closed, Venezuela's electronic voting machines can print sheets tallying all the votes each counted. I've said this already. I said this in my last, when I covered it. Like, Maduro is not a popular president or a popular guy in Venezuela. Part of that has to do with corruption. Part of that has to do with mismanagement. And a big chunk of that has to do with the sanctions placed on the country of Venezuela that has absolutely gutted and crippled Venezuela. These sanctions that are placed on the country of Venezuela are deliberately designed to create this kind of politically volatile situation in Venezuela so that you can create a structure where the people will inevitably rise up and overthrow its government. Okay? Like, he is not a popular person, especially because the longer the more younger generations become voter eligible, the further they are away from the Chavista movement. Like, he came into popularity by riding the Chavez wave. A lot of Americans also never recognized Chavez as a popular leader either, but Chavez was demonstrably fucking popular. Okay? Certainly polarizing, but still demonstrably popular. So popular that he basically fucking carried Maduro as a legacy pick. Okay? Of course, he was demonstrably popular by some of the most voiceless people in Western media. You know, indigenous populations, poor populations, rural folk. Those people don't get a lot of fucking coverage in American news in general. But that doesn't matter because those people still fucking vote. Okay? And Chavez was also an incredibly charismatic figure as well. So that popularity basically carried Maduro, but the crippling sanctions on Venezuela, like I said, paired up with the mismanagement of Venezuelan currency, an inability to diversify its productive output, and corruption in general, made it so that, like, more and more people who didn't grow up and know what it was like, who didn't get captivated by the Chavista momentum and popularity, are of course understandably like, well, everything I've known growing up in this fucking country has been shit, and it's because of the guy in charge. So in a way, American sanctions are over the course of a decade, have basically become successful in creating a genuine anti-Maduro wing in the population, regardless of political ideology. This does not mean that every single person that hates Maduro in Venezuela is actually a fucking right-wing Christo-fascist or whatever. There are a lot of right-wingers in Venezuela as well. Okay? Of course. Many of them now live in America. Go to Miami if you want to see what right-wing Venezuelans look like and think. Having said that, however, this does not mean that the genuine anti-Maduro sentiment expressed by the Venezuelan population is actually coming from just right-wingers. Okay? I strongly disagree with this line. Sanctions have never really worked as a popularity adjustment. Sanctions, over the course of the sanctions, the Venezuelan government's GDP, sanctions, and also the OPEC plus, like, sanctions and the price of oil dropping dramatically together have literally destroyed the Venezuelan GDP, like 99%, almost. I mean, I'm exaggerating. So if you act like the sanctions did not play a role, then if they didn't play any fucking role in, like, genuinely creating an economic catastrophe in Venezuela, then there would be no sanctions on Venezuela. Come on. Let's be for fucking real. Doesn't every country have a right to stop trade with another country, whether it's China, India, or America, especially for moral reasons? Great question. Why is it that America happens to stop any other country on the fucking planet from even doing any kind of trade with Venezuela then? How come no one else gets to have a say except for the United States of America? Also, what's the moral reason? Like, because whether you agree with this or not, whether you like it or not, what sanctions are designed to do is collective punishment. Okay? Sanctions are supposed to cripple the economy so that it creates volatility inside of the country that will then inevitably lead to a real, resilient, anti-government movement inside of the country. Okay? If we were sanctioning countries for moral reasons, like we did in South Africa, I guess, we would be sanctioning the state of Israel. It's so odd that there are no sanctions on Israel, but sanctions on fucking Cuba for the crime of having a popular revolution and overthrowing a brutal, monstrous dictator that we were supplying with arms. So, here are declassified CIA documents on Cuban embargo sanctions that clearly state their goals to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow the government. I mean, this isn't like we don't need declassified documents. They openly state that. Washington Post Jeff Stein did a phenomenal deep dive into sanctions and their impact on all the countries that we've launched sanctions against. Okay? Yeah. New York Times op-ed. Venezuela's kids are dying. Are we responsible? Our well-meaning sanctions may be inflicting pain on the wrong people. Do people think that sanctions mean just the U.S. decided not to trade with them? I don't know what people think sanctions are. Sanctions have historically increased support of the government. I'm not saying it doesn't harm the economy. They certainly do. But they usually place the resentment at the feet of the offending state, not the domestic leaders. Well, that's why I said there's also a mismanagement on top of that. But in this circumstance, when you're a single resource economy, those sanctions destroyed the economy in Venezuela. And there was no way out. Most people don't fucking know why they're suffering. They just know that they're suffering and they think, well, my government is responsible. And to a certain degree, they are. Okay? This is the article that Jeff Stein did a lot of investigative reporting on. How 4 U.S. presidents unleashed the economic warfare across the globe. In Cuba, sanctions imposed by the United States more than 60 years ago have failed to dislodge the communist regime, but they've made it more difficult to get critical medical supplies to the island. In Iran, the U.S. sanctions that date to the 1970s have not forced out Tehran's theocratic rulers, but they've only pushed the country to forge close alliances with Russia and China. In Syria, dictator Bashar al-Assad remains in power despite 20 years of sanctions, but the country is struggling to rebuild from civil war, and more Syrians than ever are expected to need critical humanitarian assistance this year. In country after country, sanctions have emerged as the key instrument of U.S. foreign policy. Jeff Stein and Federica Coco did this article. Today, the United States imposes 3 times as many sanctions as any other country or international body, targeting a third of all nations with some kind of financial penalty on people, properties, or organizations. They have become an almost reflexive weapon in perpetual economic warfare, and their overuse is recognized at the highest level of government. But American presidents find the tool incredibly irresistible. By cutting their targets off in the Western financial system, sanctions can crush national industries, erase personal fortunes, and upset the balance of political power in troublesome regimes, all without putting a single American soldier in harm's way. But even as sanctions have proliferated, concern about their impact has grown. Sanctions also, in the age of China's rise to power, also create a secondary problem for the United States of America, a problem in which China will come and fucking collaborate with you and cooperate with you and help you survive. This kind of happened with the USSR, and in the post-Cold War, post-dissolution of the USSR universe, there was no other alternative global power that could help these countries for strategic reasons, maybe not ideological ones, but simply because they were in the anti-America camp or they were victim to America's brutal sanctions regime. Okay? If sanctions did not have any kind of impact on the country that you have sanctioned, then America would simply not do them. It's not just cruelty for cruelty's sake. There is a strategic reason for this kind of cruelty. Feel me? Elsewhere, sanctions have pushed autocratic regimes in the black market trade, empowering criminal networks and gangs of smugglers. U.S. adversaries are ramping up their efforts to work together to circumvent the financial penalties. And like military action, economic warfare can leave collateral damage. Sanctions on Venezuela, for instance, contributed to an economic contraction roughly 3 times as large as that caused by the Great Depression in the United States. Now go ahead and tell me that that is not significant. Go ahead. Tell me that that wouldn't actually create a genuine environment of instability. This is functionally trying to bring about man-made famine conditions, bring about like some kind of genocidal condition. Okay? You're out of your dang mind if you think that this is not unimaginably significant. Okay? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like I said, if it wasn't significant, then America would simply not do it. Okay? And it always targets civilians. Sanctions have proliferated in recent years. Number of entities sanctioned and unsanctioned by the Office of Foreign Assets. Under Biden, they have skyrocketed. Trump also increased it dramatically. I mean, look at the fucking sanctions that we had, and they just add on top of it too. Sanctions, or even just the threat of them, can be an effective policy tool, a way to punish bad behavior, pressure an adversary without resorting to military force. Sanctions have allowed the U.S. government to take moral, economically meaningful stands against perpetrators of war crimes. They helped bring an end to South Africa's apartheid regime and contributed to the eventual overthrow of the Serbian dictator Slobodan Milosevic. Even when they fail, proponents say they can be preferable to the alternative, which might be doing nothing or going to war. Still, North Korea has been sanctioned for more than half a century without halting Pyongyang's efforts to acquire nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles. U.S. sanctions on Nicaragua have done little to deter the authoritarian regime of President Daniel Ortega. 2 years of sanctions on Russia over its invasion of Ukraine have degraded Moscow's long-term economic prospects and raised the cost of military production. But these sanctions have also spawned a dark fleet of ships selling oil outside of international regulations while bringing the Kremlin into closer alliance with Beijing. Alarm about sanctions rise has reached the highest levels of the U.S. government. Some senior administration officials have told President Biden directly that overuse of sanctions risk making the tool less valuable. And yet, despite recognition that the volume of sanctions may be excessive, U.S. officials tend to see each individual action as justified, making it hard to stop the trend. The United States is imposing sanctions at a record-setting pace again this year, with more than 60% of all low-income countries now under some form of financial penalty. I want to read that again for this chatter that said, don't American sanctions usually not target food and allow for humanitarian assistance? It helps weaken rival countries, but is done morally? No, dude. No, it's not. The United States is imposing sanctions at a record-setting pace again this year, with more than 60% of all low-income countries now under some form of financial penalty. Yeah, dude, it's super moral to fucking stop like medicine vials from being transported into countries. I can't think of how moral that shit is. It is the only thing between diplomacy and war, and as such has become the most important foreign policy tool in the U.S. arsenal, says Bill Reinsch, a former Commerce Department official, and now the Scholl Chair in the International Business at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a Washington-based think tank. And yet, Reinsch said, so one must ask themselves, why is a Commerce Department official now sitting at an international business think tank talking about America's foreign policy in terms of economic warfare? This is maybe a line that you need to cross against one another to just, just think about it. And yet, Ryan said, nobody in the government is sure this whole strategy is even working. Economic warfare has been around for millennia. Ancient Athens imposed trade sanctions. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this like stuck? I can't. Oh, there it is. Ancient Athens imposed trade sanctions on its adversaries. Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1990 gave rise to a new form of the weapon, an international blockade of exports to Iraq. After the Gulf War, comprehensive sanctions made it impossible for Iraq to export oil or import supplies to rebuild its decimated water and electrical systems, and illnesses such as cholera and typhoid surged. At the same time, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States was emerging as the world's unrivaled superpower, both financially. Yes, I know. This is the Jeff Stein interview. We'll do it. Is this the Jeff Stein interview? Oh, it is. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just watch the video. You guys hate when I read.
The Washington Post expose titled Money War, How 4 U.S. Presidents Unleashed Economic Warfare Across the Globe. The Post reporting examines how the U.S. has increasingly relied on economic sanctions that have left collateral damage across the globe. The Post expose begins saying, quote, "Today, the United States imposes 3 times as many sanctions as any other country or international body, targeting 1/3 of all nations with some kind of financial penalty on people, properties, or organizations."
But the collateral damage of the sanctions is seldom discussed. The Washington Post reports in Venezuela, which just held a contested election, sanctions have contributed to an economic contraction roughly 3 times as large as that caused by the Great Depression in the United States. The Post also reports Donald Trump was warned sanctions on Venezuela could result in millions of people migrating from Venezuela. We're joined now by Jeff Stein, co-author of the Washington Post expose and White House economics reporter for the Post. Why don't you take it from there, Jeff? In this 5 minutes that we have together, talk about making the Venezuelan economy scream. We'll go from the effect of sanctions on Venezuela and then go to other countries.
Yeah, so starting under the Obama administration, the U.S. began imposing sanctions on Venezuela, but at first they were very limited. They were really just focused on a few members of the Maduro regime that were responsible for carrying out violent reprisals against protesters in Venezuela. But really under Trump, and as we exclusively reported in this story, despite the warnings of DHS officials and classified reports about the potential outmigration effects of these sanctions, the Trump administration...
Yeah. That's the other aspect of this, which is that sanctions on Venezuela, accompanied with temporary protective status for Venezuelan migrants due to literal political reasons, is the fucking reason why there's so many Venezuelan migrants that are crossing the goddamn border. Not that there's any problem with that, but it's like you did that. Like you are, like the Trump administration is directly responsible for it, and the Biden administration has directly continued that process. So it's like, if you destabilize a fucking country and people have no opportunity to eat, they're going to move somewhere where they can. Okay? Like, it's so stupid that, like, the idea is, yeah, let's just starve these people and then expect them to do a fucking people's revolution, a revolt. Venezuela has been going to shit far before the sanctions. Yeah, dude, that's why before the sanctions, people were fucking writing about Venezuela as, like, literally one of the best, like, one of the most... Bro, Venezuela was so not doing bad that Fox News, I remember an article in 2012, Fox News wrote an article about how Venezuela was actually capitalist. The American Enterprise Institute was talking about how, like, guys, hold on now. Everyone's talking about how socialist Venezuela is. It's actually capitalist. Okay? Or not 2012, in 2002. Shouldn't have backed terrorism. Dude, you are delusional. I've never backed the United States of America and its foreign ambitions. Okay? Yeah, this is it. No, it wasn't 2010. Sorry. What socialism? Private sector still dominates Venezuelan economy despite Chavez crusade. It wasn't in 2002. It was fucking 2010. And that was because they were killing it. Fox News is from the Associated Press. It doesn't matter. The American press was writing about Venezuela as a fucking capitalist country. And there's truth to that, by the way. There is truth to that. Venezuela brings free heating oil to poor in New York, even before then. You want to know why? Because the Venezuelan economy was a mixed market economy, just like every other fucking social democracy on the planet. The only aspect of it that was nationalized, that was unfathomable for American capitalists, that terrified Venezuelan capitalists as well, and caused them to collaborate with the American State Department and try to forcibly overthrow the Chavez administration, was because they nationalized oil. That's it. They had a larger private sector, and this article shows very clearly, in 2010, they had a fucking larger private sector than France. One must ask themselves this question: how come Norway, which has its entirety of its extraction industries nationalized, never run into the same problem that Venezuela ran into? Is it because they're, smarter than the Venezuelans? Is that what it was? Or is it because they never received the same level of fucking international scrutiny, condemnation, sanctions, political ambitions of their own internal capitalists that collaborate with the American State Department in a similar fashion? Plenty of countries have nationalized oil sectors. Venezuela, it was treated like it was a fucking crime. Look, while production has declined, the public sector has swelled from about 1.4 million workers in 1999 to about 2.4 in 2010. They don't have the capacity to manage any country, said Rafael Davila Guaricuco, a 34-year-old port crane operator. They're destroying everything. That's precisely the perception Chavez tries to fight in his speeches. The bourgeoisie is trying to convince Venezuelans that the path of socialism isn't viable, that all businesses in socialism go bust. It's the opposite, Chavez said. He pitches cut rate prices at subsidized state-run supermarkets like a salesman and touts a successful state-run dairy factory, cooking oil plant, and the nationalized telephone company. State-run markets are a part of Chavez's attempt to counter 31% inflation that has been battering the country alongside a recession that shrank the economy 5.8% in the first quarter. Venezuela is now the only South American country with a shrinking economy according to the latest figures available. Tensions are growing between Chavez and business leaders. What the fuck? Did they change this article? This article was like literally fucking talking about how sick Venezuela's economy is and how it's... Am I having a Berenstein Bears moment? They updated in 2014. I didn't read this article in 2010. I read it recently. Not recently, but a couple years ago. Anyway, strategy of selectively nationalized companies, set state-run supermarkets, promote worker-managed businesses while trying to convince Venezuela to accept this vaguely defined brand of 21st century socialism. It's hard to sell a country hooked on consumerism. Oh, here, this is the one, yeah. Yet creating a socialist economy is one of Chavez's most elusive goals. A stark example of the disconnect between the president's rhetoric and the reality on the ground. In fact, the private sector still controls 2/3 of Venezuela's economy, the same as when Chavez was elected in 1998, according to estimates by Central Bank. Venezuela is socialist, but they persecute this Communist Party of Venezuela. No, dude, I'm not saying that, and neither are they, okay? The point is that much has been made about, much criticism has been lodged about socialism in Venezuela. Socialism in Venezuela is destroy the markets, is destroy the government, is destroy the country, and it objectively did not, okay? And it was not a socialist country at all. It was barely even a transitional socialist state. They're not socialist. Anyway, the reasons are political and practical. Chavez knows most Venezuelans are recoil from the idea of Cuban-style state control, and his government is far from being capable of taking over and running a majority of the economy. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this.
And really choked off the main source of export revenue. 96% of Venezuela's export revenue comes from oil sales. And what the U.S. effectively did over the course of 3 to 4 years was to block those sales from occurring in international markets. And that really strangled the joint ventures that were sort of the life.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the key thing. They're a single resource. They are a single resource economy. Okay. And Chavez, to his credit, tried and failed to increase agricultural output. Now, if you notice, the reason why he was pushing for state-run grocery chains is because a lot of the supermarket chains in the country are owned by like a couple families who are all obviously right-wing psychopaths, right-wing capitalist psychopaths, who also happen to own all the fucking media companies. They're also the same people that, once again, collaborated with the American government. That's why when the first coup was launched against Chavez, which was, by the way, thwarted by a popular uprising, the American government did what they did today. They immediately recognized the head of the Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce as the actual legal president of Venezuela. This did happen. I don't know why you're saying false. That is literally what happened. I don't know why you're acting like this is not a thing that happened. It's just regular American and Venezuelan history. Nothing I've said is contested. I don't know why you're saying it's false. Oh my God. Yes, diversifying failed because private businesses lobbied against the government's output. They did.
Blood of the Venezuelan economy. This means sort of the oil deals that were worked out with U.S. producers, with the Venezuelans, that were providing them with the revenue that they needed to buy sort of imports from other countries. And when that happened, you saw the numbers are just staggering. 71% economic contraction in Venezuela, as you mentioned, 3 times as great as the U.S. Great Depression, and greater than any other peacetime economic collapse recorded in modern history, greater than many other economic collapses of countries at war, including Ukraine after the Russian invasion, or Iraq after the U.S. invasion in 2003. So this is a cataclysmic event, and economists go back and forth, and it seems clear to me from my reporting that
I feel like a lot of leftists in America don't understand what to do after the revolution. Chavez's goal after winning was to reduce poverty, feed kids, give land to peasants. He did a lot of those things. improve rural living, urbanize, build hospitals, build roads into areas inside of Venezuela that never really got that kind of help or assistance from the government at all. Problem is, improve literacy rates. Problem is, those people are not the people that are ever going to get prominently displayed in America. Those are not the people that are flying to America. Those are people that don't have family members in America going to American schools. You know who does have children going to American schools, American colleges, flying to America easily? Motherfucking agricultural business giants and people that own the factories. Those are the voiceless people in every country that you never hear about. Okay? Now, this was before. I'm not talking about before. That was like, what I'm talking about is literally, 10 plus years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago. Okay? Now, the people coming from Venezuela are everyone that is trying to not starve. They obviously also have a tremendous amount of resentment towards Maduro. But yeah, ultimately, they tried to do a coup in 2002 where snipers killed 10 people during a shootout between the protesters and blamed it on Chavez. They kidnapped them until popular movement and the presidential guard put them back in power. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the American State Department immediately came out and said, we recognize the real leader of Venezuela as the head of the Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce. Come on, dude.
Economic collapse in Venezuela predates U.S. sanctions. Venezuela had inflation of over 800% before Trump really tightened the screws on the Venezuelan economy. But there is also no doubt that these U.S. measures made the economic situation in Venezuela worse, and at the cost of, while despite that cost, did not push out Maduro's government, and obviously Maduro still remains in power today.
So can you say, Jeff, this is Venezuela's case, but also elsewhere, how effective have U.S. economic sanctions been? There was a time, which you point out in the piece, with apartheid South Africa. Sanctions helped bring down and apartheid. Also in Serbia, the demise of Milosevic's.
Sanctions didn't start with Trump, but with Obama? No, even before then. I think there were some sanctions before Obama as well. But no, Obama kickstarted the sanctions. Donald Trump increased it by really fucking high margins in an effort to literally destroy the Venezuelan economy, destroy Venezuelan existence.
Regime also through sanctions or partially through sanctions. But what about now?
Now, I think it's really hard to say. Academic attempts.
Why don't other Western nations just ignore the U.S. sanctions and trade anyway? I don't know. Maybe because 80% of all trade on the current planet is done with the dollar. A process like SWIFT runs the fucking world. So countries are legitimately terrified of going against America's wishes, and they will refuse to sell pharmaceutical products to countries like Iran and countries like Venezuela. That's not even a joke. That literally is the case. Hasan, the number is 45%. I thought it was higher. I guess I'm wrong. The sanctions were not that far-reaching with Venezuela to the point of SWIFT cutoff. Brother, I don't know what you're doing when you say this, because even the threat of sanctions causes many international cooperators of the United States of America to immediately stop trading. Like this is cope. When people say this is actually cope. When people say, oh, dude, you don't understand. They weren't that far-reaching. Here's a common trope. American State Department enjoyers will also always love to say, not saying that Cloud District enjoyer is one of them, but they will also always say, what do you mean? These sanctions are not far reaching. I'm sorry. We just sanctioned Maduro and a bunch of other people in his administration. It's not like we sanctioned the entire government. It's not like we sanctioned the entire country. Okay? That's a classic fucking lie that people love saying. Well, they'll be like, excuse me, the sanctions are actually on individuals. It has nothing to do with the economy. The economy just kind of did that on its own. It just imploded on its own completely. It's worse than the Great Depression, dude. Come on.
attempts to sort of isolate the effects of sanctions and whether they have worked or not are very hard to quantify. Some studies I've seen suggest that the success rate is between 15 and 30%, which, given that we have sanctions now in some form on roughly a third of all nations and 60% of all poor countries, suggests a very high failure rate. We look in the piece at Cuba, Iran, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Syria. These are tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people who are being affected in some form by U.S. sanctions, where the regimes that the U.S. are intending to target have not changed hands, have not surrendered their hold on power. And maybe, you know, the U.S. will say that these sanctions are still better than not having any measures because they deprive these regimes of funds at their disposal that they can use for, you know, what the U.S. would say are pernicious activities that the U.S. does not want to see. But at the same time, in terms of actually leading to changes of regime, we don't really see that very much. And many critics will argue that, in fact, sanctions...
Yeah, it just causes the fucking leadership to harden its stances and become increasingly more brutal for understandable reasons. There is no direct analog for the United States of America, so I can't even explain it to Americans because you will never understand it until you live in a country that is impacted by Western decisions. I say this as a Turkish person, okay? I know what it's like when your nation has to do austerity because the IMF told you so. So, like, there is no way that I can describe this to an American human being because you have never experienced this and you will never know what it's like. It's impossible. That's why every, like, role reversal type situation has to be, like, basically an outside power, like a fucking alien coming down with like magical laser beams and dominating America for Americans to be able to fucking comprehend it. They just don't know. You will never know. Okay. You will never know the way that the rest of the planet exists under America and the Western banking system's fucking watchful eye and oppressive thumb. You just won't know. There's no way that I can like get you to understand that.
Actually,
and that's before we talk about even fucking sanctions. You know what I mean? I'm not even getting to the sanctions part. I'm just simply talking about like economic coercion.
Embolden and empower the people in charge, these regimes in charge, because they curb civil society, they reduce the power and the clout of private sector actors that often form a rival.
Wait, hold on. This is really important. I'm going to rerun this.
Changes of regime. We don't really see that very much. And many critics will argue that, in fact, sanctions actually embolden and empower the people in charge, these regimes in charge, because they curb civil society, they reduce the power and the clout of private sector actors that often form a rival power base to the sanctioned authority, these regimes in charge. And so in case after case, we see very legitimate, it seems, criticisms of these sanctions regimes.
And what about Iran, to say the least, very much in the news today? The effect of the U.S. sanctions, and also how when the U.S. imposes sanctions, they also pressure other countries to do the same, of course, as we see in Cuba.
Yeah, the Iran sanctions really first imposed in really dramatic effect in 2010 through measures passed by the Obama administration and Congress really amounted to a fascinating expansion of U.S. sanction authority, where we really saw in a very significant way the first deployment of secondary sanctions, which were to say, we're not just sanctioning the party that we don't like here, but we're also going to say, if you engage with measure in trade with the Iranian regime, we will target you. And so that...
By the way, that looks like Carrefour's logo. For the record, like the primary sanctions already ruin trade negotiations to begin with. Like the secondary sanctions make it illegal to do trade across the board, right? But like direct sanctions already cripple trade relations with many countries. Okay? Like it already causes people to second guess whether or not they should continue trading with this country.
That effectively represented a major expansion of sanctioning power, and really seemed...
As a Latino, I see that it's almost impossible to explain USA intervention to an American. No, I think people in this community get it. it also goes beyond that. Yeah, we're like literally intercepting export ships and shit. Like, remember when everyone freaked out over the fucking Houthis, the Ansar Allah administration being like, yeah, if you're trying to do trade with Israel, like, we will take your ship. And everyone was like, what the fuck? That's terrorism. What the fuck? That's piracy. It's like, dude, America does that as well. What are you talking about? When we do it, it's like, it's a given. Half the time, we don't even have to do it. Because when we just say no more trade, that's it. It stops.
The advocates of...
Like, think about it this way. Everyone talked about Biden giving back Iran $6 billion of frozen assets. That was because Iran had sold South Korea $6 billion worth of oil. That was not our money to just stop Iran from getting. Okay? We unfroze those assets, as in $6 billion of oil was purchased by the South Korean government. Okay? That was Iran. I know, I said that. Okay? Biden unfroze those assets, and everyone was like, dude, I can't believe Biden's giving $6 billion to Iran. And it's like, the fuck? What do you mean? That's their money. Like, they sold that fucking oil. But the U.S. doesn't blow up cargo ships to remotely operated drones like you blow us up at the top of every hour? Fuck you. Oh my God. God damn it. I got multiple times today. What the fuck is going on? As a Chinese person, I can tell you that there's been nothing better for Chinese nationals than American sanctions. I've had lib-ass relatives that like the U.S. turn complete 180, and now they talk like they want to nuke New York City. Don't say that in this. There are literal fucking America lovers in here. They're going to hear you say that and be like, oh, this is why we got to nuke China first. We got to nuke Beijing. That's what they're going to say.
Sanctions to be a very effective approach because obviously in 2015, the Obama administration worked with the Iranian regime on a nuclear deal that sanctions advocates hailed as the product of this pressure campaign. That said, the U.S. under Trump, pulled out of that deal. And so any people who say that the Iranian sanctions under Obama were successful have to contend with the fact that we abandoned as a country that deal quite quickly and left the Iranians in the lurch, and have since then seen the Iranians work with Russia, work with the Cubans, work with other powers that the U.S. is opposed to on foreign.
That's why it's so funny when they're like, oh my God, I can't believe there's like nuclear submarines, Russian nuclear submarines on the coast of Cuba. And it's like, yeah, dude, we deserve it. Okay. I live here. I could possibly get nuked too. But let me tell you, okay, as someone who fucking lives here, like, what do you think is going to happen? Of course, dude. We made that shit happen. Cuba is literally in the ass cheek of the United States of America. It's a fucking tiny ass island slammed in like swimming distance to the world's most violent imperialist superpower. Okay. And like, we're shocked that they're cooperating with other countries after we literally had one of the most gruesome, most brutal, crippling sanctions regimes for the crime of overthrowing a violent, brutal dictator that we happen to like and gave a shit ton of arms to because he was operating the island like our own personal fucking sugar plantation and tourism destination for our mafia. That's it. That's what the fuck Batista was doing. We were like, that shit's awesome. Keep doing that. We're going to give you all the guns you need. Okay, King? Oh, no. You got overthrown. Oh, fuck. It's sanctions time. That's the history of Cuba. It is one of the most unimaginable wrongs that a country has done to another country. It is universally condemned, and nobody can do a goddamn thing about it. Okay? And they're still over there surviving in spite of everything else.
Forming rival financial networks that leave open the question of whether there's even the possibility of further Iran sanctions being effective now that they've formed all these rival sort of trading networks that operate sort of as a shadow trade system to what the U.S., the sort of Western financial system that is the predicate for punishing Iran via sanctions.
And Jeff, very quickly, we have 30 seconds. What happened to the 2021 plan to overhaul the U.S. sanction system?
Yeah, we exclusively report in our story that a group of Treasury staffers had a draft of a report far more extensive than what they ultimately released. They had dozens of recommendations, including measures really meant to check
in the next week, if Maduro does not show data polling station by station, I don't know if even the progressive president can hold out like they did today. The State Department and opposition will sponsor violence in the streets until enough chaos to force Maduro out. If the military, which high ranks are loyal to him and extremely corrupt, cave. That's why I said, though, that, like, I don't know. If America had not fucking come out like this, that's not just Cuba. You explain the history of South America minus CIA supporting cartels. Yes. The progressive president is referring to Lula, Petro, and AMLO. Yeah.
The rise of U.S. sanctions, particularly a sort of central coordinator. Right now, it's a little bureaucratic, but there are sort of many parts of the government that sort of throw out sanctions ideas. They get rolled together in State Department and Treasury Department sanctions and push forward. And there's really no one body that sort of is evaluating whether these sanctions are operating in the context of an overall broader sanction strategy. And Treasury staffers drew up a plan to say, like, let's put that in place. But disagreements with the State Department, sort of the overall inertia of sanctions, where they seem so easy, so effective, they seem to the U.S. government much easier than going to war, much easier than doing nothing, or much more politically palatable than doing nothing. And so that plan was shelved, and really under the Biden administration, we've just seen more and more sanctions. Biden has imposed 6,000 sanctions in 2 years, an unprecedented.
Doesn't America support and empower democratic actors and give them teeth? Yeah, democratic actors like Saudi Arabia, democratic actors like Israel. What fucking democratic actors? No, there's no democratic actors that we're giving teeth to, okay? Yeah, we were doing so much democratic acting during the period of the Marshall Plan and the immediate aftermath of World War II, when we literally fucking activated Nazi fascists that did not get prosecuted in Western Europe to genuinely cause chaos, commotion, engage in acts of terror with the specific purpose of overthrowing any kind of socialist, trade unionist government, any kind of democratic socialist government that they had. That was empowering democracy. You know, that's what we did. Democratic actors like Pinochet, which we, in Latin America, every fucking country in Latin America that we have talked about has been impacted by America's democratic actions. Is crazy.
And the fact that that has continued really reflects the inability of the U.S. to get this problem or to get this number down.
This is how democracy now always ends, dude. It's so funny. It literally always is like they're running out of time and they're hurrying through the process. Anyway, so yeah, collapse of the Soviet Union. U.S. is emerging as the world's unrivaled superpower, both financially, militarily. Governments and banks around the world were dependent on the U.S. dollar, which remains the dominant currency on Earth. Today, the dollar buys access to the American economy, but also undergirds international trade, even when there is no connection to an American bank or business. Commodities like oil are priced globally against the greenback, and countries trading their own currencies rely on dollars to complete international transactions. Okay? That financial supremacy creates a risk for U.S. adversaries, even some allies. What? Wait, so just to be clear, the reason that Cuba suffers economically is because of the U.S. trade embargo and not actually from communism, as the State Department has indoctrinated Americans, right? Yes. American brain rot is how you end up with Pepe Levi goblinoid American chauvinist takes. They focus on how bad Maduro is without acknowledging the root cause of the economic decline is American sanctions, and the root cause of political violence is the American interventionism. Maduro bad, but American intervention is the bigger evil? Yes. Straight up. I'm not a fucking Maduro head, even though he loves Steven Seagal and hangs out with Recep Tayyip Erdogan and shit. Okay? Not a good guy. He's just not. He's not an effective leader. Anyway. Sanctions are the gate. Treasury officials can impose sanctions on any foreign person, firm, or government they deem to be a threat to the U.S. economy, foreign policy, or national security. There is no requirement to accuse, much less convict, anyone of a specific crime, but the move makes it a crime to transact with the sanctioned party. Coming under U.S. sanctions amounts to an indefinite ban from much of the global economy. Okay? The system builds slowly. Initial targets, in addition to communist Cuba, were drug cartels in places like Mexico and Colombia, and rogue regimes like Libya. As recently as the 1990s, Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control was responsible for implementing just a handful of sanctions programs. Its staff fit comfortably in a single conference room. One of its major responsibilities was blocking American sales of Cuban cigars. All that changed after the terrorist attack on 9/11. Osama bin Laden might have been the most successful terrorist of all time, because I think 9/11, I think, legitimately kickstarted the last era of American empire. Like, it was obviously self-inflicted, but like, we just went into overdrive we started firing on all cylinders, both domestically and with respect to our foreign policy. We just became this like belligerent. We were already an evil, belligerent force around the planet, but it straight up just, it set into motion actions that would inevitably lead to the death of American empire. Yeah, like a spark on a powder keg. America will collapse tomorrow at 3 p.m., guys. Okay, what are you talking about? I'm not a fucking economist writer for China, okay? I'm not on the China beat at The Economist. That's not what I'm saying at all. See you on Reddit. What do you mean? We're just ripping ourselves apart. It's literally true. This doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow, but I think post 9/11, the United States of America is basically the death rattle. Like, it's the final chapter. It'll take longer than fucking 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, maybe 100 years. But anyway, let's continue. All that changed after terrorist attacks. Congress enacted legislation to compel financial institutions to maintain records of consumer transactions, hand them over to law enforcement. Suddenly, U.S. officials had volumes of information on the world's banking customers, just as the rise of digital banking gave new insights to the worldwide flow of money. As the Treasury Department became a key player in the global war on terrorism, U.S. policymakers began to understand the power of nations' financial hegemony. Experts urged a more sophisticated approach than the blunt embargo used in Iraq. I think this might have played a role in like the CIA becoming shittier in general. Like back then, it was way more hands-on. They would just fucking send dudes with guns. They would send like Green Berets to train the most violent rapists that they could find in the country, all of which are fascist. And then they'd be like, go rape some nuns, please. Here are some American weapons. Go rape some nuns and, you know, go do your damn thing. That's usually how it worked, at least in Latin America. Then they were like, oh, shit, we could just crunch some numbers and just cripple entire economies. You know, we would do death squad shit. We get some drugs, and then we would ship those drugs back into the United States of America, flood them into black and brown neighborhoods, do a war on drugs, you know, the cool stuff, so that we can have our own domestic colonies inside of the imperial core. Since, after all, according to the 13th Amendment, slavery is legal. Literally is, as long as it's within the prison system. And then the CIA started quiet quitting. Yeah, the CIA pulled off 9/11 and we're like, we did the best thing we could have done. That's it. They were like, this is the greatest work that I've ever pulled off. Oh my God, we're invading Iraq. What else can we do? Yeah, my magnum opus. Can't top that. Gotta retire when you're on top. And then they fucking started quiet quitting after that. Please tell me you're exaggerating about the nun thing. Oh, I wish I was exaggerating when I'm talking about like raping nuns. The CIA and American military trained violent fascist paramilitaries raping nuns. No, that's real. Anyway, yeah. Ask Anna Navarro's dad, which is crazy. Like, that's how fucking nasty we are as a nation. That you can have like a prominent former Republican, now never Trumper, commentator post on the timeline that her father was a fucking nun raper terrorist, okay? Or at the very least was connected to them. Like, it's not a joke. Like, she literally said that. That's also part of the reason why I think it's like, it's kind of crazy when people will be like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's the biggest war criminal in the room. I'm like, bro, come on. We're the United States of America. Like, his crimes are still under our umbrella of war crimes. You know what I mean? Like, he's the little guy in the room. They also would spike babies with bayonets. That's also true. They would literally chuck babies up in the air and spike the baby with a bayonet. Of course, for democracy, for bringing about democracy. Guys, it was for democracy. The alternative was so much worse. Can you please? The alternative would be much, much worse. Okay. Oh God, I can't even imagine. Okay. Experts urge a more sophisticated approach than the blunt embargo used in Iraq. Smart sanctions, these advocates hoped, would be more precise, applying maximum pressure by cutting off malicious actors. Proof of concept soon materialized. In 2003, North Korea alarmed the world by withdrawing from a nuclear weapons treaty. Treasury officials under President George W. Bush not only targeted the Macau bank that processed payments for Pyongyang, but also threatened any banks that traded with one. North Korean officials howled, and the measure stymied Pyongyang's finances. The episode was a revelation for Treasury staffers. America appeared to have cowed a foe halfway around the world without firing a single bullet or spending a single penny. It was a pivotal moment, said Kristen Patel, who served in senior roles of the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network from 2015 to 2017, and now teaches sanctions policy and illicit finance at Syracuse University. Treasury got the go-ahead to start pounding things with his hammer. The playbook soon shifted to include bigger targets and more aggressive enforcement. In 2010, Barack Obama worked with Congress to approve sanctions designed to force Iran to give up his nuclear ambitions. The Justice Department began levying billions of dollars in fines on Western banks that defied Treasury prohibitions. These sanctions applied not just to Iran, but also to firms trading with Iran, undercutting Tehran's links to international markets. Iranian leaders buckled, deciding to seek a nuclear deal that promised to end financial isolation, which is why what Donald Trump did was so insanely fucked, by the way. Like, so impressively fucked. Like, you would think America can't get any worse, and then, you know.
Your tires have petroleum in them, I'm afraid.
This is a boy video.
So I think I'm going to have to confiscate your tires.
他们要拿走我的胎，说里面有 petroleum， 我就奇怪了很久，所以我现在在等我回家。
This shows the far-reaching consequences of sanctions and how fucking it's not just marginal and irrelevant. I gotta pee.
Tensions with North Korea are at an all-time high. We've seen rocket tests on one side and aggressive military drills on the other, and just mean nicknames all around. And just when it starts to reach boiling point, we somehow avoid nuclear war and just slap on a bunch of sanctions instead.
It's really good. We dodged a bullet with that one.
Well, I don't know, maybe the US dodged a bullet, but this new round of sanctions, it cuts out 30% of North Korea's GDP. I mean, you remember the financial crisis of 2008? That only cut out 5% of America's GDP.
The worst recession since the Great Depression.
Okay, now picture that, but multiply it by 6.
The worst recession since the recession.
Ah! It's hideous! Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what the North Koreans are going through right now because of these sanctions. The West has been slapping these sanctions on countries for decades now.
Yeah, but come on, these aren't your regular everyday sanctions. They call this something completely different.
Targeted sanctions. Targeted sanctions. More targeted sanctions.
Smart sanctions. Smart sanctions. Smart sanctions.
Oh yeah, the smart sanctions. These ones are so smart that they killed 576,000 Iraqi children in just 4 years in the 90s.
No. Haven't you seen the news? Those are the old sanctions. These are the new smart sanctions. They're so advanced that they only target the people at the top of the regime.
The order allows for targeting individuals.
Target individuals.
Sanctions which personally targeted North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Put North Korean leader Kim Jong-un on its sanctions list.
So these new sanctions on North Korea are banning over 50% of petroleum imports into the country. And you know what this means? It means that Kim Jong-un personally cannot drive his car to the rocket factory.
That's ridiculous. You know that these smart sanctions affect civilians the most.
No. I bet that if you implemented the same smart sanctions into Australia, people would completely understand that these are a necessary surgical procedure that only target the Prime Minister.
How could you possibly prove that?
No. I know just the guy to settle this bet.
Faster than an intercontinental ballistic missile. Less visible than a stealth bomber. An unwelcome visitor from a much more powerful country. It's Sanction Man.
They look so young. Bro, this was in 2017. Look, immediately, bro. Kim executed teens recently for consuming South Korean media. We're literally talking about America's sanctions actually being responsible for the death and destruction of an endless number of teenagers in North Korea. And you over here are like, well, dude, Kim is executing teens in North Korea for consuming South Korean media. It's like, brother, do you not hear what's going on? And no, I read the story. They actually executed them because the kids were not pulling the trains fast enough. And one of them reportedly did not share, in a communist way, his rat to eat with his fellow comrades. That's why they executed the kids.
Just let you know that I changed the price of petroleum outside on your board there. Because of the new United Nations Resolution 2375, I just want to let you know I'm going to be back tomorrow with some more nines to put on the sign, to change the price.
What's the price?
Well, the price at the moment is $911 per litre. There's a new sanction on petroleum which is changing the way buses run. So we're only running buses that are going predominantly downhill. Serious? Yeah, serious. Is it going uphill or is it going downhill?
It's going up like that fast.
Okay. I think that one is cancelled as well.
Is it?
This is the kind of sarcasm that gets you in trouble on Bilibili. Okay, well, I don't know what else you want me to do. Maybe I should wear like I should wear Maoist garb.
Yeah. So no buses are getting cancelled today?
Not if they're going uphill.
Is any buses going to Surrey Hills?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Surrey Hills uphill or downhill?
Do North Koreans even drive? How does this affect them? Yes, dude. What? Yes, North Koreans drive. Like, there are cars in North Korea, chatter. Yes, it's not as, it's not like New York City. Low key, that's not a terrible question. Oh my God, yes, yes, dude. North Korea has cars, and yes, people in North Korea do drive. Like, there's a lot less cars in general, but yes, of course they have cars. And buses and taxis. It's crazy because they actually hired all those people. This was 8 years ago. Dude, the thing is, North Korea used to be fucked after the collapse of the USSR. Like, fucked, okay? Massive famine. Did America do anything about it? Fuck no. They were like, yeah, let them die. Who cares? But since then, all things considered, they've been able to dramatically recover from those circumstances. So a lot of people operate on the conditions that like North Korea looked like in the early 90s or maybe even in the early 2000s. But since then, obviously, there has been a economic recovery. Doesn't mean that the situation is great. That doesn't change the reality that the government is incredibly restrictive. Partially, it is because of the consequence of crippling international sanctions, lack of international access in general. This leads, I think, the paranoid leadership to be even more despotic. But no, they're not fucking Amish. No, the reason why I'm not saying that the Korean War is because post-Korean War, North Korea's recovery, all things considered, was pretty solid. They were in a better circumstance even after America destroyed pretty much every fucking city. They were still in a better situation due to, one, the relief efforts that we're getting from the USSR and the trade that they were engaging in with the USSR. And they were actually better off than even South Korea for quite a while. When people think about North Korea, they think about like post-collapse of the USSR North Korea. It is funny though, because it's like there's no normal reaction to this situation, because it's like either you think that they're eating rats and like pulling trains by hand, or you think that they're like eating burgers every meal and everything is super fucking sick and they just like love their glorious leader and they cry because they just love him so much. And like, it's not somewhere in the middle. Like there's no normal way of analyzing. I rarely ever meet people that just like look at the Democratic People's Republic of Korea as a country that has been incredibly like wronged historically and is the way it is as a consequence of like imperialist ambition. ChatGPT thinks a population of 26 million people only have 10K cars. Do you think that's a racist thing or anti-communist thing? It's probably an anti-communist thing because South Korea is literally right there. And people love South Korea. They fucking look at South Korea as like the new Japan. Wouldn't Iran be like a good analogous situation, just a less developed, more isolated version? Not that West always understand Iran, but yeah, what do you mean? I mean, dude, are you kidding me? Iran is also Muslim. They literally think Iranians live in mud huts. Like, the average American probably would be shocked at seeing how fucking developed Iran is. They like, there are people in Iran right now watching me, okay? right now, as we speak, there are motherfuckers that live in Iran that are watching me. Okay, either through VPNs or I don't know. But like that is unimaginable to the average American. They're like, what? What do you mean? In their mud huts? In their tents when they drive their camel to work? Like
No idea. I thought everything was flat.
Are you the manager?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that I've taken the soap out of the bathroom. Yeah, because this contains petroleum. Yeah, and in accordance with the new Resolution 2375 from the United Nations, we're going to have to confiscate it. The clear ones, okay. I'll take that one. Thank you for that. Excuse me. Could I see the ball? We just had some... I think, because I'm just with the United Nations, and we're taking a look at balls that contain petroleum in regards to the new sanctions, so I think I'm going to have to take this ball.
Ouch.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just have to take it, I'm sorry.
No,
Excuse me. Are you...
Anyway, that's the point, is that like the notion that sanctions do not have like massive consequences on the entire population and only harm... Wait, where the fuck did the article go? Shit. Did I accidentally turn off the article? God damn it. I have fiber optic and you don't? Bitch, shut up. So does Hezbollah, okay? So does Hezbollah. They have fiber optic. I don't. I fucking hate it. I mean, that's one Hassan at least that has fiber optic. You know what I mean? Anyway, Congress got in the act of flooding the State Department and the White House with requests for sanctions that in some cases appeared to intend cut off foreign competition from home state industries. In 2011, a holiday party in the Hotel Harrington in downtown Washington, Adam Suzubin, the director of OFAC, sang a song titled Every Little Thing We Do Is Sanctions, to the tune of Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic by the police. Suzubin confirmed in an email. Some experts saw the surge as spiraling out of control. Those experts were pussies. It was good, actually, bitch. That's what I said to those experts. Pah! Smart sanctions were made to be a buffet of choice where you fit the particular imposed sanction of the offense and vulnerability of the country, said George Lopez. Instead, policymakers walked in the buffet and said, I'm going to pile everything onto my plate. 2014, Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea from Ukraine presented Treasury with a huge challenge. Countries like North Korea and Iran were viewed as serious national security threats, but nobody believed they were integral to global finance. Now, Treasury was forced to confront one of the 10 biggest economies in the world. A wrong move could send global markets reeling. By the way, this is the real reason why, like, we don't want the Chinese smoke either. Treasury aides who had once labored in obscurity took recommendations directly to cabinet officials who were simultaneously hearing from alarmed Fortune 500 CEOs and the heads of Wall Street banks. Sanctions were suddenly a key feature in the re-emerging great power competition among Moscow, Beijing, and Washington. You get requests and comments from seemingly every corner of the government. Why have you not imposed sanctions on these people? And what about those people? Adam M. Smith, who served as senior advisor at OFAC. Regardless if you were a Democrat or Republican, the thought process was, why would you not continue to do this? But government officials began to notice problems with the Treasury's new regime. Sanctions on Russia targeting allies of President Vladimir Putin and state banks had no effect on the control of Crimea. European leaders grew angry over fines levied on their banks. Wall Street power brokers started to grumble about the cost of complying with the dizzying new instructions. The number of sanctioned entities appeared to be growing too fast for OFAC to keep up. Nuance bred confusion. Requests for clarification poured in, and the number of lawsuits against the agency tripled. Turnover intensified. Yeah, by the way, this is like straight bully shit, because like another part of it, as the chatter also mentioned, the best part of sanctions is you can steal the money too, which is like insane. You can freeze the assets, or maybe in the nuclear option, you can literally take the assets, which is what we're now choosing to do with the Russian sanctions as well. With like, in the situation with Russia, yeah, they kind of do deserve a little bit of that smoke, okay? They're doing something really fucked up, and they're just not stopping. But it is wild that America, that does what Russia is doing to Ukraine all around the fucking world, and has done historically even worse than what Russia is doing in Ukraine, which seems unimaginable when you think about it, because it's like, wow, that's fucking crazy. I'm not saying this as a defense of Russia. I'm saying this to explain to you how shitty America is, okay? We get to also then put sanctions on other countries and take their money. Anyway, a more existential challenge emerged as well. The power of sanctions lay in denying foreign actors access to the dollar. But if sanctions make it risky to depend on dollars, nations might find other ways to trade. In 2016, Obama Treasury Secretary Jack Lew warned publicly of sanctions overreach and the risk that their overuse could ultimately reduce our capability to use sanctions effectively. And yet the incoming Trump admin again found new use for the financial weapon as it applied more sanctions than ever. As President Donald Trump used sanctions for retribution in ways never conceived, ordering them, for instance, on officials with the International Criminal Court after it opened war crimes investigation into the behavior of U.S. troops in Afghanistan and another country, which is not mentioned in this article. Although I love Jeff Stein, and I think he did a phenomenal job on this article, there was one other reason why Bensouda, the Gambian ICC prosecutor, got sanctions. No, not Iraq. That country was Israel. That's right. Benjamin Netanyahu went to Donald Trump and directly was like, yo, deal with this shit. And Trump was like, oh, say less. Bensouda, the very same Bensouda that was being harassed, threatened, doxxed, and also ritualistically humiliated by Israeli newspapers, and was, of course, round-the-clock surveilled by Mossad. You know, that's what good guys do. Let's continue. So sanctions impact high severity: Iran 1979, North Korea 50s, Venezuela 2005, Cuba 1962, Syria 1979. Medium severity, low severity, low severity. You got Lebanon, Mali, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Nicaragua, Somalia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, Belarus, China, Burma, Libya, Yemen, Afghanistan. You jerk, you stinky baby. What? What does that even mean? Anyway, the Trump administration also hit Venezuela with crippling sanctions, aiming to discredit the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro and encourage an opposition movement. The penalties failed to oust Maduro and are now often blamed for exacerbating one of the worst peacetime economic collapses in modern history. The abuse of the system is ridiculous, but it's not Treasury or OFAC's fault. They are good professionals who have all this professional work being shoved on them. They want relief from this relentless, never-ending, you must sanction everybody and their sister, sometimes literally system, said Caleb McCary, who served as a senior staffer on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and was the State Department's lead on Cuba policy during the GWB administration. It is way, way overused and has become out of control. By the time Biden's inauguration came around, a consensus emerged among his transition team that something had to change. Summer of 2021, 5 Treasury staffers worked up an internal draft proposing to restructure the sanction system and ran roughly 40 pages. But like the 3 previous admins, Biden's team found the power difficult to give up. It's just like, it feels so good to do sanctions. You know what I mean? So why would you stop? Have you even considered how good it makes me feel to implement sanctions to genuinely collapse the economy of a nation that I have declared a foreign adversary? Nobody ever thinks about it like that, as a treat. Treasury staffers watched their bosses take out key parts of their plan, including a provision that would have created central coordinators, said the people familiar with the document. By the time the Treasury publicly released its 2021 sanctions review in October that year, the 40-page draft had dwindled to 8 pages and contained earlier documents' most toothless recommendations, the people said. People familiar with the matter blamed internal disagreements with the State Department for the extent of the changes, and said Treasury leadership also opposed revisions. A State Department spokesman declined the comment. 4 months later, Russian troops marched into Ukraine, and Biden unleashed an unprecedented volley of more than 6,000 sanctions in 2 years. And not only on Russia, the Biden admin has penalized targets, including Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Sure. Former government officials in Afghanistan. By the way, we also still literally retain ownership over all of the Afghan government's money and refuse to give it back to them. But that's besides the point. Including Israeli settlers in the West Bank is so funny, putting that there. You're talking about an entire country versus 6 fucking terrorists. 6 total terrorists that literally we dialed back. Oh, that's right. U.S. says Israeli banks don't have to close the accounts of sanctioned settlers. Never mind, guys. We backpedaled because Israel was like, no, the fuck, you're not doing that to our... Those are some of our best terrorists. Excuse me, have you seen how inbred those fucking douchebags are? They're like top level West Bank settlers, okay? You are not touching their money. Anyway, let's continue. They spit on so many Catholics, dude. You don't understand. Some of them say they have the best loogies, okay? The best. They've only killed 11 Israeli people thinking that they were, Palestinian. Why would you sanction them? Meanwhile, the sanctions, alleged fentanyl dealers in Mexico, North Macedonian spyware company. Meanwhile, sanctions that Biden had said he would ease, such as those imposed by Trump on Cuba, were largely maintained under pressure from Capitol Hill, despite the view that top administration officials that the embargo was counterproductive and a failure. We just had to keep it. We just had to keep it. There's nothing we can do. Biden admin has taken steps to mitigate unintended consequences. Last year, Treasury announced that it had hired economists to staff a new division analyzing the economic impact of sanctions. It's called the Flex Squad, where they look at how fucking hard they've dunked on some of the poorest countries on the fucking planet. They're like, damn, we really fucked these motherfuckers up. Humanitarian groups have praised Biden admin efforts to ensure critical medical supplies and food can enter countries under sanctions. And some critics' worst fears have not materialized. The dollar remains the world's top reserve currency, at least for now. Sanctions are an important tool that can help promote our national security, but they should be only used as part of broader foreign policy strategy, Deputy Treasurer Secretary Wally Adeyemo said in a statement. 2021 sanctions review has provided a useful roadmap to help us refine the use of this important tool, the watered-down version. But other problems appear to be getting worse. Current and former U.S. officials describe OFAC's workload as overwhelming. The agency inundated with tens of thousands of requests from the private sector. Why is OFAC getting requests from the private sector to do sanctions? Like, why is commerce so heavily involved? Why is the State Department so heavily involved? I just don't understand it. I don't know. Must have some really important connection between capital and American State Department interests, like that kind of thing. Some White House officials have outsourced national security questions to nonprofits as they brainstorm scenarios in which sanctions would have to be massively ramped up to confront U.S. adversaries, according to people familiar with the matter. In late 2022, senior White House advisors again held discussions about reforming U.S. sanctions. In closed-door talks that included Biden, aides talked about the need to set guidelines for economic statecraft, including limiting the use of sanctions to moments when core international principles that underpin peace and security are under threat, one of the officials said. But those ideas were shelved in the face of more pressing demands. The mentality in almost a weird reflex in Washington has just become, if something bad happens anywhere in the world, the U.S. is going to sanction some people. And that doesn't make sense, said Ben Rhodes. But we don't think about the collateral damage sanctions may damage of sanctions the same way we think about the collateral damage of war, Rhodes said, but we should. Anyway, this is a part of a much larger piece, including but not limited to how the Trump White House was warned sanctions on Venezuela could fuel migration, which it did. You know, did you remove your shit mod yet? I mean, the answer is no, but I just want to know what like he thinks is my shit mod. 24 hour from saying you seem nice to someone telling me to kill myself. What? What are you talking about, dude? No, that's too far, dude. You seem like a nice guy, lol W. What? Lake McGrew, why'd you clap this guy for 24 hours? Let's look at the person that they were talking about. I think this person got accidentally banned. Also, Lake McGrew is not a shit mod at all and is one of the best mods, if not the consistently best mod. So, no, I will not be banning Lake McGrew or unmodding them. What is this? Where is it? Where's the combo that they took? Also, you got timed down for 24 hours. Why are you fucking crying, bro? Chill. Search for the death threat. Did this person not even add him? What is this? Non-medical child circumcision literally has a fence post up his ass. They also hyper-focus on trans women for some reason. Seldom bring up trans men. What the fuck is the difference between gender confirming and affirming? Aren't they the same? Look at the flick of the wrist, LeBron. Yeet yourself out of an apartment window. What did this guy say that made you so mad? Why is she crying though? Who was he talking about? No, that's too far, dude. You seem like a nice guy. No, but I don't understand why like that chatter popped off on this chatter. You know what I mean? Oh, it was the fuck. Oh, the reason why the chatter popped off. The reason why this chatter popped off on this chatter is because I was watching the rugby player, the American rugby player, who was crying because she had been transvestigated. This person said, "Why is she crying though?" Lol W. Okay, like making a joke about the rugby player. And this chatter, who very obviously cares a lot about trans rights, maybe got a little too heated. Can't be doing that. Both of you can't be doing that. There we go. We solved it. Most polite Twitch chat conversation. Yeah. Were you talking about the Algerian boxer? I did already. But to answer your question, no. I do not believe that Lake is a bad mod. Your Waluigi is in the Olympics? What the fuck? He looks like he's the third Piker brother. A little bit. What the fuck? That's weird. Yo, what the fuck? You know, yo, what the fuck? Yo, that's weird as hell. It kind of looks like they just superimposed my face into someone else's head. Only from this angle. What? Marat used to play water polo. That's not even a joke. Like this? Oh, he's way hotter than me. Never mind. He just looks like me in that photo. Never knew this about you. Pre-transition, post-transition. Never felt happier than these past few months. Yes. HRT and RCTA does wonders. Okay? Does wonders on the soul. I did race change to Asian. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got today, folks. Love you all. Tomorrow I'll be back for some more action. You already know what it is. And we'll do some more fun stuff. Oh, tomorrow I have Killer Katamina, K Katamina, and Valkyrie on the broadcast, and we're going to open the One Piece cards later in the day. Yeah, we're going to do OP pack, One Piece pack opening. So get excited for that. Anyway, love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Back for some more news and some fun. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There